Another autumn day stood over Konoha, decorating it with its reddish hues and a beautiful sunset, gently covering the roofs of houses with its rays. At such moments, nothing could be better than admiring such beauty. If only he could go outside, but no, he was once again locked in his room for a fight, the organizer of which he was not even. Well, what could he do if they again began to bully him, calling him some kind of demon, a monster? And the most offensive thing is that the orphanage teacher saw who the real instigator was, but for some reason left only him in punishment. Her look. He will probably never be able to forget this contemptuous look. And now he was sitting on his bed and sadly looking out the window, where the same group of children with whom he had quarreled appeared. They were happily discussing something, and then ran off somewhere. I wish I had a friend too, the black-haired boy thought to himself. Not necessarily many, at least one friend my age, or a little older. Just let him be a little older, Uzumaki thought dreamily. For him, this was an unattainable dream, because no matter how many times he tried to talk to one of the orphans, everyone either just left him or started to pick on the boy. He was brought out of his thoughts by a silhouette that appeared at the gates of the academy. This silhouette of an old man was very familiar to him, because he was the only one who visited the boy and who treated him differently. Not like a monster, but like an acquaintance, or something. From the sudden appearance of the old man, Naruto noticeably perked up, his mood improved a little. The whole orphanage also came to life. Many of the teachers immediately jumped out to the approaching Hokage. Of course, after all, he is the leader of the village, the most important one here. And the best part is that he comes to an ordinary orphan named Naruto, an ordinary, unremarkable boy. He learned about the fact that this old man was the Hokage quite a long time ago, when the latter visited the boy for the first time. Imagine the surprise of the boy, whose eyes were almost ready to jump out of their sockets, when he heard who this friendly old man really was. A few minutes later, Naruto stood at the door in great anticipation, waiting for the familiar Hokage robe to appear. Footsteps were already heard, but they later died down, and then a rather hoarse, female voice was immediately heard, belonging to the teacher who punished him. Hiruzen-sama, we are glad to see you here, she began to tremble. Have you really come to Naruto-kun again? This voice sounded as if it wasn't he who recently yelled at the boy for something he didn't do. Yes, of course. By the way, where is he? Answered the Hokage. Mr. Hokage. He's being punished now, she sighed. Can you imagine? He attacked and beat up one of the most calm and friendly Naruto visibly shuddered from what he heard. He didn't understand why she was lying so calmly to the Hokage's face. Where is he? He interrupted the woman briefly, as if he had not heard her words. In my room, the woman answered timidly, after which she left the Hokage, who went towards the boy's room. Naruto himself quickly returned to his bed and sat down on it, waiting for the Hokage to enter. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long and soon Hiruzen appeared at the door of the room. Entering, he closed the door and looked at Naruto, who was sitting and smiling, with a sigh. You were eavesdropping, weren't you? Hiruzen said with a sigh. You don't have anything to say. He added. I didn't start the fight. It was all them. They started calling me a demon, but I'm not one. The boy muttered discontentedly, to which Hiruzen only looked at him with a sad look, but did not say anything in response. An awkward silence arose between them. Uncle Hokage, Naruto couldn't stand it after all. What? The Hokage asked in a calm tone. Why do these people call me a monster? Yes, Kurama is inside me, but he is not a monster. He did nothing wrong, and I don't think I did either, Naruto asked, looking at his hands. I look exactly the same as them. I have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 ears, a nose, eyes, a mouth. I have no horns, no fur, no claws, Uzumaki said with some resentment in his voice, to which Hiruzen laughed loudly, which drove the boy into an even greater stupor. Then, suddenly changing, he said in a sad voice, I'm sorry, Naruto, that I can't fix the situation. You probably think I'm a bad Hokage, since I can't help one of the best residents of my village. Naruto felt quite pleased at these words. So much so that he even forgot all his grievances for that day. No, what are you saying? Naruto suddenly jumped up from the bed, which made Hiruzen even flinch in surprise. You know, the boy's voice trembled. This is the first time someone has said such pleasant words to me. At that moment the boy felt like he was crying. One tear after another rolled down his cheeks. Hiruzen was shocked by this outcome of events, but he still hugged the boy even tighter, which made him cry even more. Feeling the kindness and warmth emanating from the old man's body, he suddenly felt as if his own father was hugging him. Closing his eyes, already red from crying, he slowly began to rub his nose against Hiruzen's clothes, and Hiruzen slowly ran his hand over his head. None of them expected that this meeting would be so emotional. Finally, when Naruto calmed down, he found the strength to break away from the Hokage, although with all his gut he did not want it. For the first time, he was hugged so carefully. Naruto was even ashamed of his behavior. Feeling awkward in front of the Hokage, he couldn't say a word for a long time. The Hokage, in principle, was silent too. Finally, the old man's voice broke the silence. "Let's go for a walk," Hiruzen said briefly, getting out of bed. "But I'm being punished," the boy said, still uncertainly. "It's okay," the Hokage countered. "I think they'll make an exception for me and lift your punishment. Besides, I have a gift for you. I think you'll like it." Hiruzen smiled, seeing Naruto's eyes light up with desire. He quickly jumped out of bed and put on his usual yellow and blue jacket over his t-shirt. After leaving the shelter, they walked along the main street of Konoha. This time, Naruto did not catch the contemptuous glances of the residents, but most likely the reason for this was that now he was walking on par with the Hokage, and in his presence no one would definitely yell at Naruto. "What do you think about the village?" the third asked with interest. "She's beautiful," Naruto answered briefly. "But her inhabitants are cruel," he added, which upset the old man a little. Tom was clearly not very pleased to hear such things about his inhabitants, but at the same time he understood that the boy was not saying such things for no reason. They really weren't treating him in the best way. "Oh, Naruto, Hiruzen sighed. "You haven't seen real cruelty yet." Hiruzen looked at the 4 heads carved into the rock. "See those stone faces on the mountain?" Hiruzen asked, looking at the boy walking next to him. "Do you know who they are?" "Yes, the past Hokage," Uzumaki answered briefly. He still couldn't understand what the old man was getting at, but he listened to him very carefully. Each of them lived their lives, in which there was indeed a lot of cruelty, but do you know what exactly made them strong? Hiruzen suddenly stopped, looking at the boy. He only shook his head. It was the difficulties they went through with their heads held high that made them who they are. Thanks to the many difficulties they faced, they learned to overcome them. And you, too, must move forward, no matter what. Naruto listened attentively to the old man's loud speech with his eyes wide open. On the one hand, he understood all of this perfectly well, but on the other, he was filled with the usual childish resentment at the injustice that was so rapidly flourishing in the village towards those who were not like themselves. "And if the difficulties don't stop?" the boy asked uncertainly. "Naruto, there's still a lot you don't understand," Hiruzen smiled. Naruto just sighed and continued walking in a straight direction. "Naruto, I have a little gift here," said the third, putting his hand forward, after which there was a clap and something like a cloud spread across the old man's hand, after which a small scroll lay softly in his hand. "Here is a scroll for you. It shows the place in your room where I left you a gift, which contains all the basics of shinobi, basic skills, and techniques. You could say this is my compensation for the inconvenience caused. Just don't tell anyone about this thing." Hiruzen sternly ran his index finger. "Wow!" Uzumaki exclaimed, as if he hadn't noticed the third's instructions. His eyes lit up with a wild desire to read the scroll, and the rest didn't matter. He was very flattered by such a gift. To be honest, it was the first time he had been given a gift, and not just anyone, but the Hokage himself. A little more and it seemed that he would burst into tears again right here, and the third would have to calm the boy down again, but no, he wouldn't fall flat on his face twice in front of the Hokage. After all, he was a future shinobi, and not some kind of bawling crybaby. "Yeah, and weren't you the one who spent 15 minutes wiping your snot about the Hokage, right?" Kurama asked mockingly. "It was an accident. An accident, you understand." The guy began to defend himself, to which he received only prolonged laughter, which did not die down for a long time. "And anyway, why did you even come out? You could have sat there silently," Naruto said, offended, realizing that they were just making fun of him. "I was just sleeping, and if you want to sit alone in silence, then sit." "I won't say another word." This time Kurama seemed offended. "Oh well, he'll sit for a while and calm down. I hear everything," the same voice rang out. "You were going to keep quiet, weren't you?" the boy said now with mockery in his voice, to which he growled in displeasure, but still didn't answer. Just as they were about to continue on their way, some shinobi ran up to Hiruzen and said in an excited voice, "Hokage-sama, we have urgent news." "We need you urgently," he yelled. "What is it?" Hiruzen asked in surprise, to which he hesitated in response, looking at the boy. "Okay," Hiruzen sighed, turning to Uzumaki, after which he added in a rather sad voice. "Sorry, Naruto, I have urgent matters to attend to and I have to leave you. I hope you can walk to the shelter yourself. Yes, Mr. Third, he answered in the same sad voice. He, too, was sorry to part with Hiruzen when everything turned out like this. For the first time, he felt a friend. His first friend. After that, the Hokage and the shinobi quickly left the boy, and he slowly wandered towards the shelter, catching the dissatisfied, and sometimes even hateful glances of the villagers. Once again, he felt sick and offended at the same time, but having endured all this, he returned to the shelter, where he quickly headed to his room. Now he had more important things to do than another argument with the residents. Fortunately, thanks to Hiruzen's tip, Naruto was able to easily find the hidden scroll. Admittedly, he hid it quite well in someone else's room. If it weren't for the tip from the old man himself, even Naruto would have had a hard time finding the hiding place, even if it was in his own room. This old man is capable of something, Kurama said quite happily. Of course, he is the Hokage, after all, the boy said proudly, opening the scroll, which was quite large, with interest. Kurama only grinned. Opening the scroll, Naruto was simply shocked. This scroll contained everything from basic taijutsu techniques to rather complex ones. One could say that Naruto was now in front of a real shinobi treasure. I wonder why Hiruzen would suddenly decide to give such a rare and useful thing to some boy. About 3 years have passed. Since then, Naruto began to study diligently according to the scroll. Every now and then he would run away from the orphanage, after which he would sneak through the main gate, where he would later retire to the forest. Fortunately, by that time he had managed to master one of the simplest techniques that a shinobi should have, the reincarnation technique. Although it was quite difficult, he was still able to learn it, thanks to which he later, under the guise of Hokage, left the village where he later studied. But it is worth admitting that his skills were very questionable, even for a genin. After all, studying only in theory, without proper practice or at least a mentor, brings little. Yes, he knew some basic techniques in taijutsu, he had mastered several simple techniques, he threw kunai and shuriken at a below-average level, and could also create clones, but at most 2 clones were able to survive. The third was no longer possible, or it was so unstable that it dissipated on its own. Among his stronger sides, he already knew several genjutsu techniques. For some reason, it was this that came easier to him, although they were a bit more difficult than the techniques that he either did poorly or worked every other time. His chakra control was also quite weak. Naruto didn't like this whole situation very much, of course. Soon he would be enrolling in the academy, which meant that he would have a chance to prove himself. But this approach to training eventually exhausted itself. No matter what efforts the guy made, but constant training only on the scroll no longer brought any results. But even this did not upset him, because only yesterday the third came and said that he was enrolled, and that in 3 days he would have to show up for the first lesson. To say that Naruto was beaming with happiness would be an understatement. He literally began to live for this day in anticipation that with the help of the academy, he would finally be able to move from a dead point in progress. But as luck would have it, these miserable 3 days dragged on too long. It would seem that not 3 days were passing, but a whole month. He was still studying according to the scroll, but it no longer brought any special results, which greatly upset the guy. Sometimes it even seemed to him that the shinobi business was not his, that he had reached his maximum, that he was incompatible with shinobi techniques. His last hope was in the academy. And the academy really did help. Not only was he finally able to go a little further, but his mastery of techniques also improved and his chakra control, although not very well, advanced. In general, for an academy student, he was quite strong. He emerged victorious from most sparring matches. With the exception of Sasuke Uchiha, with whom he had a draw, as well as Neji Hyuga, to whom he lost one fight, but it is not surprising, fighting against someone who has practically no blind spots is really very difficult. Otherwise, everything was as always. He had no friends. After classes he immediately returned to his home, which the third kindly gave him for his birthday. There he continued to study according to the scroll, only with results. After he entered the academy, he began to understand more things, and in connection with this, his potential also grew. More years passed like this. Graduation from the academy was approaching. To be honest, even Naruto himself had little faith that he would be able to stay in the academy, but it still happened, and now, in a rather upbeat mood, he was training on his favorite training ground outside the city. The fresh forest air pleasantly enveloped his lungs, and the silence of the forest gave his ears a rest from all the fuss in the village. Only the sound of shurikens hitting a tree was heard along the edge of the forest. Just as he was about to leave the training ground and was already turning around to leave, a thin cut appeared on his neck, from which a red liquid slowly seeped. Naruto did not even immediately realize that a kunai was thrown at him, which was already stuck in the root of a tree behind the boy. Instant fear was reflected in the boy's eyes when it dawned on him that he was being attacked. He was absolutely sure that the attacker missed on purpose, so that he would feel wild fear. Well, he really did it. Soon, a young guy with blonde hair came out from behind the tree, a bloodthirsty smile frozen on his face, from which Naruto realized that if he did not run away, he would simply be killed, no matter what he did. Turning around, Naruto prepares to dash and even starts to, but suddenly Mizuki appears in front of him and swings his fist at the boy, which he blocks and tries to deliver the same blow in response, from which the Chunin easily dodges to the right, and then hits the boy in the stomach with a knee strike. Flying several meters, Naruto gnashes his teeth and brings two fingers together, after which he shouts, "Shadow clone technique." Two clones appear near Naruto, after which they rush straight at the enemy. Mizuki dispels one of Naruto's clones by throwing a kunai, and lets the second one get closer and, grabbing its head, sends it with all his might into his knee. They didn't even have time to do anything, as they were already destroyed. And that's all. The Chunin laughs, walking up to Naruto and grabbing him by the collar, lifting him into the air. Where is the vaunted power of the monster sitting inside you? He's not a monster, he's Kurama. He's my friend, the boy screamed, wheezing in pain, clutching the Chunin's hands with his own. Friend, do you know what exactly this friend of yours did? Mitsuki shouted. How can you be friends with someone who killed your parents? These words shocked the boy, and then he heard Kurama sigh heavily. Ah. Didn't they tell you who your parents are? Mitsuki laughed. Of course, I accidentally found out about this secret myself, and honestly, I'm disgusted to find out that you are the son of not just anyone, but the fourth Hokage. How can such a non-entity be the son of the Hokage? Mizuki continued, and Naruto just remained silent with a dumbfounded face. That is, Naruto barely wheezed. It's all true. Ninetales finally chimed in, apparently deciding that there was no point in hiding it any longer. The Chunin continued to laugh ominously. What a cruel fate. The son of a genius, and such trash, he screamed, throwing Naruto to the ground, and he landed, crumpled, clutching his head with his hands. He still couldn't believe that no one had told him anything all this time. The third had never even told him what his parents were like, and even Kurama had remained silent as well. It's time to finish with you. Mizuki's voice brought him out of his stupor, but it was too late. A kunai was already flying at him, and Naruto even prepared for his own death, when he suddenly felt a sharp burning sensation in his eyes, and then the kunai suddenly began to fly slowly, which Naruto took advantage of by putting all his strength into getting away from the flying weapon. With difficulty, but he succeeded. Although suddenly all his muscles began to burn and hurt badly. He tried to get up, but it made it even more painful. Only now did he notice how the Chunin's whole face suddenly distorted, either from anger or from fear. Where did you get this? He screamed in fear. Where did you get these eyes? I'm asking you, your mother, he continued to scream, after which he rushed at the lying boy, but suddenly Hiruzen appears near Naruto and with deft movements disarms Mizuki and knocks him out with one blow. After looking at the boy, he sits down in front of him and lifts him up in his arms. Later, they're surrounded by a small group of masked shinobi and Mizuki is taken away. One of them is about to take Naruto, but Hiruzen refuses and tells them that they're free. Sorry, Naruto, I couldn't make it in time, Hiruzen says as he heads to the hospital. He just stays silent, completely lost in his thoughts. He still couldn't believe the information he received. Hiruzen-sama, tell me, is it true that my father is the fourth Hokage? After these words, the old man suddenly stopped, after which, sighing, he began to speak. So he told you everything. Hiruzen was saddened that Naruto learned the whole truth about who his parents were at such an early age. According to his plan, he was going to tell the truth to the boy when he became at least a Chunin and grew up a little. Yes, and he also asked where I got my eyes from. I still don't understand what's wrong with them and why he started shouting that. I'll explain everything to you when we get to the hospital. Upon arrival at the hospital, when his body was examined and bandaged, Hiruzen really explained everything to him. He told him that his inner friend actually killed his own parents, told him who his father and mother were, how they lived. And also told him that he was the grandson of Madara Uchiha himself, which is why he had awakened the Sharingan, which not even Kushina, his daughter, had, but his grandson had awakened. He also learned why his muscles suddenly began to hurt so much. As he understood, his body was not yet ready to use these eyes, hence the pain. He also warned the guy to be extremely careful, since many are eager to get the eyes of this clan, and a child with only just awakened Sharingan will quickly become easy prey. What do you think now? Hiruzen asked. What am I thinking about? Naruto asked in surprise, still not taking his eyes off his bandaged hands. He was saddened not only by the fact that he was not told the truth, but also by the fact that he lost miserably, although before that he thought that he was far from a weak child of his age, and here, he had to at least show something, even to an older opponent. Well, about Kyubi. He did kill your parents, after all, the third clarified, looking seriously at the boy. Maybe 3 years ago, I would have been angry at him, but now, Naruto suddenly fell silent. You know, he was my first friend, the first one who talks to me and helps me. I can't be angry at Kurama, you understand? The boy looked at the old man, hoping that he would really understand. He just smiled. Kurama sat silently the whole time, inventing his dialogue with Naruto in his head about why he didn't tell him anything. Imagine the fox's surprise when the boy told the third that he wasn't angry with Kyubi. A smile involuntarily crossed his face. He looked at the boy with a truly warm gaze. I must admit, you became good friends with the Nine Tails. His name is Kurama, Uzumaki muttered discontentedly. Kurama, yes. Just one request. Don't tell anyone that you're friends with Q. Hiruzen suddenly stopped, catching the boy's angry gaze. Kurama, if people find out about this, unnecessary rumors will spread, the third said in a serious tone. Okay, I have to go. Behave well and take all the medicines that the medics will bring you, Hiruzen said in a commanding tone before leaving the room. A little later in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was sitting and sorting through some papers that the fourth had left behind. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in, Hiruzen commanded, after which the head of the Uchiha clan appeared in the room. Did you call? Fugaku asked in a cold voice, as always. He was not a fan of lively conversations, and therefore spoke briefly and to the point. Yes. Have you heard of Naruto Uzumaki? Hiruzen threw the folder with the boy's personal file on the table. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Fugaku stated, looking at the photo of the black-haired boy. Should you accept him into your clan and take charge of his training? Why should I accept a stranger into the clan? Fugaku asked in surprise. His Sharingan awakened. The Uchiha leader's eyes widened at the words he said. At first he thought he had misheard. What? Excuse me? Fugaku decided to ask again. He has the Sharingan. Hiruzen understood the Uchiha's surprise. It was unlikely that he had ever heard of a person outside their clan awakening their eyes. But, from where? Fugaku gradually began to lose his power of speech from surprise. He is not from our clan, Uchiha added after that. You're a little wrong, Hiruzen said. You don't know whose grandson he is. And whose is it? Fugaku was really interested. He is the grandson of Madara Uchiha. Fugaku's eyes widened even more. The grandson of the most legendary of the Uchiha, and also the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. Now I understand why you want me to take the boy in, Uchiha said after thinking about it. And what's more, I might even agree with this, but what will I tell the rest of the clan? They'll hardly be happy to hear that someone who has nothing to do with it, or rather, had nothing to do with it, is joining the clan, Fugaku said. You can talk about the Sharingan, but don't talk about whose grandson he is. Understood, Fugaku said briefly, after which he left the Hokage's office. A couple of days later, the boy himself was already discharged from the hospital. Leaving the building, he finds Fugaku standing by the stairs, who, upon seeing the boy, immediately approaches him. Naruto had already been told that he would join the Uchiha clan, but he did not expect that the clan leader himself would come to meet him. You must be Uzumaki Naruto, am I right? Fugaku approached the boy. My name is Fugaku, and I am the current head of the Uchiha. You should have been informed that from now on you will be transferred to our care, so from today on, you yourself will become an Uchiha and move to live with the clan, so let's not waste time. Let's go home. Fugaku tried to smile, although he was not very good at it, which is why his smile seemed rather crooked. Nevertheless, Naruto still followed the Uchiha towards a new life. Commentary on Chapter 1. Note. Naruto knew and befriended the Nine Tails, but he was unaware that it killed his parents. Chapter 2. Commentary on Chapter 2. Zabuton, a Japanese flat cushion designed for sitting. P.S. The chapter turned out to be a little shorter than the previous one, but this is necessary for the plot. Although the Uchiha district was not very large, it left an unforgettable impression on the boy. Naruto walked past Fugaku with his mouth almost open. It must be admitted that even the streets here were a little cleaner than in the rest of the village. But, as expected, many looked at him with distrust. Someone could even notice an angry grimace on their face. Each of the residents perceived the arrival of a stranger in their own way. Of course, the fact that he was a Jinchuriki played a big role, But still, catching sidelong glances is not a pleasant thing. From now on you will live with me, the head of the Uchiha was speaking at the same time, which also surprised Naruto. He expected that he would be given some kind of house or at least a room, but no, he would live with the head himself. How is that? How to behave when living with other people? What to say to them when meeting? Many such thoughts flashed through his head as he walked. He was always alone even in the shelter, and therefore did not know how to live together with anyone, and here with the leader of an entire clan. Are you listening to me? Uchiha's voice rang out, which brought the boy out of his reverie. Yes. Sorry, the boy answered timidly. Sorry, there are no other houses available. They are built as needed, and it just so happens that our clan is not that big, so there is no need for a large number of houses. Of course there was another reason, the main reason why he decided to shelter the guy. Banally, to keep an eye on him. Will they build me a house when I need it? He suddenly exclaimed. Naruto seemed to be acting like normal, which made Fugaku a little happy. Maybe, if you reach the right age, or get married, then they will build you a house. After what was said you can see how the guy's eyes sparkled, and he jumped up joyfully, but suddenly stopped. Will I ever get married? Will anyone want to marry someone like me? Pessimistic thoughts began to creep into his head, after which he shook his head and slapped his cheeks with both hands. No, it's too early to think about that. It will definitely happen, because I live with other people now, he began to encourage himself, after which he ran in the hope of catching up with Fugaku. Here they had already approached their house, which turned out to be quite large. At least, it differed in size from the other buildings in the area. Passing by one, slightly open door, he involuntarily looked inside. In the room sat a girl with black, pitch black hair, gathered in a small ponytail, ending in the area of the shoulder blades. The girl's clear, even face was imperturbable. She sat with her eyes closed, as if she was sleeping sitting up. Her feminine, slender figure also fascinated the boy. Although her size was not large, it only made the girl more beautiful. Fugaku seemed to notice Naruto staring at the girl inside with a piercing gaze. Like it. Just that one word made Naruto feel his face burning with embarrassment. I just got caught up in the stare, he said uncertainly, letting his gaze drop to his feet. He was ashamed in front of the head of the Uchiha that he was so captivated by the beauty of one of the girls of his clan. This is my eldest daughter. I think you will have time to meet. The boy has really lost it. It seemed that any minute now, his face would start to melt from embarrassment. He looked up at the girl again for a moment, and at that moment he met the girl's eyes, who apparently noticed the rustling behind the door, and now two black eyes were staring intently at the noisy boy. However, the girl herself was in no hurry to leave, and Naruto, feeling his hands trembling again, immediately hurried forward along the corridor. Fugaku himself couldn't help but laugh when he saw the boy's reaction. Uzumaki himself wasn't laughing. He felt very ashamed and embarrassed about this situation. He just wanted to fall into the ground and never come out. Fugaku soon approached him. Okay, let's go, he said in his usual, serious voice. In these 20 minutes, he managed to notice that he had already laughed sincerely several times, which he had not done for a long time. Looking after the running, embarrassed Naruto, he realized that the whole reason was in the boy. He somehow influenced those around him, charging them with his energy, that even he, the eternally serious leader of the Uchiha Fugaku clan, sincerely laughed at this comical situation. He also noted that he was somewhat similar to his youngest son Sasuke. Only unlike him, Naruto was alone. Soon, they found themselves in some small room, in the middle of which there was a small table with a chair, behind which on the wall was a large emblem of the clan. Naruto immediately guessed that this was something like the Hokage's office. Only the office of the head of the clan. Have a seat, Fugaku said briefly, pointing to the zabuton lying in front of the table. Naruto sat down on one of them and waited for the clan leader to give his orders. So, Fugaku began to say, which made the boy perk up. Excitement began to creep into his chest. Most of the way, he spent all he did imagining their conversation. As you already know, you are now one of us. Considering the recent circumstances, I will be training you personally. I will teach you techniques, chakra control, and I will entrust my eldest daughter Itachi with teaching you how to use your eyes. Naruto listened attentively to the clan leader, and when he remembered that girl, a blush appeared on his face again. However, Fugaku did not react to this in any way, but only continued speaking. The training will start tomorrow morning. Since I won't be there in the morning, you'll start training with Itachi, and later, closer to the evening, I'll teach you the rest. Do you agree? To which, having received an affirmative nod, Fugaku continued, the room is ready for you. I'll take you there a little later. Do you have any things left at home that need to be moved? Fugaku finally asked. Nothing, the boy answered briefly. What? No, not even clothes. Naruto shook his head. These are my only clothes. Naruto pointed at his clothes. I washed them myself and tried to sew them. The last words were proven by the many crooked seams and small holes. Fugaku just sighed. Even he felt a little sorry for the kid. Okay, I'll bring you new clothes later, but now let's go. As Fugaku promised, he took the boy to his room. It turned out to be a small room, with a bed, a nightstand standing by the window. A small chest of drawers located in the further corner of the room and a small desk standing next to it. Since he did not know what to do, the only thing that came to his mind was to just lie in bed for the rest of the day. He was completely in anticipation of the upcoming training. He had not experienced such a burning sensation in his chest for a long time. However, not from pain, but from impatience. But as luck would have it, the minutes lasted like hours. It was evening when there was a knock on his door. Opening the door, he saw a black-haired woman who called herself Mikoto and invited him to dinner. Naruto hesitantly went down to the first floor and entered the kitchen, where the whole family was sitting. Fugaku was sitting in the middle of the table, and Mikoto, who had come up to him, sat down to his right. To the left sat the girl he had seen in the room he had passed with Fugaku, and next to him sat his classmate Sasuke. Opposite Sasuke there was a free chair. Naruto landed on it, catching Sasuke's displeased look. He was hardly happy to see Naruto in his home, much less hear that he would now be living with them. Everyone wished each other a bon appetit, and then began to eat their food. Only Naruto simply sat in silence while the whole family discussed something. They asked Itachi how she was doing, asked Sasuke how his studies were going. Naruto himself felt a little tense. He was probably superfluous here and even decided for himself that in the future he would not dine like this with everyone, when suddenly Fugaku's voice was heard. Naruto, how did you live before this? Fugaku looked at Naruto with interest. Naruto obediently told about how he lived, how everyone hated him, how everyone bullied him, how the teachers punished him without any reason, about how he was always locked up within four walls. Fugaku sometimes sighed, Mikoto sadly sorted through her food, Itachi still sat with an imperturbable face, only occasionally looking at the boy. Sasuke just listened with interest and sadness also slipped across his face at times. When Naruto finished his story, he lost all appetite. Sorry, I guess I'll go. I don't feel like eating, Uzumaki said, getting up from his chair. But you haven't even touched your food, Fugaku said, puzzled. I'm not hungry, was the only thing he said before heading to his room. He entered the room in a depressed mood because he was not happy to remember everything he had gone through in the shelter. He fell onto the bed and covered his eyes with his hand. Meanwhile in the kitchen. Dad, what's wrong with him? Sasuke asked his father in surprise. He is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Most of them live with hatred. Everyone hates them, tries to kill them. Mostly because they are afraid of the power of the monster sitting inside the boy. He was always alone, so it is difficult for him to be among us, Fugaku answered in a calm tone. I've heard of the Nine Tails. Is its power really that great? Sasuke asked, looking towards the kitchen exit where Uzumaki had gone. The Nine Tails almost destroyed our village once. That played a major role in why so many people hate him, Fugaku said in the same calm tone. Poor boy, who would have thought that this would happen to my friend's son, Mikoto suddenly blurted out. There was silence in the kitchen. No one really wanted to talk. The next day. In the morning there was a knock on his room. When he opened the door, Fugaku was standing in front of him. Wake up. Today I'll walk you home, and at the same time I'll show you how to get to the training ground. Afterwards you'll walk on your own. Naruto started getting dressed, when he was suddenly interrupted. Leave your rags. Here are your new clothes. Black pants fell on the bed, and a white t-shirt with a rather large collar, on the back of which the Uchiha clan crest was emblazoned. Of course, I understand that you are also an Uzumaki, but since you are in our clan, then be so kind as to wear our clothes, Fugaku said, seeing the boy's confusion. He had no choice but to put on the new clothes. Surprisingly, the clothes fit the boy well, as if they were specially sewn for him. Then they went to the training ground. Since the Uchiha estate was on the outskirts of the village, the training ground was also made a little further from the estate itself. A small field surrounded by trees, in the center of which was a small lake. This is exactly what the place where he would train looked like. Itachi was sitting on the grass next to the lake, looking somewhere into the distance of the village. In the morning, he noticed that Itachi was worried about something. He noticed her anxious look. Although she probably tried to hide it, Naruto was familiar with this look, and therefore he immediately realized that Itachi was hiding something. If they were friends, he would certainly ask what exactly, but you can't even call them acquaintances, which is a pity. To say that he was enchanted by her beauty is to say nothing, although in his soul he understood that she was clearly not for his level. Where is she and he? It's funny. As they came closer, she turned her head in the direction and nodded, standing up. Good morning, father, Naruto-kun, she said in a soft voice, looking at the two. Good, they responded in unison. Fugaku immediately hurried away, leaving Naruto's training to his eldest daughter. Itachi decided not to delay the training and soon she was explaining to the boy how to properly control his chakra. Naruto listened attentively. Although Itachi's explanations seemed very difficult, Naruto was able to understand everything the first time. The practical training also brought results. Nodding approvingly, Itachi continued, now try to move your chakra through your eyes to activate the Sharingan, Itachi said in a calm tone. Will I succeed? The boy asked uncertainly. You've already awakened him, so I'm sure you can do it. Itachi smiled slightly. Naruto tried to do what she was talking about. He managed to direct his chakra into his eyes and soon, two red pupils with two tomo were looking at Itachi. Itachi was a little surprised that he awakened two at once. You're doing well, Naruto. Not many can awaken with two tomo at once. This means that you can master the Sharingan, the Uchiha sentenced. As you probably know, the Sharingan is one of the three great dojutsu. But it also has several stages of development. An eye with one tomo is the initial stage of the Sharingan, which is usually possessed by those who have just awakened it. With two, the eyes are already stronger, but there are also three. And with them, everything is simple. You just train in using the eyes and over time you will improve them. Usually everyone stops at 3 tomo, but there is also the next stage of the Sharingan, which few Uchiha Mangekyou Sharingan reach. Itachi finished speaking. What does Mangekyou look like? And how can I get it? The boy's curiosity knew no bounds. What does it look like? Itachi said before her eyes first turned red with tomo and then smoothly flowed into a pattern. Wow! Naruto exclaimed in admiration. And how to wake him up? Itachi fell silent, remembering her deceased best friend, and also her lover, to whom she never had time to express her feelings, since he disappeared. It's too early for you to know that. The time will come and you will know everything, Itachi said sadly. Will I be able to awaken Mangekyou? Naruto still doesn't calm down. Who knows? Maybe, the girl said sadly. It would be better if you didn't awaken him at all. After all, awakening him usually costs someone's life, Itachi thought. Naruto, inspired by the girl's stories, began the next stage of training in throwing kunai and shuriken. Jumping on trees, making his way through bushes, he tried to hit the targets at speed. To put it mildly, he was not very good at it, but he did not give up. Especially when Itachi showed how she throws these very kunai and shuriken, he became even more inspired. Only closer to the evening, he began to more or less hit at least some of the targets. Along the way, they sometimes made halts and had lunch. Mostly they were in silence, only occasionally exchanging a few phrases. No matter how much Naruto wanted to talk to Itachi, the conversation simply did not stick. The girl was too taciturn. By the evening, they said goodbye and agreed to meet tomorrow, after which the Uchiha left him alone. That morning from Itachi's point of view. As always, she woke up quite early. Much earlier than the rest of the family, except for her father. He, of course, was again in his study. After completing all the bath procedures, Itachi entered the house with a rather relaxed look, after which she went up to the second floor. The idea arose to take the boy to training early, so as not to waste time in vain. However, when she entered the room, he was asleep. The pillow, instead of lying under his head, was lying under his arm, and his head was next to him. The blanket was crumpled and now lay at his feet. Naruto himself, curled up from the cold, was drooling. It must be admitted, the sight was quite funny. Even Itachi involuntarily smiled, watching this picture. Coming closer, she took the blanket from under his feet, and then covered the boy with it. He immediately straightened up, apparently feeling the approaching warmth. Itachi quietly moved back and left the room, closing the door. She did not really know what to do with herself, and so she came to the obvious. She went to talk to her father. As expected, he was in his office. Hello, Itachi, the clan head greeted the newcomer. Good morning, father, she answered in a slightly sluggish voice. You're just in time. I need to talk. The great day is approaching when our clan will take over and I need your participation. Are we still going to stage a coup? Itachi asked. She didn't really want it, since it would most likely end in a major massacre, which she didn't think the clan would survive. The clan is eager for this, and as the leader, I am obliged to support them, Fugaku said in a serious tone. The clan is made up of smug fools, Itachi said with a little hatred. Enough, Fugaku cried out. My eldest daughter shouldn't say such things about her own clan, he said in a raised voice, glaring at Itachi with displeasure. In general, the clan leader sighed. The beginning will be in a month and a half, maximum. Until then, I need to know your answer. You are our spy in Anbu after all. Keep in mind, with or without you, there will be a coup, whether you like it or not, Fugaku summed up. I understand, father, Itachi said calmly. By the way, why are you so fussing over the boy? Not only did you accept him into the family, but you personally took on the task of training him and entrusted it to me. I know that he has a Sharingan, but wouldn't it be a logical decision to give him to other Uchiha families? She looked at Itachi's father with interest. She knew that he was a Jinchuriki, and how he grew up, and she even felt sorry for him, but her father's spontaneous decision was still incomprehensible to her. Even though I shouldn't spread this information, I will tell my own daughter. In return, I hope to receive a positive answer on our case. He emphasized the last words with special intonation. Itachi remained silent. Actually, you should understand that the Sharingan wouldn't just awaken like that. Why do you think he has it? Itachi thought. Most likely one of his relatives was an Uchiha, Itachi answered. True, he fell silent, wondering whether he should continue speaking. In the end, he decided to do so. But it's not just that. You know who Madara Uchiha is, right? Really? Itachi's eyes widened in surprise, to which Fugaku nodded. Now everything is clear, Itachi said, completely immersed in her own thoughts. Then she said goodbye to her father and went to the training ground, where the boy would be trained. Sitting down near the lake, she involuntarily remembered how she and Shisui had once trained here in the same way. If she had had the courage to confess to him, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. She looked into the distance. The pleasant rays of the rising sun illuminated her face, bestowing their warmth. Completely depressed from the conversation with her father, she sat and waited for Naruto to arrive. He became her salvation when he came up with his father, because thanks to him she would be distracted from her thoughts. During the training, Itachi noticed that the boy was quite capable, despite his age. Unfortunately, the time until the evening passed rather quickly and now she had to leave, and he had to study with his father. After training with Itachi, Naruto began to wait for Fugaku-san. He was a little late, but he still came. Sorry for being late. I was busy, Fugaku said, coming closer to Naruto, to which he simply waved his hand. He also did not delay the start of training and soon handed him several chakra-conducting sheets. First, let's determine your elements. Try to direct your chakra into the paper, Fugaku stated, which Naruto immediately followed. It was easier than even training with the Sharingan. The first piece of paper simply burned in the boy's hands. Fire. Not bad, as befits a shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Now try with the other one, Fugaku said in case the guy was predisposed to two elements at once, although he had a hard time believing it. Rarely does anyone master more than one element. Naruto took the paper. The second time he had to strain himself even more and at one point it even seemed to him that he couldn't do anything else, that he could only control one element, when suddenly his paper shrank, which meant only one lightning. Fugaku's eyes widened in surprise. Even though Naruto wasn't his son, he already felt some pride since he had adopted the boy. Well done, Naruto. To be honest, I didn't expect great results from you, Fugaku smiled slightly, scratching the back of his head. Fugaku-san. What? Fugaku asked in surprise. Give me another piece of paper. Naruto was confident in himself. Besides, he felt something, so it was worth taking another risk. No offense, Naruto, the mentor began to speak. Even geniuses very rarely possess three elements at once, Fugaku said. You've already shown a very good result, Fugaku continued, sincerely not believing that the guy could master three elements. Well, give it to me. The boy continued to insist, to which he decided to give in and handed the boy the third piece of paper. Squeezing it, the boy began to pour chakra into it. He definitely felt something while doing this. However, he still couldn't do it. Seeing the boy's unsuccessful efforts, Fugaku interrupts him, to which he puts the sheet in his pocket in disappointment. Don't be upset, Fugaku starts to encourage him. As I said, three elements are very rare. You have two, and that's not bad, he finished. Next they began to study one of the fire techniques of the Great Fireball technique. tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, Naruto repeated, making seals and trying to spit fire. However, the only thing that came out of his mouth was just smoke. So he fiddled around until dark, and the only thing he achieved was a medium-sized fireball. However, Fugaku was pleased with his training. Having told the boy to return to the house, he himself went somewhere. Naruto obediently went into the house. He had managed to get tired after the whole day. There was tension in his body, and his eyes threatened to close on their own every now and then. Entering the house, he found Mikoto standing in the hallway next to some boxes, looking lost. "Can I help you, Mikoto-san?" Naruto asked, coming closer. "You just came back from training. You're probably tired." She tried to wave it off, but Naruto had already grabbed the first of the boxes. "I'll still help," Naruto said happily. "Just tell me where to take it." For about 20 minutes he dragged the boxes to where the woman told him to go. In the end, all the boxes were in their places. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Mikoto was delighted, patting the brunette's head with her hand, causing a slight blush to appear on his cheeks. This warmth of a woman's hand lying on your head. It was so nice. This feeling that he had never experienced, but now a complete stranger put her hand on his head, as if it were his mother. After this seemingly small event for Mikoto, but very big for Naruto himself, he happily ate food and went to his place. For the first time, he thought that he now also had a kind of family. Even if it did not share blood kinship with him, but still a family. Accidentally putting his hands in his pockets, he felt the same papers there. He grabbed the edge of the sheet and pulled it out. However, now he was holding a completely different sized piece of paper. Putting his hand in his pocket again, he pulled out another piece of paper, exactly the same. When he put them together, the sheet turned out to be normal, well, almost. There was a straight cut in the middle. The possibility that the paper had come off by accident was out of the question. It would not have cut so straight. "Really?" the boy said. Meanwhile, a fairly spacious room, immersed in semi-darkness, and only two people standing in the middle of the room. "What's your news?" said a rather rough and slightly hoarse voice. "Perhaps not the best," answered the second voice, which was softer than the first. "Have they finally decided?" the owner asks again in a rough voice. "Yes," came the short answer. "You do understand that it's like a tumor, and they usually need to be removed?" "Certainly." "When?" the first one continues asking again. "A little over a month. Then everything is handed over to you. You can go." After these words, the second shinobi disappeared, and the first remained standing with a satisfied look. Chapter 3. It had been about a month since he had moved in with Fugaku-san. Since then, there had not been a day that he had not trained. The first week he had been improving his fireball technique, the second week he had spent on two other, less complex techniques, the third and half of the fourth week he had been learning lightning, and the remaining half week he had been consolidating the techniques he already had. At the same time, he had been learning taijutsu and using his eyes from Itachi. Also, in recent weeks, Itachi had been teaching him genjutsu, as she had thought that he would find them useful. In addition, the guy himself was compatible with using genjutsu, so much so that Itachi even thought that he had much more potential in genjutsu than she did. With Fugaku he had been learning techniques, and with Itachi he had been learning his eyes, which had already acquired the third tomo. Both Fugaku and Itachi noted that despite the boy's age, he was learning very quickly. So much so that he was already using the fireball technique perfectly, and also mastered several other fire techniques. With lightning, there was not much yet, he mastered only one, but nevertheless powerful technique, but even without this, the boy had long been at the level of Chunin, at least. Naruto also loved his new life. No one bullied him anymore, since he rarely went outside the Uchiha district. He also got used to being within the family. Over the course of the month, he managed to become friends with Mikoto, and his relations with Sasuke and Fugaku improved a little. Things were also a little better with Fugaku's eldest daughter. If before they practically didn't talk about anything except training, then lately they began to have more topics for conversation and Itachi no longer behaved as detachedly as before. Although the reason for this is probably the event that happened to them a few days ago. Returning from another training session, which for some reason Itachi finished too early, he involuntarily closed his eyes, trying to suppress the pain he had received several days earlier. A few days earlier, Fugaku, thinking that it was time for Naruto to learn something new, sent him and Itachi to patrol the forest. After some time, they had already moved a decent distance from the village. They stopped at a fairly large tree, which they chose as a place to rest. Everything was going pretty quietly and calmly, when suddenly a kunai flies at Naruto, but flies half a meter away from the boy's face. Itachi reacted in time, throwing her kunai in response, which repelled the enemies. The opponents decided not to hide any longer, since their presence was already revealed. Soon a shinobi, middle-aged, came out to them with a katana in his hand. Both the equipment and the katana were in very poor condition, and on the headband there was a crossed-out symbol of Konoha, which signaled that the shinobi in front of them was a missing nin. Guys, look who we have here. Degenerates from the Uchiha clan. After that, 2 more of the same shinobi appeared in the trees. We'll kill the boy right away, but we'll leave the girl alive first. We'll have some fun with her, laughed the gang leader. Yes, we'll get good money for both of them, said one of those standing in the trees. Listen, girl, the leader suddenly turned to Itachi. If you give yourself to us voluntarily, then maybe we'll let the boy go. He looked expectantly at Itachi. How dare you talk to Itachi like that? You pathetic pieces of shit aren't even worthy of standing next to her, Naruto suddenly shouted, offended by the way they were talking about the girl. Naruto, unable to restrain himself, rushed straight towards his enemies, grabbing a kunai. She is my dear friend, and I will not allow you to insult such a good and wonderful person like her. Naruto ran with all his might, activating the Sharingan. Itachi stood with a surprised look, because it was rare for her to be defended, because there was no need, as in principle now, but why did Naruto, without thinking, rush to defend her in front of opponents who outnumbered them and outnumbered them in age? She was surprised by such unusual behavior of the boy. So much so that she stood rooted to the spot. Thoughts about Shisui flashed through her head, because he was the first, and until today the only one who acted like this. A familiar pain arose in her chest due to the loss of a loved one. Meanwhile, one of the renegades jumped up to Naruto and kicked him, which he managed to protect himself with his hands, but still flew back a few meters. Sliding along the ground, he ran into a tree. Still, the difference in age and physical strength that an adult man had compared to a child had an effect. Meanwhile, Naruto noticed several kunai and shuriken flying at Itachi, and she was not even in a hurry to leave the line of fire. With a quick jerk, he found himself next to her and with a sharp movement covered her with himself, putting his arms out in different directions. What happened finally brought Uchiha out of her stupor. She saw Naruto standing in front of her, with shurikens and several kunai stuck into him. The boy's white shirt immediately began to turn red in places. It hurt, but he was glad he had managed to cover his mentor. Naruto, it wasn't worth it, the Uchiha said in a quiet voice. I already told you that you are my dear friend, Naruto said in a confident voice, pulling out kunai and shuriken from his torso and shoulders. A tear rolled down Itachi's face from what he heard, as she remembered Shisui again. This boy looked so much like her old friend. Suddenly her face regained a calmer look, but inside she was angry at those shinobi and at herself for causing Naruto to suffer because of her mistake. Closing her eye, she looked at one of the shinobi. Short word, Amaterasu, and the shinobi's body caught fire with a dark flame. A few seconds later, her gaze moved to the second one and already 2 bodies were burning in a dark flame. The leader began to run away to the side, but 2 fire dragons caught up with him. While Itachi was burning too, he was already making seals, since he assumed that the third would try to escape. And so it happened, but already the third lifeless body fell to the ground. This was the first one the boy killed, and all because he could not forget the words he said to Itachi. After that event, Itachi took him to the hospital. Even though Naruto refused medical help, Itachi insisted that the wounds be treated and bandaged, for his own good. While the boy's wounds were being bandaged, Itachi hurried away from the hospital. She still felt guilty towards the boy for his injuries, which, as she decided, were her fault. How could she have made such a mistake? After all, she did not become an Anbu shinobi for nothing. She was not trained for nothing to kill without much regret, because that is their job. To do all the dark work of a shinobi. She tried in many ways to analyze why she suddenly froze in the middle of the fight, although in her soul, she still, perhaps, understood that the whole reason was hidden in the boy. He made the eternally collected girl remember a loved one. As if he was deliberately picking out those memories that the Uchiha hid inside herself and tried not to return to them. But no, she understood that Naruto had no idea that with his sometimes extraordinary antics, he was forcing her to go through that pain again. But she knew that these were literally her last days as a leaf shinobi and as Naruto's friend. So now, she cast aside all unnecessary thoughts and sat on her knees before the Hokage and the other elders. Don't we have any other choice? Hiruzen's worried voice was heard, desperately trying to dissuade someone. We have already delayed too long because of your softness. If we do not do this, then they will take their own, Danzo answered. The other advisors were in solidarity with him, which is why the third, one could say, had his hands tied. The Uchihas are a cursed clan, carrying only malice within them. Danzo continued to press on the third. Hey, don't say that in front of Itachi, he shouted in displeasure, realizing that he was losing on all fronts. Itachi sat with an impassive face. In her heart she understood that this was her only friend. There were no hard feelings even for the clan. There was only one obstacle in front of her, which she would overcome with pain in her soul, her parents. Third Sama, Lord Danzo, the voice of Itachi, who had been silent until then, suddenly rang out. What? Danzo responded. I have only one request. Promise that you will fulfill it, and I will fulfill my mission without hesitation. What kind of request is that? Hiruzen asked, surprised that Itachi was so easily agreeing to a mission that was very difficult and complicated for him. And not so much in the physical sense, but in the moral sense. Not everyone would want to kill their entire family and kill their parents. I will leave only Sasuke and Naruto alive. Please do not touch them. Itachi looked at the elders with some hope. Now for the first time she showed any emotion during the entire conversation. Interest and even a fleeting fear flashed across her face. Sasuke was her little brother, and Naruto. Who was Naruto to her? She herself does not really understand, but it is unlikely that he could be called a complete stranger to her, because he somehow, as yet unknown to her, was able to influence her. In addition, both of them did not have much to do with the Uchiha coup d'etat. Fortunately, I agree about Sasuke, and Naruto. Danzo suddenly fell silent. Itachi felt a lump in her throat. Did you really think that we would kill the one who would become our weapon in the future? Danzo asked, which eased Itachi's soul. Hiruzen was very unhappy with the words of his old friend. He is not a weapon, objected the third. Yes, you are as always infinitely kind. The head of Root waved it off too sluggishly. For him, Hiruzen's objections were something ordinary. He always put a spoke in his wheel, although the goals were the same. It's just that their methods of execution were strikingly different. To tell the truth, Danzo was in a very cheerful mood, although he did not show it. Not only was his plan recognized, but the third was unable to do anything to counter the current situation. In general, you can begin, Hiruzen sighed, after which Itachi disappeared. All that was left for her was to wait for the cherished hour when she would begin her most difficult mission. I wonder what Shisui would say if he knew what I was going to do. Itachi thought as she sat on one of the highest rooftops in Konoha. There were only a few hours left until the appointed time, but for her it was an eternity. She had no doubts about whether she was doing the right thing. She knew the people of their clan very well and knew perfectly well that they would not change. Even if they tried to delay the coup, they would continue to carry within them the desire to kill. Itachi understood this better than anyone, so she had no choice. She had to do what only she could do. Suddenly feeling the chakra she had been expecting, she moved across the rooftops and quickly found herself outside the village, where a man in a spiral mask was already waiting for her. How do you know about me? Was the first thing he asked when Itachi approached. It wasn't that hard, believe me, Uchiha waved it off, clearly not wanting to give away her secrets. And what do you want from me? The man in the mask continued to ask. I know who you are, and therefore I know that you hate the Uchiha clan. I will help you take revenge on the clan, and in return you will not touch Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto. After these words he thought for a while, but eventually agreed. Itachi was satisfied with this outcome, and so she went to the Uchiha district again. It was getting dark outside, which meant that the fateful hour was approaching. And what will my role be? He asks again. All you have to do is get rid of the police. I'll take care of the rest myself, the girl said calmly, after which the guy in the mask said that she could join his organization later, and then disappeared. The Uchiha herself was already standing in front of her clan's district. Any minute now, something she had been preparing for a long time was about to happen. Here she was entering the district, pulling out her katana. Here one of the Uchihas noticed her and asked what was going on, but was immediately cut. Answer, time after time, house after house. The ground, the walls, everything was painted red. So, only forward, closer to the center of the district, on the way to which she killed everyone. She did not feel any special pity or compassion for the people from the clan. The girl knew that the hardest thing was waiting ahead, the murder of her own parents. This was exactly what she had been preparing for, trying to overcome all the good in herself, to become an emotionless killing machine in order to fulfill her duty to the village and to herself. Corpse after corpse lay in her path, until finally she found herself in the center of the Uchiha district. Itachi, what are you doing? The hoarse voice of the woman who was a good friend of her mother rang out. But she doesn't get an answer, as the girl continues to emotionlessly stab the woman in the chest with her katana, killing her instantly. Itachi, what have you done? The old man screams as his wife is killed before his eyes, but Itachi, appearing behind him, also stabs him in the heart. Forgive me, the girl says dryly, walking further into the heart of the district, not forgetting to kill everyone she finds. In just half an hour, the Uchiha district was flooded with the blood of their own people. And now she is approaching the house of the only survivors she needs to neutralize. But despite the fact that she has been preparing herself for this for a long time, her hands began to tremble treacherously. This turned out to be much more difficult than she imagined, and she hasn't even met them face to face yet. Opening the door, a dim, almost empty room appeared before her, in the center of which her father and mother were kneeling. Father, the daughter asks, confused, clearly expecting some kind of resistance. She had been imagining a fight with her own father, who also had Mangekyo, the whole way. I will not fight my own daughter. Do what you must, he said dryly, without even opening his eyes. Mother. We understand everything, Itachi, she answers, just as calmly as her husband. Just promise us that you'll protect Sasuke and Naruto. I'm not worried about the third, but Danzo might lay his hands on him. Fugaku's words are suddenly heard. Itachi only slowly approached her parents. Each uncertain step was becoming more and more difficult for her. Trying to calm her hands, which were seriously raging, she also tried to calm the severe pain in her chest. I promise, father, the girl said, feeling tears flowing down her cheeks and a nasty lump rising in her throat. Don't worry, Itachi, you've already made your choice, her father began to reassure her. Our pain will last for a moment, her mother supported her. Sorry, Mom, Dad, Uchiha sobbed barely audibly, after which, with a smooth and precise movement of her katana, she took the lives of her parents, and she herself fell to her knees, pressing her forehead to the dead bodies. It was unbearably painful for her that she still had to do it. The lesson at the academy went quite well. They had already practiced creating clones today, but since the newly minted Uchiha had trained with Itachi before, this technique was already familiar to him, and therefore was not as difficult as for the others. The 5 clones that appeared around Naruto made it clear to the teachers that he was definitely at a higher level than his peers. Sasuke was doing a little worse, but even he was able to create 2 clones, but with much more effort. And now they were heading towards their district. Don't worry, Sasuke, someday you too will be able to make as many as 5 clones, just like me, he teased his friend, to which the latter responded in a displeased tone, it's just your training with your older sister. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been able to create even 1 clone, the disgruntled brunette muttered, turning away. Do you know how much effort I have to put in to persuade Itachi to train together? The Uchiha continued to answer. Okay, Naruto began to wave it off, already entering the large gates on which the coat of arms of their clan was displayed. What they saw there was no longer funny. Many corpses of their clan lying on the ground, bloody walls, broken windows. Everything signaled that they were attacked. But who dared to do such a terrible thing? Both Naruto and Sasuke stood rooted to the spot until the second finally broke away. Mappa, Dad, he shouted, hiding somewhere ahead. Sasuke, wait, Naruto shouts, having recovered from the shock, after which he headed after the brunette. When he finally approached the Fugaku estate, he ran into the first door he came across, where he saw Sasuke sitting and crying. What happened? Only now the former Uzumaki saw the bodies of Fugaku and Mikoto. Being dumbfounded, he fell to the floor and felt his whole body shaking, and his chest was unbearably compressed. It became difficult to breathe, and his vision began to darken. Those who showed him kindness, care were dead, like everyone else here. It's all her, Sasuke sobbed, pressing his head to his mother's dead body. Who? She, Naruto asks uncertainly. Itachi. It's all Itachi, Sasuke replied, shocking his friend even more. It can't be. It couldn't have been Itachi, the boy says, coming to his senses. I saw her. She was here. She showed me it herself. She showed me how she pierced them with her sword, the killer's younger brother continued to sob. Naruto was silent. He was simply silent, because he could not believe that Itachi was capable of such a thing. Although in the end, he realized that this was really true. And he realized this only when he remembered how the girl had been walking lately. That withdrawn, thoughtful look of hers. It clearly meant that the girl did it for a reason. Yes, there were definitely reasons for this. Sasuke, I understand how you feel right now. Naruto couldn't finish, because a blow immediately flew into his cheek, throwing him into the wall. Do you understand me? They weren't even your parents. How can you understand what I'm feeling right now? Uchiha screamed. But they behaved with me as if they were my parents. They became like family to me. Naruto was dumbfounded when he saw Sasuke's angry look. But he was surprised not by this angry look directed at him, but by his eyes. They clearly reflected a pattern similar to the one Itachi once showed him. It was definitely Mangekyo. But suddenly the angry look disappeared from the Uchiha's face and he was about to say something, when he suddenly fell unconscious. This puzzled the boy even more, but at that moment the sound of footsteps was heard behind the door, which made Naruto's body tense up completely. Fear pounded in his soul. What if it was Itachi herself? Was she coming to kill them too? But the boy felt relieved when Hiruzen appeared in the doorway. He saw the sitting, frightened Naruto, as well as the unconscious Sasuke, and immediately hurried to them. What are you doing here? The third said, kneeling down next to Naruto. But what seemed even stranger to the boy was that he seemed unsurprised by what had happened, as if everything was supposed to be like this. However, he decided to leave that for future considerations. We were returning from the academy, and then Sasuke, seeing all this, fell unconscious. He began to speak uncertainly. At the same time, Uchiha decided to hide the fact that Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo. Maybe he told the third, but certainly not the one he noticed at the entrance. A man about the same age as the third himself, dressed in a white cloak, with a bandaged iron hands, made Naruto cringe with fear with his very appearance. And what was his gaze worth alone? It was heavy, as if he saw right through the boy, knew what he thought, what he knew. The man, very unpleasant for Naruto, soon left, leaving the third alone. He only instructed his henchmen to take the two boys to the hospital, which they did. Several days passed after that incident. Naruto and Sasuke should have been discharged already, since no physical damage was found on their bodies. At that time, Naruto and Sasuke talked about many things. They both came to the conclusion that it was better not to talk about Sasuke's new eyes, just as it was better not to use them, since the brunette was too weak to use them. In addition, Naruto remembered Itachi's words that excessive use of these eyes would lead to blindness. They also both refused to move anywhere and decided to stay to live in their clan's estate, albeit completely alone, since they also refused any kind of educators. However, the only thing they did not agree with each other was Itachi. Sasuke confidently said that he would definitely take revenge on his older sister for destroying their clan. Naruto tried to convince him not to jump to conclusions and at least find out why Itachi did this. But in the end, everyone remained with their own opinion. Time began to flow gradually, as a result of which both boys were able to get closer to each other. Since they lived alone, they began to take care of each other, no matter how much they did not want to. Also, joint training only raised the spirit of the boys. They also graduated from the academy with honors, clearly ahead of their peers, both in knowledge and skills. Thanks to joint training, both advanced in the use of eyes. And now two geniuses from the Uchiha clan graduate with honors from the academy and also without any problems become new genin of Konoha. It remains only to wait who will be their teacher and what teams they will be assigned to. Chapter 4. A forest, quite large in size. A place that everyone calls the Forest of Death. It is here that the second stage of the Chunin exam takes place. A year has passed since they became genin. A whole year of work and improvement in a team under the leadership of a copy ninja, Kakashi, a Junin from the village of Leaf. Although they became stronger with each mission they completed, with each training, with each technique they learned, but nevertheless, they found themselves in such a bad situation. Losing to just one shinobi, whom they accidentally encountered on their way to the meeting place, after they had obtained both scrolls they needed. Sakura is unconscious, and Naruto and Sasuke are barely strong enough to dodge the brutal attacks of the enemy, from one glance of which all three of them at least had goosebumps. The kunoichi passed out almost immediately after meeting the enemy. This was not surprising, because she did not have any special skills. Most likely, she was assigned to balance their team. The most offensive thing was that they could not escape from a clearly stronger enemy, no matter how hard they tried. He was constantly catching up with the group of genin. Take your friends and run as fast as you can. Save yourself. You can't defeat him, Kyubi told him when they first met him. At that time, Naruto didn't really understand why Kurama suddenly perked up. But Naruto couldn't follow Kurama's advice, because his friend refused to run away, being confident in his own strength, which was a fatal mistake on their part. The outcome of the fight became obvious after just 5 minutes of their battle, when the two boys could barely stand on their feet, and the unknown man stood on a nearby tree with a satisfied look. And this is the legendary power of the Uchiha. He mocked, clearly feeling that he was successfully adding fuel to the fire. And everything would be fine if the eternally proud of his clan, Sasuke, did not rush headlong to the enemy, having sent several shuriken before that. The former Uzumaki quickly understood his friend's plan. However, it was useless. Against such an opponent, pathetic tricks will not work. Soon, the expected became real. The enemy deftly dodged the flying weapon, quickly clashed with the brunette in taijutsu, where they fought almost equally. Pushing off his opponent with his foot, Sasuke folds seals and sends a large fireball at the enemy, after which he stands next to his friend. "You're not going to help me." Uchiha was clearly pleased with his attack. So much so that he even allowed himself to be distracted from the fight. Wait, the newly minted Uchiha interrupts him, trying to peer into the fire, where a vague silhouette later appears. How is he? Sasuke can't believe his eyes, seeing a practically whole enemy in front of him. Only the skin around his eye was hanging down, and more skin was visible from underneath, only a paler color. The sight was far from pleasant. "Who? What are you?" Sasuke asks in a panicked voice, which makes his opponent laugh even more. Just as he is about to take a step towards the unknown, Naruto's hand suddenly stops the Uchiha, causing him to look at his friend in bewilderment. "Wait, Sasuke." Naruto looks at his opponent carefully, clearly expecting a hidden attack, but for some reason he just continues to stand, which means only one thing. He is just playing with them, testing their strength. A thoughtless frontal attack won't work. He's on a much higher level than that same Zabuza. The boy himself was sad to remember his former opponent, because before his death, they could say, stopped being enemies. "And you're growing," a contented voice sounds in his head. "Why are you so calm? You can survive this fight. What else is there to be happy about, if not that?" His inner cohabitant grins. Why else? The brunette clearly doesn't understand what the tailed one is getting at. He clearly has other goals. If he wanted to kill you, you would already be dead, without even having time to attack. But what goals does he have in mind? Size QB. But still, you shouldn't relax knowing that you won't die, finishes QB, closing his eyes again. "Can I borrow some of your chakra?" Since his own chakra was no longer enough for what he had planned, he decided to borrow this chakra from the QB. "What will happen to me for this? You live in my body for free. Is there something else that isn't enough for you?" He muttered in response, displeased. Okay, just don't cry." The boy doesn't respond to the last caustic phrase from the fox, feeling a sharp flow of scarlet chakra inside himself. However, there was no red veil enveloping his entire body this time. After explaining the plan to his best friend, he began to wait for the moment when Sasuke began to attack the terrible enemy once again. Again, the enemy got angry. "I am disappointed with your current strength, young Uchiha," he added, deftly dodging all the attacks from the Uchiha. But the guy's strength was clearly not enough, and now the shinobi is already lifting the Uchiha's body into the air, holding him by the neck, as he sees traces of fire behind his back. Guessing what the matter is, he squeezes his neck with all his might, clap, and Sasuke's body disappears while a fire dragon of very impressive size is rushing at full speed towards the one who introduced himself as Orochimaru. Having reached the target, the fire tears apart many trees, raising a large amount of dust into the air. After the curtain of dust cleared, a burning body appeared on the ground. Or rather, what was left of it. "We really did it, huh?" Sasuke said happily, sitting on a tree branch next to the former Uzumaki. Naruto himself did not share his friend's delight. This technique affected him more than he expected. He had practically no chakra, he himself could not stand it, fell to one knee, covering one eye from the strain, in which the Sharingan had already disappeared. If not for Kurama's chakra, he probably would not have even been able to finish the technique, since he probably lost consciousness. For him, this battle was like a test, a check of himself. This was much more than just a duel at an exam. This was already personal. The whole fight, he remembered his mistakes and shortcomings that he only made. One of the especially strong shortcomings was that he spent his chakra too ineptly throughout the fight, which is why he ended up in this situation. But now, it's finally over. They defeated him. They won with joint efforts. "Are you done?" he suddenly heard from behind, causing his only open eye to widen in shock. He turned his head with difficulty, and was immediately kicked in the body, causing him to fly back, crashing into a tree. He opened his eyes with some difficulty, and saw a man walking towards him, similar in appearance to a real snake, as evidenced by his long tongue sticking out of his mouth. "Not bad. Now I'm even confused. Which of you is worthy of going with me? Maybe I should take both of you." He licked his lips. At this time, Sasuke jumped from the tree, stood in front of his friend and after folding the seals, formed lightning in his hand, the sound of which spread throughout the area. Yes, this technique had a rather peculiar sound, reminiscent of the chirping of many birds. He learned this technique from Kakashi, who was its author. Naruto also owned it, but unlike his friend, he practically did not use it, relying more on other techniques. How interesting, the enemy was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Uchiha's voice rang out. If I go with you, will you make me stronger? He just nodded silently. Do you promise that you won't touch Naruto? He nods again. Uzumaki Uchiha himself was in complete shock. He couldn't believe his ears. He didn't believe that his friend was capable of such a thing. After receiving a satisfactory answer, the lightning stopped making noise in Uchiha's hands. What? Is this some kind of monstrous genjutsu? No, this is far from genjutsu, Kurama intervenes. Uchiha himself, turning to his friend, said in a barely audible voice, I'm sorry, Naruto. I have no other choice. I hope you understand that I need the power to kill Itachi. After that, he noticed how the Uchiha's eyes changed their pattern to Mangekyo again. Don't look there. That, Kurama tries to shout, but it was too late. The boy had already lost consciousness. The boy woke up in complete darkness. Judging by the couch he was lying on, it was a village hospital. But the boy didn't immediately notice his surroundings. The walls were cracked, the windows were slanted and also cracked. There was a lot of trash on the floor in the ward itself. Something was dripping from the ceiling in the far corner. Carefully getting up from the couch, he went to the corner and held out his hand, onto which some liquid immediately dripped. Putting his hand under the red light of the moon, he saw that his hand was covered in blood. But, where from? The boy was overcome with panic. What happened here? Why is the hospital in such a state? Did someone attack the village? Come on, that's crazy. Who could attack an entire village and still leave him alive? All these questions literally tore the brunette's head apart from the inside. He had just fought with Sasuke when he found himself in the middle of a destroyed hospital. How long have I slept? A logical thought was born in the boy. Only at this moment he remembered the last moments before he lost consciousness. Before him appeared a picture of Sasuke leaving with the unknown person, leaving him lying in his own blood, which was coming out of his mouth. Sasuke. Naruto jumps up, then runs out of the room. The door, from what seemed like a light touch, simply fell off its hinges, causing the sound of a fall to echo throughout the floor. But what he saw behind the door shocked the guy even more, and only further led him to think that they were being attacked. Some doctor was sitting, leaning against the wall. Coming closer to him, the boy put his hand on his shoulder. Uncle, UCA. He didn't have time to finish, because he jerked his hand sharply. The moonlight, which poured from the far window, illuminated the body, which was without a head. Only a spot of blood spreading along the wall. Almost immediately Naruto felt something drip onto his cheek and spread a little. He brushed his cheek with his hand and found blood there. Only now he raised his head, after which he found the head itself on the ceiling, nailed with a kunai, causing all the insides of the head to hang out disgustingly. The boy felt a strong tremor in his hands, his legs began to give way, from which he almost fell, leaning the right part of his body against the wall. Instantly he felt how his clothes got wet. Having moved away from the wall a little, the brunette noticed how his sleeve, as well as his right pant leg, was stained red. This was the finishing touch for the guy. The vomiting spasm that had been tormenting him until then had finally won, and Uzumaki Uchiha was already on all fours, releasing everything from himself. He doesn't know how long he stood like that, but somehow he found the strength to stand up and slowly walked down the straight corridor towards the stairs leading to the first floor, occasionally encountering other dead doctors and nurses. Most of them were killed in a similar way. Each time the guy could barely hold back his urge to vomit. The street was no different from the hospital. Slanted buildings, walls covered in blood, many corpses killed in various ways. Of course, he didn't particularly like the villagers, those who hated him with all their hearts, but even so, it was too much. He simply closed his eyes and ran towards the Hokage residence. Everything literally confused the guy. Who could have committed such a terrible massacre? As he ran up to the building, he saw Hiruzen standing on the stairs, looking thoughtfully at the sky. Old man third, Naruto shouted, running up to him. He noticed the boy and smiled. Naruto himself was glad that at least someone here was alive. But all the smile on the boy's face disappeared when the third's body was pierced by a three-bladed scythe, and an unknown person appeared behind him, after which he smiled maliciously and disappeared. The third's body fell lifelessly to the ground. The body refused to obey, tears were running down his cheeks. Just now, his first friend died before his eyes. The one who was always close to the boy, visited him when he was in the shelter. At that moment, he was the only one who treated the brunette with kindness. And just now his body is pierced by some guy in a cloak, and then disappears. The boy leaned over, and unable to hold back his tears, simply pressed his head to the dead body. Is there really someone there? The boy thinks when an explosion thunders in the next block. I'll kill the one who did this to old man third. The boy ran with all his might, weaving through the narrow alleys. Having reached the next courtyard, he saw how the snake they were fighting against was holding Sasuke down on the ground, and then released a snake from his sleeve, which bit the boy's neck, who was already reaching out to Naruto. The shinobi himself disappeared just like Hiruzen's killer. What's going on? The brunette couldn't believe his eyes. 2 of his loved ones died in one day. And the worst part was that he didn't even have time to help them. He just stood there rooted to the spot and watched as they were brutally killed. A quadruple ARR, the boy screamed into the void, as a shadow suddenly flashed. With tears in his eyes, but he activated the Sharingan, thanks to which he was able to track where the unknown person rushed. Running after him, Uzumaki Uchiha found himself in the Uchiha clan estate. Carefully walking along the houses, he reached his own. He did not want to look there with all his heart, since he did not know what he could find there, but nevertheless, he promised himself to avenge the death of the old man and Sasuke. Opening the door hesitantly, the silhouette became more and more visible in front of him. However, by the shape of the body, the eyes, he guessed who it was. Itachi, what are you doing here? He had already lost his voice from all the shouting. He knew for sure from the shade of her chakra that it was her. They had spent more than one day sparring, so he definitely couldn't be mistaken. Although the face was not visible due to the darkness, Naruto could definitely see a smile on it, which made him smile involuntarily. However, everything repeated itself. Suddenly, a sound familiar to the brunette was heard in the room. This is Chidori. His question is confirmed when someone's hand with an activated Chidori passes through Itachi's chest. Blood immediately splatters all over the room, including the guy's face, who has already fallen to his knees, bracing his hands on the floor. For what? Kakashi-sensei. He croaked when a light head of hair appeared behind the girl's fallen body. That's the order. She's an S-rank criminal, but Naruto didn't hear that. Feeling a sharp pain in his eyes, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground, having managed to catch in the standing mirror that the pattern of his eyes had changed. That was the last thing he saw before he completely lost consciousness. What will happen to me now? A fresh gust of air woke him up. Opening his eyes, he found himself in the same room again. Jumping up abruptly, he saw that this place looked quite normal, unlike the last one. The walls were intact, the windows too, there was no blood dripping from the ceiling. Everything looked more normal. Was it really a dream? The brunette thought, holding his hand out in front of him. The whole picture looked too realistic for a normal dream. It was a genjutsu. That's why I hate the Uchiha. The Nine Tails said angrily. Where were you? And why did I get out of it then? I was put into a normal sleep, and when I woke up, I immediately released my chakra into you. Why weren't you affected by the illusion? Are you kidding me? The fox barked. Overall, okay, most likely, it's because of Uchiha's age. He's not experienced enough to control the Beiyu yet, the tailed beast said with some satisfaction. Finally calming down, he lay back down on the bed. His body was clearly not in the best condition. There was little chakra, his muscles were still tense, and this genjutsu also played its important role. About 30 minutes later, he heard the door behind the screen open, after which the familiar face of the old man third appeared. You're alive. He had never been so happy to see Hiruzen as he was now. The image of his older friend's death was still imprinted in the boy's head. So much so that a tear slid down the boy's cheek. What? Was he supposed to be dead? Naruto, what's wrong with you? Hiruzen didn't understand the guy. That was a genjutsu. How stupid you are, Kurama muttered discontentedly. The guy just ignored the fox, suddenly remembering Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly jumped up, causing a rather strong pain to roll through his entire body, but for him it was a trifle compared to his friend. What's wrong with Sasuke? Did you find him? The boy became alarmed. The third's face took on a very sad look. He knew that these were two friends, and therefore did not know what words to choose. Naruto, the old man sighs. You were found together. We still haven't found Uchiha Sasuke, he drawls. It's all his fault. Naruto sobbed barely audibly. He was deeply offended that he had abandoned him, literally betraying him. Itachi's departure had dealt him a severe blow, and her younger brother had also left without saying anything. Who is he? We faced a very strong opponent in the exam. And He was very strong, stronger than all the genin combined. He introduced himself as Orochimaru. Hiruzen almost choked when he heard the name of his former student. Stop, are you sure you haven't mixed anything up? No, that's exactly what he called himself. He was like a snake. The brunette's last words accurately described his former student. Did he say anything? Only that it will take one of us both. The former Uzumaki went on to describe their entire fight with Orochimaru, how Sasuke left with him. Of course, he didn't say that he had Mangekyou. Do you think I'm doing the right thing by not telling him about Sasuke's new eyes? He asked the fox. Who knows? By the way, you are now also the owner of the Mangekyou, Biju replied. But how? Most likely awakened during the genjutsu. Did you see anyone die there? Naruto swallowed nervously, remembering the horror he had seen. I understand. Kurama could sense the guy's mood for a long time, so he didn't bother with such questions. The Mangekyou awakens after you see the death of a loved one, Biju simply explained. Power built on the death of another is monstrous. This is the Uchiha truth. By this time, Hiruzen had left, citing urgent matters. Almost a month had passed since he was left alone. Everyone who was close to him had left, leaving him alone. Since Sasuke's departure, he had completely withdrawn into himself, ceasing contact with anyone. He could only exchange a few phrases with the team members, but nothing more. He had completely become an antisocial shinobi. Only one event changed everything. Final training before heading to the third stage of the Chunin exam. He woke up quite early, even though it was still dark outside, and all because he felt someone's gaze on him. Opening his sleepy eyes, he looked around the room, and stopped his gaze on the window, where a dark silhouette was visible. Only part of the cloak was visible, on which a red cloud could be seen. Chapter 5. Commentary on Chapter 5. Sorry for such a long pause with this fanfic. Finally I found this that same thing. What is it called? Inspiration, that's it. Of course, the new chapter of this fanfic should have come out a little earlier. Basically, like my other fanfics, hey. That's why I try to make the chapter as rich and interesting as possible. Well, whether I succeeded in this, it's up to you to decide. And I went for a job. And one more innovation. Now the chapter sizes will come out in random order, i.e. there will not be that bar of 10 pages that I tried to maintain before, but they will end when the author, that is, me, considers it necessary. This was done so as not to force myself, that is, me. When you try to reach a certain mark, it doesn't work out very well. The gloom gave the forest its own special atmosphere. The wind that had started during the day was trying hard to knock down the trees, but instead, they swayed from side to side. Only the sound of blades touching could be heard in the area. A small group of shinobi, wearing masks, tried to stop the genin, who for no reason at all decided to escape from the village, but was noticed by the guards at the exit, who reported to the old man third that the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was heading in an unknown direction. Of course, there was a punishment for letting him go, but they couldn't do otherwise. In their hearts, they were glad that Naruto had gone somewhere, and with all their hearts they hoped that he would not return. One of them lost his beloved on that ill-fated night, the other lost his younger brothers and sisters, who were under the rubble of one of the buildings destroyed by the tailed beast. Of course, they didn't know much, but they couldn't help but blame the boy who carried that monster inside him. The third almost immediately chose the best of the Anbu to search for the escaped boy, afraid that he would fall into the clutches of the organization they had learned about not so long ago, which Itachi had joined to spy on them and pass information to Konoha. At that moment, the third regretted that the Uchiha was not nearby. He knew that he and Naruto had become very close, and if she had been nearby, this situation could certainly have been avoided. An explosion thundered, which destroyed a small part of the forest. According to ANBU's plans, this explosion should have at least injured the boy, but no. Right in its epicenter, there was still a man, fully dressed, and a dark cloak with a hood, from under which black locks of hair were visible. Moreover, there were not even any scratches on him. How can this be? Said a female voice from under the rabbit mask. She, who had been through more than one battle, defeating R and S-rank criminals, and she cannot defeat some child who does not even try to attack, but only parries and dodges. It cannot be that someone who recently became a genin has such abilities that are inherent not only to chunin, but to special jonin. But the Anbu squad captain didn't keep track of everything. She didn't expect her squad mate to lose his temper. You're too dangerous. You shouldn't be left alive. He muttered through his teeth, and then jumped on his opponent. Stop. The Hokage herself did not give the order to eliminate him. The commander only managed to shout, but it was too late. The Jinchuriki also jumped on the flying ambusher and they collided in midair. That's exactly what everyone thought, including the ambusher who had gone crazy and simply walked right through the targets. Confused, he looked at the enemy behind him, as it suddenly exploded, throwing the still airborne ambusher who flew somewhere forward, merging with the trajectory of the fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the enemy standing in the same place, as if he hadn't moved from the spot. Oh. Right, a clone. That explains everything, but that's not what worries him at all. Why did he walk right through the enemy? Is there a jutsu that can do that? Since you've started attacking seriously, then, a cold-blooded voice came from the hood, after which he jumped towards the falling shinobi. The voice was so cold and serious that the squad leader didn't even recognize it. It seemed to her as if this voice did not belong to Uzumaki, whom she had always watched before, and whose voice she had long since remembered. There's something wrong here. The girl noticed that from behind the long sleeves, from which his hands were not visible, the blade of the katana was peeking out, glinting under the newly appearing rays of the moon. The distance between the enemy and her comrade was closing in a matter of seconds, and she was sure that he would not be able to defend himself. But what should she do? Even if she jumped, she would not have enough speed to repel the blonde's attack. Now he was already swinging and striking. The night was beautiful in its own way. The moon illuminated the young shinobi standing on some hill, under a tree. The hill was not very big, but despite this, it gave an amazing view of the forest, the trees of which went far to the horizon, which made it seem endless, like the ocean. But it was not. Somewhere in that direction, behind the forest, was her homeland. The place where she was born and which she was forced to leave, leaving behind two people who turned out to be the closest to her at the moment, which did not make it any easier. Daily thoughts about how they were there, what they were doing, what they were thinking, how they got along together, did not give her the slightest peace. She would like to go back there at least for one day, but no, she cannot do that. It would be too cruel for them. After all, she is a traitor. She betrayed them by leaving without saying anything, without even saying a banal goodbye. And what will she tell them, suddenly appearing in the middle of the house? That's right, nothing. She simply won't be able to talk to them normally, look them in the eyes. The wind played with her cloak, the edges of which swayed gently in the air. The cloak was depicted with the symbolism of their organization, red clouds, located in a chaotic order all over the cape. Even though the night seemed calm, something still made her uneasy, her soul was restless, and the air smelled of blood. It was heavy. Had something happened in the village? Had something happened to her younger brother, or his friend? Maybe she should go back. No, then her whole plan with the organization, and the entire agreement with the Hokage, and Danzo would go down the drain. If she made even one wrong move, she would be exposed, and the consequences of that would be severe, too severe for one girl. She couldn't go back, no matter how much she wanted to. Not now. And when, anyway, would she be able to live to see the day when she met him again? She was afraid. Afraid of their conversation, which she suspected would happen anyway. Sooner or later, it had to happen. Sasuke, Naruto, I hope you're okay. Have you become strong? There are many questions, the answers to which she unfortunately does not know. There was a loud ringing sound as two blades collided. In front of the Anbu man was an ash-haired shinobi, whose face was half covered by a mask. He blocked the attack with his kunai and pushed the Anbu man away with his other hand, landing on his feet, standing in front of his opponent. Kakashi-san, you, said the Anbu squad leader, whose lilac hair was flowing smoothly in the wind. So, I'll take care of the rest. Don't engage in combat without my permission, Hatake interrupted her, looking closely at Naruto standing in front of him, whose face he couldn't see because of the night and the hood. He even doubted that it was really Naruto in front of them, although he was the right height and build. Naruto, what do you mean by this? Hatake decided to first find out all the information he could. But all he got in response was silence. This has gone too far. You almost killed another person, you understand. At that moment, the nearby bushes rustled, and then a pink head appeared from them. Kakashi-sensei, why you? She managed to agree. An expression of shock froze on her face. A real fight was happening in front of her. She involuntarily stepped back, feeling her knees trembling. Could it be again? They would suffer again. They would again experience the same thing they experienced during the exam. Not only had Sasuke escaped, but she also accidentally heard that someone had seen Naruto leaving the village in an unknown direction. Had he really gone after Sasuke? But why hadn't he taken her then? Did he think she was weak? Definitely not. After all, he himself was the weakest of the three, the most worthless, but still, where was he? Maybe he had escaped. Yes, he had escaped. He couldn't stand the first difficulties and decided to run away before it was too late, but they had seen him. They had seen what a coward he really was and had probably sent a squad of shinobi after him. They were probably already carrying him tied up. While she was doing self-hypnosis, she didn't even notice how the stranger in the hood with a quick movement of his hand threw a kunai at her, which flew straight at her head, but didn't reach. One of the Anbu men knocked it down with his katana. What did you just do, Naruto? Hatake was in complete shock that the blonde attacked his own teammate. After which his face changed to angry again. Have you forgotten what I told you about the importance of a team? The copy ninja said, taking out a kunai in his other hand. He addressed the ANBU, take the girl away from here and make sure she doesn't come back, he ordered, after which one of the Anbu grabbed Sakura, who was standing like a statue, and wandered away from this place. Haruno didn't know what to believe, she was completely confused. Could that guy in the hood really be Naruto? If so, why did he attack her? He threw a kunai at her, and he threw it in such a way that if one of the masked people hadn't blocked it, she would have been dead already. She was completely sure of that. What did she do to get Uzumaki to attack her? Yes, maybe she was too straightforward and maybe a little rude, but that's no reason to kill her, right? Maybe Uzumaki was sick and not himself. Yes, that's probably true. He's completely crazy, so he attacked her just like that. Otherwise, he wouldn't attack the one he's loved since the academy. No matter, Kakashi-sensei will quickly set this fool straight. A blue glow appeared among the trees, and the sound of birds chirping appeared in the air. Kakashi-san stood with his hand lowered, which contained lightning, spreading its many small sparks in different directions. I warn you for the last time, give up, you can't get away from me anyway. He said, looking at the guy, in the area where his eyes should be, but were hidden by the darkness. In response, there was silence again, which was already becoming annoying. What could have gone wrong in the eternally cheerful boy that he suddenly became like this? Then please don't move, otherwise I won't vouch for your life. Hatake ran towards Naruto who was standing in front of him, and he just stood there with his hands down. Only when there was a small distance left in front of them, he rushed towards the teacher. The teacher swings and he passes through the opponent, which shocks him. Uzumaki, turning around, swings his foot at the head, to which Kakashi manages to defend himself, removing his technique and turning around, covering his head with his hands. Flying away from the guy, he slid along the ground and ran into a tree standing behind him. It would seem that he could relax, but alas, no. Now it was his turn to attack. Having approached the copy ninja, he slashed with his katana, but he lowered his head, and a horizontal scratch appeared on the tree, almost the length of the entire tree trunk. Kakashi did not waste time, and tried to counterattack him in the stomach, but again passes through him. Having run a little forward, the white-haired turned to him and began to wait for a further attack, in order to attack him again during the counterattack. He managed to notice these changes in his opponent, invisible to the naked eye, whose body was constantly twitching, his chest, though barely noticeable, was quickly rising, and a wheezing sound could be heard in his breathing. From this, it follows that using this unusual technique is not as easy for him as it seemed at first. He saw a weakness in the enemy, which he intended to take advantage of. He must bring back his student, even if it is Naruto the Nine-Tailed, but he is responsible for him. He managed to let Uchiha go, and he will not lose Uzumaki. No way. But apparently he was the only one thinking that way. Uzumaki stood motionless, silent, and then strange circles began to emanate from his hood, which made Kakashi tense up, but soon the enemy's body seemed to be sucked into the very center of this spiral. He still didn't understand what kind of technique it was, but he understood only one thing: he lost Naruto, letting him get away. Falling to the ground, Kakashi began to beat his fists on it, blaming himself for what happened to his students. He always wanted to live by the laws of the shinobi world, until his former teammate changed him right before his death, giving him the Sharingan. But what good was this power if he couldn't pass it on to his students? It seemed that the third's decision to make him a teacher for his own team was wrong. It would have been much easier to live like an Anbu, constantly staying in the shadows, not thinking about the lives of others. He appeared in the middle of a gloomy room, lit only by the few lamps that were attached to the walls. Dampness, cracked walls. Everything suggested that this room was old and rarely visited, which only played into his hands. Taking off his hood and trying to catch his breath, he walked into the other wing of these catacombs. Using his new power really took a toll on him, so much so that he could fall right there without any strength to move. If that happened, their entire plan would fail, and he would be taken to Konoha, and even assigned a bunch of unnecessary guards. Well, came a voice, the owner of which was sitting on perhaps the only chair in the room. Only his silhouette was visible. He sat with his legs crossed and his head propped up with his hand. You can do something, I admit. You're not as weak as I thought, Naruto just smiled. But you still have room to grow. From now on, I will be personally in charge of your training. Now go and rest. He finished, after which the brunette turned around and was about to leave, when he was distracted by the same voice. I hope you now understand why I told you not to use the fox's chakra. There was only a nod in response, and then the boy left the room. Yes, he understood perfectly well that the tailed beast's chakra would not help here, because it was not the amount of chakra that was his problem, but the lack of physical strength in his body, because a child, no matter what he was, remains the same child. But he was also sure that it was not worth constantly relying on Kurama's chakra, paying attention to his own strength. So how does it feel? Kurama suddenly asked as Naruto wound through the many small corridors that were like a maze, making it easy to get lost. Why did you decide to break such a long silence? I'm just not thrilled that you decided to take him up on his offer. Him, Kyubi snorted with a little too much anger. You know that it was he who subjugated me, which is why Minato and Kushina died. Because of that, you ended up in the orphanage. Because of him, the whole village hates you. And you still ended up with him. Are you a complete idiot or what? A growl sounded inside him. I know that, but there are reasons why I am forced to follow the killer of my parents. Naruto answered calmly. But you know what? What? Tailed one barked automatically. I don't have any more hatred for you or that person. I just want to make sure that such situations don't happen in the future, so that no one else in this world has to go through what I, Sasuke, and Itachi did. So that no one else has a fate similar to ours. You are just a pathetic, naive child who imagines himself to be something you are not. Do what you want, but don't count on my help while you're with him. Naruto just didn't answer as he entered his room. That was the end of his conversation with Kurama, albeit on a rather unpleasant note. A small room, lit by the same lamps on the walls. In the middle of the room a small single bed, and next to it 2 nightstands with flowers in vases, which were placed there for some unknown reason. Walking to the bed, he fell on his back and stretched his hand with an open wrist upwards, as if trying to grab something that is not here, something unattainable for him. This, unattainable, for him could be anything. Friends, who are not really there now, because his friend left him, joy, which he experienced quite rarely, even too rarely, trust of those around him, which he also did not have, because almost the entire village despised him, a teacher in life, but was he a teacher to him? What if, just like everyone else, in her soul she hates and despises him? And finally, love, the one he loved, mercilessly turned him down, choosing his friend, as if according to the script of some novel. And the second girl, who he really liked, older than him, and now a criminal, left them, and is also the sister of that same friend, again similar to the books. And what did he mean to her? Just a friend of the younger brother and nothing more. Most likely, that's true, and he has already made up all sorts of things. So he doesn't have that either. But despite all these shortcomings of his life, at the moment he was still inspired. Now he has the power with which he was able, albeit temporarily, to compare with Kakashi-san, which cannot but please. And what would have happened if he had it initially? He would have been able to stop his friend, perhaps would not have allowed the destruction of the Uchiha clan, Itachi would have been in the village, the Uchiha clan would have been alive together with Mikoto and Fugaku, they would have lived, almost like a full-fledged family, because his own family is no longer in this world. Again, a lot of, what if, and none of this can be fixed, no matter how much he wanted it, which is a pity, he would like to turn back time and correct all the mistakes that were made, and not only by him. He lowered his hand and turned on his side, facing the wall, fell asleep almost immediately. Daytime fatigue, and then the fight did the job, forcing the guy to fall into his own consciousness. There was a deathly silence in the Hokage's office. Kakashi had just arrived and told everyone what had happened. In addition to Hiruzen and Kakashi, the room was filled with all the elders from the Daimyo, Shikaku, the Anbu captain who had also participated in that battle. Everyone was digesting the information they had received in their own way. The only one missing was Danzo, which was very strange, because he would clearly not have let something like this pass him by, and considering his spies, it was quite possible that he had learned about it even before the third. However, he did not keep us waiting long. Quick and confident steps were heard, after which the head of the root himself burst into the room. Hiruzen, is it true that you managed to miss Konoha's strongest weapon? Danzo looked at everyone present with a displeased look, stopping only on Hataki and the Anbu commander, thereby hinting that they should leave. They looked at the third and received a nod from him, leaving the office. Is it true that an Anbu commander and a legendary copy ninja couldn't catch some kid? He continued as Kakashi disappeared through the door. Yes, Hiruzen answered briefly and with complete reluctance. What were you looking at? If you had initially agreed to my proposal, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Other countries, having learned that we've lost the nine-tailed fox, might start an attack on us. Hiruzen just looked at his friend. He blamed himself for not being able to overlook and felt that his friend was still right about something, even if not about everything. In the current situation, he was literally tied up. And what do you propose? Asked the elder. Anbu have already shown what they're like in stressful situations. The first thing I propose is to make Root an official special unit of Konoha, transferring all the main powers to Root, thereby saving the village from many problems in the future. I personally worked with Root, and therefore I am confident in their effectiveness. The elders nodded in unison. For them, this option seemed appropriate. What's the second thing? The man asked. This is the choice of the new Hokage. Hiruzen has already made major mistakes in the past, which makes it clear that he is losing his grip, as sad as it is to admit, but I think so. The elders nodded again. What do you think about this, Hiruzen? Good. I have several candidates for this position. Kakashi Hatake, although he is young, he is smart and experienced. White Fang's son. Good, good. The second candidate is, Sarutobi began to continue, but Danzo interrupted him. I also demand that you exclude the possibility of Hiruzen choosing the next Hokage. Then who do you nominate? Asked one of the elders present. I'm putting myself forward. You know my merits. I'll take the post much more seriously than Sarutobi. But, the third tried to object, fixing his gaze on Danzo, on whose face a small, but smile was visible. A smile from the fact that he had finally managed to overthrow Hiruzen. All that was left was the small matter of appointing him to the post of Hokage. Everyone was already ready for the appointment of the new Hokage, when suddenly there was a knock. There was a knock on the door. It's occupied. Come back later, Danzo shouted irritably, turning his head towards the door. There was a creak, and then in the room appeared the one everyone knew, but never expected to see. Long, spiky gray hair, already wrinkled face, a mesh t-shirt inside, and a large red vest on top. A smile shone on his face. Jiraiya-san, we never thought that you would return to the village. One of the elders began to speak. What brought you here? Well, I just decided to pop in while I was passing by. The legendary Sannin tried to joke, scratching the back of his head and putting an innocent smile on his face, while feeling Hamura's unkind, living gaze on him. I have a candidate for the role of Hokage. Jiraiya suddenly became serious, as if he hadn't noticed the devouring look from Danzo. Do you really want to put yourself forward too? Asked the elder. No, what are you saying? The smile again. I want to propose appointing Tsunade Senju to the position of Hokage. She is also a legendary Sannin, with great power, and she is also the best medic, which will strengthen us even more. The elders thought about his words. Who is in favor of appointing Tsunade Senju to the position of Hokage? Everyone except Danzo raised their hands. And who is in favor of putting Danzo in charge? Only half of those present raised their voices. It is decided. Tsunade Senju is appointed the new Hokage, said the head of the daimyo. Danzo only snorted, after which he left, slamming the door and casting his fiery gaze at Jiraiya, the man who had interrupted him at the most inopportune moment. But how are you going to find Tsunade? Hiruzen asked once all the elders had left. I know the place where she'll be any minute now, Jiraiya answered calmly. When are you leaving? Right now. Sannin was about to leave, when he was stopped by another question from Hiruzen. What do you think about Naruto? And about what happened? A question that Jiraiya had not prepared an answer to, and therefore did not really know how to answer. I don't think it could have been Naruto. What he heard surprised the third so much that he almost dropped his smoking pipe from his mouth. But why? Hiruzen asked his student, perplexed. I don't believe that the son of Minato and Kushina is capable of such a thing. He continued walking towards the door again, when a phrase was heard that shocked the Sannin. And Madara's grandson. Jiraiya stood dumbfounded in the middle of the room. The third couldn't see his face, but it retained a grimace of shock. Wait, what did you say? He asked, without even turning his head. Naruto is Madara's grandson. Minato told me this right before his death, and you were on another journey, so you didn't know. Does Danzo know? Hiruzen shook his head. And there's no need for him to know. Who knows what he'll do if he finds out about the boy's lineage, Jiraiya said before slamming the door and leaving, and Hiruzen only had time to say, thank you. Sannin quickly walked towards the exit of the residence. What he learned changed everything, and now he needed to find the fifth as soon as possible. He had an unpleasant aftertaste in his soul because he was not there in the last minutes of Minato's life and did not learn the whole truth. If he had known it from the beginning, he would have taken the boy himself to be raised and would never have allowed what had happened at this moment to happen. Soon, he was already outside the village. Walking along a path along an endless repeating tree trunk, he noticed that he was surrounded by masked shinobi. On the trees, under them, behind them, and in front of them were shinobi, all wearing masks on their faces. "So Danzo doesn't want to let me go alive," said Jiraiya. About a month passed. The season of torrential rains had long since ended, and now instead of leaden clouds, the sky was completely blue, as if it had driven away all the clouds. The sun mercilessly mocked all travelers who decided to travel at this time of year, forcing them to throw off everything that retains heat. But there was one person who absolutely did not care about the sun. After another training session, he sat on a branch of one of the trees located near the temporary shelter. Dangling one leg down, he looked at the sky, completely immersed in his thoughts, remembering everyone he left behind when he went on his own path. The path to revenge for the destruction of his clan, his parents. The path to revenge on his own older sister. After another training session with Chidori, he rested. As before, this technique takes an incredible amount of chakra and strength, and even a whole month of continuous training, not much strength, but he was promoted in strength. It was a little angry. A whole month of training and all down the drain. It was unthinkable. He would still be training now, if not for Orochimaru, who suddenly ran away somewhere, having heard some important news for himself. What could be more important than his future body, which Sasuke promised him in exchange for helping him become stronger and take revenge on his sister? True, so far it is not working out very well. Sasuke-kun came from somewhere below, to which he turned his head. "I have news for you," the snake hissed, irritating the brunette even more. "If it doesn't concern training, you don't have to try. I'm not interested," the brunette said somewhat listlessly, turning his head to the sky. "They concern your friend, with whom you fought against me once." Although Uchiha did not say anything, from the head turned back and his eyes, one could understand that he was interested. And his face acquired a note of interest. Orochimaru told him everything he could hear himself, about Naruto leaving the village, while standing up to an elite Anbu team and his teacher Kakashi. "So you've decided to find your own path, huh, Naruto?" Sasuke looked at the sky, remembering his old friend, who in one moment replaced everyone for him, becoming the closest and dearest person, even when Itachi turned away from them. Although Sasuke was outwardly calm, inside he had many questions, the main one being the question of whether it might have been better to take him along. Now they would be together, forming the strongest team of all. "Aren't you afraid that he'll die?" The mentor's voice brought him out of his thoughts. "I don't think so. He's not weak," Sasuke said, jumping down from the tree and walking up to Orochimaru. "I once thought the same. And now what? My teammate was killed the same day your friend escaped." "And who killed him?" Uchiha asked without any interest. "One of Konoha's elders, Danzo," the instructor replied before they continued their training. Although Konoha tried to prevent any information leaks, the news of the Nine Tails' disappearance and the death of one of the three legendary Sanins still found a way out. Naturally, the news reached Akatsuki. Their leader, Pain, as soon as he heard that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had left the village, immediately sent Itachi and Kisame to search for him. The hardest part was for Uchiha herself. When she found out that Naruto had left the village, she was in complete shock. She was ready to almost give up everything, just to rush off to find Naruto and Sasuke. To be next to them again, next to Naruto. But she still couldn't. Everything rested on the damned mission. And now, she was also given the task of tracking her down and bringing her to Akatsuki. Of course, she wanted to see him, but not bring him to the organization to extract the Kyuubi, which would lead to his death, which she could not allow. But what would they do if they suddenly found him? Whose side should she choose? Naruto or Akatsuki? What should she choose? A loved one or the most important mission? Maybe she shouldn't have gone on the mission to destroy him, and what would happen if she did? Maybe it would have been right, but what was done could not be undone. He called him quite unexpectedly and didn't even say why. He just said that he needed to come to Tobi's room. About a month had passed since the beginning of his training, and since then, it must be admitted, he really advanced in strength, and now he didn't train only because the use of force greatly affects the vision of his eyes. Further use could simply destroy them completely without a chance of recovery. And now an urgent call. Suddenly he found someone who could try to restore his eyes. That would be just wonderful. "And here you are at last," Tobi said contentedly when Naruto entered his room, which was no different from the one he had. The same small room with a bed and nightstands with flowers. Toby himself was sitting on the bed, crossing his legs. Why did you call? Interest flashed across the boy's face every now and then. Well, I want to introduce you to a person who can help with your eyes, but first, let me tell you a story about a boy who wanted to become Hokage, and what happened to him. The boy just nodded, after which he began to listen to the story, at the end of which Toby, who eventually turned out to be Obito, took off his mask, under which was a face, half of which was scarred and a slightly different color. That's my story, Obito finished, returning the mask to his head. Why did you share this with me? Naruto asked, confused. You just remind me of myself back then. Really? Obito nodded. Besides, I know you won't tell anyone, so there's nothing to worry about. Now, he looked up at the ceiling. Let's go. Obito walked up to the boy and put his hand on his shoulder, moving them with Kamui. They were standing in front of a rather massive door. The guy wanted to enter, but Obito stopped him, looking at him disapprovingly, which he understood, and pulled his hood off his head. And what is the name of this person? Naruto was surprised by the answer he heard. Rin Nohara, Obito answered in a calm voice. Chapter 6. Every story has a little bit of a lie. Every story is silent about something for one reason or another. The same thing apparently happened with Obito's story, which he told him the other day, while telling him that his childhood friend was dead, but everything turned out to be wrong. Now in front of the young man stood a rather tall brunette, thin-built and with long hair, reaching almost to the shoulder blades on her back. It is worth admitting that the girl was beautiful and looked friendly. With her hands behind her back, she stood and silently smiled, watching as two shinobi appeared from the spiral. She knew one from childhood, but the second was unfamiliar to her. She did not remember Obito walking with anyone, especially with a child. Nevertheless, she was glad to see her old comrade, since they saw each other quite rarely. She was busy with research, he was on his way to being a criminal of the village, but despite this they formed a strong duet. The only thing missing was Kakashi with his eternally gloomy face, but what can you do? But now, it seems, their regiment has been replenished with this boy. Looking at his spiky hairdo, at his calm, but still childish face, she felt sad that even now, when the war is over, children continue to live in such conditions. Hello, Obito, and she fell silent, looking at the smaller one. Naruto, he introduced himself, removing his hood and entering the room, which was quite neat, even too neat for an underground shelter. Obito just nodded, following his partner and sitting down next to him on the couch. What have you come with after a long time? Examine him, he pointed at Naruto with his gaze. The girl pointed with her finger at the next room, where she had an operating table. They decided not to drag out the examination, but to deal with it quickly. Obito stayed, and the two went to the table. When Naruto pulled off his top, she was horrified by the amount of injuries, cuts, bruises he had. There was literally no living space left on him. In a fight with whom did you earn so much? She asked, taking him by the shoulder and laying him down on the couch. Seeing that the boy was starting to stutter, she squeezed his shoulders a little. Fought with Anbu members, Uzumaki Uchiha reluctantly answered, turning away, feeling embarrassed for some unknown reason. In principle, this answer was enough for Obito's acquaintance to relax her grip. Then they were silent. The girl began to examine his eyes for a long time, and then once again rewarded him with a displeased look. Overdid it with the eyes, huh? The kunoiki muttered. For a child your age, even a little use of mangekyu can have serious consequences. Was it really impossible to do without using them? There was no point in inventing anything anymore, since the girl already knew everything, so he simply nodded uncertainly, looking away. What was that fool thinking? Rin sighed, and the boy realized that she was already talking about Obito. As for the eyes, I will take care of their restoration, which will take at least 2 or 3 years. This period certainly shocked him, because he had hoped until the very end that he would soon be able to return to duty, but apparently fate had other reasons for that. Can I ask a question? The brunette couldn't resist. Okay, Rin agreed. Why didn't you go back to Kakashi-sensei? He still thinks you're dead. Nohara's smile faded. It has to be this way, she said briefly, leaving the room, leaving him alone with himself. When he left the room, he found only Obito sleeping, his hand under his head. Rin was nowhere to be found, and he did not dare look for her, since he had apparently angered her with his last question. Of course, he stuck his nose into something that was none of his business. He started asking about personal matters, while having no connection to them and no right to do so. Having sat down on the next chair, he began to wait for him to wake up, but he himself did not notice how he fell asleep. The sky was covered with leaden clouds, behind which thunder rumbled occasionally, and lightning flashed periodically on the horizon. The news of the legendary Sannin's death instantly spread throughout the world, causing everyone who could to flock to the village. Everyone wanted to say goodbye to Jiraiya one last time. Almost immediately, the future Hokage arrived, bursting into the morgue just before the burial and demanding to be left for a minute with what was left of Jiraiya. She had always been a steadfast and self-confident woman, but now, hot streams of tears flowed down her cheeks on their own, falling to her feet. Clutching the bandages that were wrapped around his body with her hands, she pressed her chin to her chest, looking through her tears at his also bandaged head, from which a long white head of hair was coming out. The body had no left arm, just like the right leg. She had once lost a person close to her, and now she was losing another one. Yes, he was not quite normal, with a very perverted character, because of which he often got into trouble with her, but nevertheless, it became easier for her when her comrades supported her despite what she did. And now, she could not even say goodbye. And she would not be able to anymore. There was an insistent knock on the door, which meant it was time to bury him. And now she's standing in the crowd, watching as Jiraiya's body is buried, and then there's a moment of silence. No one dares to interrupt her. Now people just stood in front of the grave until they slowly started to go home. So only a small handful of people remained in front of the grave: Tsunade, Sarutobi, Hitaki, Guy, and a couple of other teachers from the academy. What did Jiraiya do before he died? Tsunade muttered through her teeth, not even taking her eyes off his grave. Just don't do anything stupid, Hiruzen sighed. What? The first's granddaughter repeated again. He wanted to go looking for you, to personally call you to Konoha, so as not to let Danzo become Hokage. Now everything became clear to her about why he was killed, and who was guilty of his death. The cursed root with his cursed Danzo. But he clearly did not expect that she herself would return to the village. Please, just don't make any hasty or ill-considered decisions. Herzuin remembered his student's temperament very well and was afraid that if she decided to go and start finding out, she would go. I won't give that bastard so much joy. I'll ruin all his plans, and I'll get to him yet. The third just closed his eyes. He was unable to try to dissuade her, and what's more, he himself felt guilty that his childhood friend was doing this. If he had been a little stricter with him, perhaps this whole situation could have been avoided. He woke up only towards evening, when Obito shook him awake and said that it was time to get started, since they had already slept together almost the entire day, which had displeased Nohara, who was supposed to be doing some research with poisons, but which she had decided to cancel due to the arrival of these two, who were so careless that they had managed to fall asleep together. Thus, he instantly found himself on the couch, and for some reason his hands were tied as well as his legs. This made him suspicious, but he still decided to completely trust these two. A little later, Rin finally destroyed his doubts with the words that the pain from the procedure would be such that not everyone could withstand it, and so that the convulsions would not interfere with the medic. Belts were brought. There was a really sharp, strong, burning pain in his eyes, the heat from which went through his entire head, which made him feel like it was about to explode, splashing everyone with its contents. But no, the guy held on with all his might, trying to hold back the ever-increasing gusts of pain. He was doing it weakly. Clutching his own pants with his hands, he felt like he was about to pass out, but Obito kept slapping him on the cheeks, since it was absolutely impossible to allow the patient to be unconscious. Especially when the operation had already begun and it was no longer possible to give up halfway through. As a child, he took this pain even harder. He felt sick, he threw up right on the floor, he was hot and cold, he was on the verge between life and death. What added to the horror of this whole picture was the fact that it was unknown what would happen to a person's psyche after such an operation. He could easily lose his mind, turning into a weak-willed, emotionless vegetable, constantly drooling. He naturally did not like this prospect, but as Rin explained, everything now depended entirely on him. Will his mind become clouded or completely self-destruct, or maybe everything will go well and he will be like before? How is this even possible? She screamed, watching as the patient began to change. Suddenly Naruto felt that for some reason he could open his eyes, causing a characteristic thought to flash through his head. Is it really all over? He thought joyfully, opening his eyelids, but was very surprised when in front of him was not the same room in which he was lying, but a completely different one. A multitude of narrow corridors with cracked walls and periodically falling drops from above. This place was familiar to him. This is where his Bayu, the Nine Tails, called Kurama, resides. But why exactly did he end up here? Or rather, why? The brunette slowly walked along a long-learned route, winding through the corridors, he found himself in front of a large cage. It was dark inside, which is why the tailed one was not visible, but he knew for sure that he was there. After a few minutes of complete silence, two large red eyes with vertical pupils inside slowly and lazily opened in front of him. Then the monster's head rose up and the eyes were already looking down at him. I think I told you that you can't count on my help. Why the hell did you come to me? The tailed creature growled. Didn't you drag me here yourself? Uzumaki Uchiha asked him with a little surprise in his voice. Are you completely crazy? He roared again. That I, the nine-tailed, would go back on my words. Are you completely stupid? Maybe I should kill you, and thus prevent you from hanging out with this bastard. At that moment, the Biju's hand broke out of the cage and, claws first, passed slightly to the side of the Uchiha's head. The fact that he didn't even move made Kyubi even more angry. A disgruntled growl was heard. I know you won't do that, the brunette said too calmly, looking straight into the monster's eyes, while Naruto's eyes were adorned with the Mangekyo pattern, which made the monster understand that the operation was successful, since he, even though he was in the inner world, was able to activate it. Because I am the best option for you to be a Jinchuriki, Naruto said calmly. He didn't get an answer as the Beiyu angrily swung its tail, hitting the cage, knocking him out. He jumped up abruptly, clutching his head and feeling cold beads of sweat running down his body. Talking to the Beiyu hadn't been easy, even though he looked calm on the outside. The Nine Tails really did have a terrible power, capable of knocking down an opponent even on a mental level. Rin, who saw the guy's sudden rise, immediately jumped up to him and laid him back on the bed. You need to rest. You can't get up right after the operation, and even more so make such abrupt movements. To her surprise, the boy obeyed her and really lay down, closing his eyes, which, by the way, he felt differently. They were not as heavy as before, as if they were new. Satisfied with this, Rin left the shelter, at the exit of which Obito was leaning against a tree trunk, already putting on his orange, spiral mask. Obito, let me ask. Who is he? Nohara confidently approached her former teammate, thereby showing that she would not tolerate any excuses. Let's go for a walk, Obito sighed, heading back from the shelter. Rin followed him. Thank you very much, Rin. The Uchiha's face was hidden behind a mask, but Nohara knew for sure that there was a warm smile behind it. A smile that she had probably forgotten. They had seen each other so rarely lately. This world was to blame for everything, a world that had been ruined for a long time. You're welcome. I'm glad you trusted another person besides me. She stopped in front of Obito, spreading her arms out to the sides. That smile and that pose brought back nostalgic memories for him, when there was no such person as Toby, when they were a single team. Where did you even get that from? Uchiha muttered mockingly as he passed Rin. Perhaps no matter how much time had passed, his stupid childhood habits had not been eradicated. However, Rin did not tease the guy any further, moving on to the more important part of their conversation. However, her companion beat her to it, asking first. Did you do with him what I asked? Yes, I transplanted Hashirama Senju's cells into him, she said in a calm tone. And how will the restoration take place? It depends on him. Rin put her hands behind her back, crossing them there, which only meant that she was calm, and that was already saying something. But to be honest, the girl continued again. The boy is from the Uzumaki clan, and he is also a Jinchuriki, she sighed. She found out that he was a Jinchuriki when she started examining him, finding a seal on his stomach. There's a high probability that he'll adapt to them much faster than you or Madara, but, Rin's face darkened at the mere thought of it. But why does he need such power? Why does a little boy need such responsibility? The girl's voice trembled. She remembered the times when they were children, when the war was actively growing, when many of her friends from the academy, many other acquaintances were dying in the battlefield without interruption, but now, when there is a relatively calm time, children like Naruto continue to exist. Rin, Obito put his hand on her shoulder, and then he told her everything about the boy. About how he lived, what he went through as the Jinchuriki of the Beiyu, who once almost destroyed the entire village. He told her about his lineage. The fact that the boy was the son of their sensei surprised her, but what surprised her even more was that he was also a direct descendant of Madara Uchiha, which also explains his appearance. Why? The kunoiki suddenly burst into tears, rounding the guy walking in front of her and burying her nose in his chest, to which he simply hugged her by the shoulders, slightly pressing the woman's trembling body to himself. About 3 years passed, during which the boy recovered from the operation, simultaneously carrying out small assignments from Rin. Or rather, he thought so, because in fact he recovered on the day after the operation. When Rin learned the reason for this, she was stunned by the truth that Obito told her. What she never believed in suddenly turned out to be true. There was no news from Obito at this time, as if he had disappeared somewhere. The guy himself did nothing but walk and travel through various villages, collecting all the necessary ingredients for Rin. This helped him navigate the terrain better, and also allowed him to see how the world works. Of course, he didn't like a lot of things, because along the way he met people of different types, most of whom were ordinary bandits terrorizing some small village. Moreover, the bandits did not cause the guy any particular problems. Over time, the boy began to look even more like Madara. His hair became even longer, and its ends even sharper, thus the guy involuntarily caused fear of him because of his strong resemblance to the legendary Uchiha. In addition, with no less terrifying power that he possessed. Time passed and the Uchiha would hardly have continued to sit peacefully any longer. One evening, Nohara entered his room with a small envelope. The envelope contained a letter from Obito, which said that it was time to start acting and that he must complete his first task as a new member of the organization, and complete it alone, thereby showing that he was worthy of attention. His goal was to catch a criminal who had been terrorizing a village in the middle of nowhere for a long time. Naruto was surprised by this. He was surprised that Akatsuki was saving a village, but the next messages he read refuted this. They were interested in her as a new member of the organization, and someone had ordered her murder, and the organization had initially positioned itself as a mercenary organization. Rin brought him a cloak with red clouds on it, as well as a black ring, and also handed him a map with the location of the village he was about to head to. After saying goodbye to Rin and thanking her for everything, he immediately set off for his first mission. Despite the fact that the Leaf Village tried in every way to hide the fact of the loss of its Biju, some information still reached Akatsuki, who immediately sent 2 of their people to search for it. And as luck would have it, these 2 were Itachi and Kisame. It is hard to imagine what was going on in the girl's soul then, because she herself had to bring the boy to the organization's lair, thereby personally killing him, bringing him to certain death, pulling the tail out of him. She cursed everything that was possible. Herself, her mission, the organization, the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, she also cursed. She cursed all the Biju, because without them, Naruto would not have gone through all this. Without them, the organization would have other goals or it would not exist at all. However, years passed, and their searches did not bring results, as if Naruto had ceased to exist in this world, as if they were chasing a ghost, but Itachi was absolutely sure that he was alive and the fact that they could not find him, on the contrary, made her happy. However, in parallel with the search for the Jinchuriki, she was looking for any information on the whereabouts of Orochimaru, with whom, as she guessed, her younger brother left, the reason for which she guessed, but was still saddened by this news, since she believed that while Naruto was nearby, Sasuke was protected from all this. However, she apparently didn't know her younger brother very well, who still left despite his friend. Itachi-san, you're too thoughtful today, Kisame stated, noticing the sad expression on Uchiha's face. There are reasons for that, the girl said, as always, in an unperturbed tone, continuing to walk. I hope you're okay, Itachi thought about her younger brother and his friend. The last days were passing, when the third was still in the post of Hokage, preparing to hand over all his powers to the fifth. All that was left was to finish some paperwork, because of which the Hokage decided to stay late. The work, as always, was tedious and long, because of which the speed of its completion left much to be desired. When it was finally finished, he locked the office with a key and left the residence, heading home. As he approached it, he was surprised that there was no light on in the windows. Did they really go on business? At such an hour, the third said excitedly. After all, he was the Hokage, he had and still has many ill wishes. But on the other hand, his wife was not weakened, if necessary, was capable of fighting off almost any shinobi in the world. However, his soul was still uneasy. He felt that something was wrong in the village. Some other atmosphere had appeared, which weighed heavily on his soul, as if the air had become heavy, alien. He frantically opened the door and found himself in the living room. Contrary to his imagination, he saw a completely normal view there. There were no signs of any struggle, which calmed him down a little. Maybe they really had gone to see someone, forgetting to warn him, and he had already started to invent all sorts of things. However, it was as if the ground had fallen from under his feet when he entered the kitchen. No, everything was the same as when he left in the morning. Except for the note, pinned to the wall with a kunai. If you want to see them alive, come to the Valley of the End. 1. Such a short note was nailed to his house. Hiruzen involuntarily fell to his knees, clutching the note in his hands and looking at the ceiling. Only one option came to mind of who it could be. The only one capable of such a thing is Danzo, who apparently does not calm down after the recent loss in the election of the new Hokage. But going straight to Danzo is dangerous, and the third understood this perfectly well. He understood that by accusing him without any evidence, he would only make things worse. Worse for himself and all the villagers. It would also cast doubt on the future appointment of Tsunade as the fifth, since everyone knows that she was his student, therefore she is his direct successor, although he did not nominate her himself. Of course, he could still raise the alarm, raise the Anbu and the Konoha Jonin, but that would cause a stir in the village, and then who knows what would happen to his wife and grandson. He simply couldn't put their lives on the line, so he headed for the valley almost immediately. It was midnight. The moon illuminated two large, proudly standing statues of the two great shinobi who had started it all. The third one was scolding himself for failing to be Hokage. He believed that he was the worst Hokage of all. Even the younger Minato had done a much better job than him. And surely his student would do the same, but what about him? He had let the village get to this point, he had let the people of Konoha bully Naruto, which had cost him a valuable Bayu, which had dealt a blow to the village, he had let an entire clan die, he had let Danzo do whatever he wanted with impunity. And all this was his doing alone. He stood below, at one bank of a stream that cascaded down from above. Soon, a silhouette appeared ahead. The silhouette of a man wearing a long cloak, and the gait of this man seemed familiar to him. Hiruzen was surprised when the moon directed its beams completely over the unknown. However, there was no answer. Suddenly, it disappeared, appearing behind him. Hiruzen prepares for battle, but suddenly a large cut appears in his shoulder, spraying blood. But it's okay, because he had much worse wounds. He can still fight. But alas, only Sarutobi thinks so, and not for too long. His body begins to freeze severely, causing him to lose the feeling of his legs, falling to the ground. Turning his head, he saw only the back of his cloak, for some reason red. Turning away, he stretches his still not hardened arms upward, digging his fingers into the damp sand, trying to pull himself up, crawling further, in a straight line. It doesn't matter where, as long as he finds at least some chance to get out of the situation. By this time, the simple cold has been replaced by a burning sensation all over his body. It has become difficult to breathe, his heart is beating at a furious pace, threatening to burst completely, his head is splitting, his temples are throbbing, his eyes are closing on their own, a strong pain has arisen in his heart. Slowly approaching footsteps could be heard from behind, until finally the unknown person sat on top of him. A sharp blow and he disappeared into the darkness, finally ceasing to feel anything. His body went limp. Didushka. No traces were found near the murder site, no matter how many Anbu squads combed there, no one could find a clue as to who it could have been. Everyone was silent, just like at the funeral. The villagers were worried and scared because this was the second death of one of the most important people in the village. First, Jiraiya was killed, and now Sarutobi, and all this in a relatively calm time, when there was no open war. Every resident began to fear for their lives, for their families. The only one who was missing was Tsunade, who simply couldn't morally attend the funeral. The entire village waited in hope for the appointment of the fifth, but the next morning Tsunade disappears. Several days of his continuous journey passed, during which he caught more and more worried glances, the fault of which was his unusual appearance, which reminded everyone of the legend that everyone feared, and even though this legend had long died, it still sowed fear and despair in the hearts of the living at the mere thought of repeating the events of those times. This caused him its own problems, since there were also aggressively minded shinobi who tried to kill the one who became the center of everyone's attention. Who knows what would have happened if he had moved with delays, but the fact that he moved without them allowed the brunette to arrive just in time. The village was already occupied by unknown people, who had masks on their faces, but it was not this that caught his attention, but the fact that they were wearing protectors from different villages. Since when did people from opposite villages start working together? It seemed strange to him, but he had no desire to give in to details. At least not now. He was here for a completely different reason. Darkness had already descended on the village, but despite this, he did not even try to hide his presence in any way, so he went straight to the village to its center. It is not surprising that he was noticed almost immediately and met by a fairly large armed detachment. From katanas to daggers, poes and other devices that can be attributed to cold weapons. One of them put his blade to the walking guy. "Who are you?" asked the leader of this detachment, apparently, incredulously. "I need to talk to the boss," Uchiha asked calmly, ignoring his question. Meanwhile, a woman's scream was heard from one of the houses in the village, from where joyful laughter was heard, and then several shinobi came out from there, one of whom was holding a girl by the hair and leading her along with him. "Look at this beauty I found here," he exclaimed, but then fell silent as the whole picture unfolded before him. Most of the other bandits' gazes automatically turned towards the unfortunate girl. Many hungry glances literally devoured the girl kicking in the bandit's arms. Okay, the leader said, looking away from her. Whoever kills this guy, he pointed his blade at the Uchiha standing in front of him. We'll have fun with her first. An enthusiastic cry accompanied his words. Forgive me, lad, said one of the bandits, wearing a white coat and a small beard. He looked no longer young. But it's been a long time since I've been alone with a woman. Well, since the elder took over, the rest have little chance, the leader grinned, looking defiantly at the guy. At this time, someone brought the elder 2 paired blades. He slowly twirled them in his hands, and slowly walked towards the brunette. Quickly picking up the pace, quickly switching to a run, he headed towards the calmly standing brunette, whose face seemed to express nothing. This in its own way unnerved the enemy, because of which he made a mistake. A fatal mistake for himself. A sluggish, clumsy lunge forward, from which the guy calmly steps aside, and with a counterattack pierces the guy's stomach, with a sharp upward movement almost to the throat, rips open the enemy. The already lifeless body falls after walking a few steps forward, behind the guy. It was very dark, making it difficult to see the Uchiha if it weren't for his red eyes, which literally glowed in the darkness. He has the Sharingan, someone from the crowd exclaimed. If you are one-on-one against an enemy with Sharingan, run, commented the leader. However, there is a whole squad of us here, and there is only one of him. If we catch him, we will get a lot of money. The thirst for profit overcame the fear in the enemies, which made them joyfully scream and rush at Naruto. The battle began. The village was filled with the sound of steel clashing. Shurikens and kunai flew, but not a single one of them hit their target, hitting several of their comrades instead. The Uchiha literally fluttered among the enemy squad, deftly dodging blows and neutralizing enemy after enemy with movement after movement, but leaving them alive. Jumping away from the main mass of people and quickly making several necessary seals, he sent a fireball in the direction, to which several people from their side sent a water jet in response. Although the two opposing elements collided, where in theory the fire should have lost, it was the water that lost, since those who used this technique turned out to be weaker than the guy. The fire caught most of the enemy shinobi, some of whom, although severely burned, nevertheless remained alive. Their fighting spirit was no longer the same as it had been at the beginning. Even with the naked eye, one could see them wavering, trying to calm the trembling parts of their bodies. Many of them had already shown despair in their eyes, many had resigned themselves to their fate, because they did not know whether their partners were alive or not. But that was the plan. He killed specifically so that they would not show signs of life. He knocked down several people with genjutsu. Were retreating, their leader finally couldn't stand it. We'll meet again. He snorted before everyone broke away and ran in all directions. The brunette didn't try to catch up with them, but stayed where he was. Several minutes passed before the residents gradually began to emerge from their homes and approach the guy. You shouldn't have driven them away and stood up for us, the village elder said uncertainly, and, to be honest, his words surprised the boy. You will leave, but they will come again, he finished. Yes, they will come, one of the residents interjected. And they will be even more cruel. A female voice was already heard. Whispers were heard from the other residents who were standing behind the headman, until suddenly the girl who had recently been dragged by the hair came forward. People, what are you doing? She turned to face them. This man, she pointed her hand at the guy. He saved us, fought all of them alone. And you are unhappy. And if, her voice trembled. If he did something to me, uncle. She addressed the headman, while a red blush appeared on her cheeks. Not waiting for an answer, she turned back to Naruto. Thank you very much, she smiled. Please stay with us for a while, she gracefully extended her hand, thereby inviting him. He still had not completed his task, so there was nothing left to do but agree, touching her hand. He was in high spirits. He had finally achieved what he had wanted for a long time. He had achieved his goal, which only he was worthy of. Now he would introduce his own rules and finally, now Konoha would not be as miserable as before. It had been about 10 minutes since he had been appointed the 6th Hokage. How long he had been waiting for this exact moment. Entering the office, he dropped into a chair with a satisfied look, sweeping the papers from the table that the third had left behind. He didn't need it, because he would have his own. He snapped his finger, after which one of his subordinates appeared in the room. Call him, he ordered briefly, and he disappeared, and 10 minutes later a boy with a ponytail on his head entered the room. A smug smile shone on his face. Finally, we have achieved what we wanted, Danzo said contentedly. Yeah, I'm tired of pretending to be a nice, lazy guy. It's so shitty, Shikamaru chuckled as he walked up to the window. Then the first question is for you, as one of the best jonin. Danzo closed his eyes. What do you think about Naruto? What do I think of Naruto? Nara walked to the window, looking at the residents walking below. And I will tell you what needs to be done. The evening turned out to be noisy. He was invited to a large table, set up by the village headman at the request of his niece, who spent the entire time fluttering around the table, pouring drinks into each villager's cup. She helped everyone who needed help, and the smile never left her face. She approached the Uchiha several times, trying to pour him some, but he stubbornly refused, but on her last attempt he finally agreed. The long journey, and then the fight, had taken its toll on him, and he finally relaxed, allowing the cloyingly sweet liquid to pass inside. Meanwhile, the headman's niece sat down next to him and sat at the table with a peaceful face, but did not touch any of the snacks. Hours passed. Many of the vacationers had already left, and some had fallen asleep right next to the table, unable to cope with the alcohol. The headman was talking about something with several elderly people, when Ayami, the headman's niece, suddenly pinched his arm. Following her, he found himself in a corridor where she suddenly stopped. Naruto-kun, her velvety voice was heard. Promise that you won't tell anyone about this. About what? The brunette asked automatically, but didn't have time to react. About this, she turned sharply and bit into his lips, clasping his head with her hands, pressing her whole body to the guy, to which he did not resist, responding to her kisses. Their tongues intertwined together. He felt how her body shuddered, how her heart beat wildly, how beads of sweat fell from her head, flowing down to her chest, passing between two hollows. It must be admitted that the girl was beautiful, and her body was perfect, and even her small curves did not spoil her attractiveness. They didn't stand in the corridor for long. The girl started leading him somewhere along the corridor during the kiss, after which they found themselves in a rather dark room. I'll be right there, the girl whispered, slowly moving away from the guy, running her hand over his cheek. About a minute passed before the lamp in the room lit up and the girl became visible, who was dressed in a white yukata, which lay loosely on her. The belt was clearly loosened. The edges of the yukata, in the chest area, were pushed to the side, from inside which a large part of the constantly heaving chest was visible. Seeing that the guy is not doing anything, she frowns for a moment, and then approaches him again, enticing him into a kiss, pushing back, moving onto the futon. Half a minute passes and he is already left without clothes, and is now busy taking clothes off her. This night turned out to be hot for him. They both gave into passion and pleasure. Every move he made her shudder with excitement. Every action he made led to a characteristic reaction. They constantly changed, taking the initiative from each other. He lay with his arm outstretched, on which lay a sweetly smiling girl, stroking his chest with her finger, tracing his contours. Did you like it? She purred, earning a nod. Her smile grew even wider. She sat up, straddling him, just above his groin, her hands on his chest. Do you want more? She whispered, biting her lower lip, running her left hand down his body a little, to his groin. Do you want to enjoy my body again? She began to slowly run her right hand over hers, every now and then, as if by accident, lifting the edges of the yukata that hung on her shoulders. Yes, the brunette answers briefly. She lowers her yukata from her shoulders, thereby exposing the top of her chest, but this is not what caught his attention. Just above her breasts was a black, round seal that he had not seen before. Then from now on you belong to me. There is a sharp flash, followed by silence. When he woke up, he no longer remembered anything, although he knew that Ayami was the most important person to him, and that he had once sworn on his own mother's grave that he would protect his beloved sister and do everything she said. Chapter 7. Commentary on Chapter 7. I don't know why, but I decided to write another chapter of Flash, instead of writing a chapter of Otsutsuki, as I did before, just alternating them. Everything is simple with me, you're right. Decided to continue writing while I have inspiration. I think that's what this thing is called, right? Next up will be a new chapter of Otsutsuki. Yeah, exactly. Probably X. The girl's life did not start out in the best way. Ayami was born the 8th daughter, despite the fact that their family was not rich. She was not a wanted child, which is why she always got it. She was always the last one, and the only food she got was what was left after dinner. She even lived separately from the house, in an old barn, which did not even protect from the cold. When her father was in a bad mood or very drunk, the girl often became the object of venting his anger, and when she grew up, becoming more feminine, turning from a girl into a young woman, she was raped by her own father for the first time. Where was her mother looking? Nowhere, Because she was present at this, and what's more, she mocked the unfortunate girl in every possible way while she suffered. After that, she began to be afraid of men and, in order not to see her father, she often ran away from home, but was still forced to return there, where she received another portion of beatings and violence. Almost every day he forced her to do all sorts of obscenities, and refusal only angered her relative even more. Everything went until one meeting with a very old woman from the Uzumaki clan, who noticed the girl in the dirt. After washing her and listening to her story, she took pity on her and began to teach the girl self-defense. Every morning she ran away from home, after which she underwent merciless training, where her entire body was taken away, since the woman did not spare her at all. And she did not care. She was so tired of the attitude of others towards her that she was ready to do anything, just to break out of this vicious circle. Her escapes did not go unnoticed, which led to even more screams from her father, especially in bed, when the girl was unable to lift her arms after training. By that time, her older brothers had joined her father, sometimes one by one, sometimes all at once, bringing Ayami even more pain. She wanted all this to stop, because she was already defiled by them, her body was already spoiled. She always cursed her fate that made her go through this. With every touch of her relatives, her hatred only grew, not only towards them, but also towards men in general. The only good thing was that at least they didn't beat her, but that wasn't so good, because her father had planned to make money off of her, selling his own daughter, arranging secluded nights with the girl for his friends and others for a fee. And she was forced to obey, because she was afraid. But she was afraid not so much of her father, but of the risk of being left on the street. Where would she go? Where would she be? How would she earn money? She was scared of the unknown that was in the world. After all, there was a good chance that there would be someone no better than her. She could fall into the clutches of bandits, who would also rape and beat her. It all ended one evening when the woman who trained her died of an illness. Before her death, she gave a small scroll that contained techniques she had created personally, which needed someone to continue them. During all this time, the old woman had already taught her how to use and control chakra, so the girl began a new stage of training, and not only training, but also a new stage of life that would change everything. For 2 years, she diligently studied the scroll, learning various types of techniques, some of which belonged to the Uzumaki clan, unknown to her, which she had only heard about from a woman. And it must be admitted that the techniques of this clan were not so difficult for her. She had good chakra control, and everything else came from this. It was not for nothing that the woman said that she had great potential, even if she was not an Uzumaki. During this time, she grew not only physically, but also morally. She became much stronger. No, she did not stop hating her father, she stopped being afraid. Moreover, she stopped hating her spoiled body. She was beautiful, which is why she came to the conclusion that this could be skillfully used. Men are low-class creatures, driven solely by the carnal desires, dirty like pigs. They are created only to continue the race, and to be manipulated by women. This is exactly the point of view she held, which is why she came up with a technique that suited her best. It allowed her to penetrate deep into a person's mind through a seal on her own body, winning him over, changing his memory, thereby turning him into a personal slave who has no desires or goals of his own. It is thanks to this technique that she sat on a throne in a fairly spacious and large room. The room was made so that the makeshift throne was on a raised pedestal, a staircase from which led below, where on different sides of the exit, many men were kneeling. 5 rows, each of which had 5 men. A total of 25 men on one side of the exit, 25 on the right side of the exit. They were kneeling in full uniform and with their heads down, waiting for what their queen would tell them. Her uncle came forward, or rather he was for everyone, but for her he was her own father, whom she initially wanted to take life, but still decided that this would not be enough, making her a slave of almost the lowest quality. Usually he is forbidden to approach her without permission. Madam, may I speak? It's urgent. She would have ordered him to be punished at other times, but she was in a good mood that day. Speak, but only on business, otherwise you know yourself. She nodded at the 2 big guys standing at the exit. With the recent events, he coughed into his fist. There's a good chance that we'll be noticed by the big villages, who might send high-class shinobi here right away. That'll be a problem. That's not true. Ayami raised her hand, which only meant that she was speaking now. The girl stood up and spread her arms, and began to speak. Friends, today is a significant day for us, because we have a new addition among us. I hope that he will become a good subordinate for me, and a reliable comrade for you. After these words, a tall brunette with a long, pointed hairdo entered the room, his face without any emotion. He did not even look at anyone, walking along the passage between two squads, slightly moving forward, after which he knelt down on one knee. "My lady," said the brunette. At this time, Ayami was approached by her advisor, a young girl, also picked up by her on the street, but with a more stubborn and self-willed character. "Didn't we spend too many pawns to get just one?" her right hand asked, uncomprehending. Ayami only smiled, looking at the still-standing brunette. "We spent the pawns, but got the queen," she said smugly in response, standing up and walking towards the guy, causing him to immediately rise from his knees. She put her hand to his cheek and smiled. "The best of my slaves. Now, leave us." The others began to quickly get up and hide behind the exit, until only Naruto, Ayami and her advisor remained. "Go to the bedroom," she briefly ordered the brunette, and when he left, she finally continued. "You saw for yourself what he is capable of. With him we became stronger, and became capable of many things." She followed the departing guy, leaving the advisor. Her bedroom was in semi-darkness, as only a few lamps illuminated the room. The room was minimalist in terms of furniture. Just one bed standing in the middle. Entering the room, the girl saw a brunette standing next to the bed, whose face even now did not reveal anything except indifference. This saddened her, since it only meant that he was not completely subordinated, but it was okay, because she would fix it. Slowly taking off her outerwear, she took off her shoes at the same time, beckoning to the brunette, who only stood in front of her, but not for long. She pushed him down on herself and they found themselves on the bed again. "My legs are so tired," she moaned pitifully, pushing them forward. "Let them relax, please them." The brunette began to go lower, kissing her body along the way, moving to her legs and doing it on them. Ayami began to drown in pleasure, writhing with delight, putting her hands on the guy's head, pressing him even harder to her legs. All the pleasure was destroyed by just one phrase, spoken in the Uchiha's voice, but he was still silent. "How is that? What a disgusting thing," came a contemptuous voice, after which her entire room began to blur in colors until it finally disappeared. Surprise and shock, that's what she experienced after she suddenly found herself in the middle of that very corridor when she kissed the brunette. "What's going on?" she asked herself, and when everything became clearer, she saw the guy standing in front of her, his back turned to her and looking at her with his head turned. And when she saw his Sharingan, it finally dawned on her. She bit her lip in anger and disappointment. "Finally got it?" Uchiha asked without emotion. She just made a guilty smile. "I'm sorry," she stammered, coming closer. "I was just scared of you. I can fix everything." "Yes, let me apologize to you." She increased her pace towards the brunette, but stopped abruptly when she felt something sharp at her throat. That sharp thing turned out to be a katana. But when did he manage to do it? "I miraculously managed to notice the blade only at the very last moment." She stared at the guy, not wanting to accept the idea that he was beyond her. It couldn't be that the man didn't succumb to her charms. "Your mistake is that you tried to subdue me." He suddenly began to walk towards the girl, with the blade still extended, which made her automatically move back so that her throat would not meet the guy's blade. But when did you have time?" The girl still did not want to accept the fact that she had been beaten at her own game. "From the very beginning, when you secretly gave the leader of that gang a sign to retreat." "But how did you notice?" Ayami suddenly fell silent, realizing that this question was stupid. It was all about his damn eyes. If only she had thought about it beforehand, maybe she wouldn't have let herself be tricked like that, and would have been more careful. The desire to get him blinded everything else. She just threw her head up and started laughing stupidly. "So you saw everything?" she asked, calming down and turning her gaze back to Uchiha. "I saw it," the brunette agreed. "And what do you say?" the girl asked in a raised and displeased tone. "What do you want to hear?" Naruto answered her no less rudely. "Do you want me to feel sorry for you? There are many people in the world with equally hard lives. Or do you think that you are the only one who is so unhappy?" Word after word more and more confused her. For the first time, she did not know what to answer, and what is more unfortunate, the one who led her to a dead end was a man. "You," she blurted out irritably. "That's why you are only fit to be ruled. I will create my own state and force everyone to recognize me. So that's why you need all these people." "Yes, they're my ideal army of warriors, servants who will be for me until death. The strongest army is the one that is not afraid of death." Even now the brunette felt her bluff, because when he fought with those bandits, he clearly felt their fear. "But you wouldn't understand that. You're from the proud Uchiha clan, you had everything, you didn't tolerate bullying like me." The girl suddenly interrupted herself. Not because she wanted to, but because she was immersed in another genjutsu, but this time a harmless one. The brunette showed her his childhood, when he was completely alone, and how people treated him. I already said that you are not the only one who has a difficult life, Uzumaki Uchiha said calmly when the girl woke up from the genjutsu. And there are many children like you, but instead of changing the world, you want to subject it to another madness. But, Ayami tried to justify herself, but she couldn't find the words that would be useful here. She was being driven into a corner once again. So what now? The blonde asks, having recovered a little. Are you going to arrest me? Are you going to hand me over to another village? As much as she didn't want to admit it, she knew that even if she went against him, she had no chance in a one-on-one fight. No, I have a counter-offer. He was cut off from finishing his words by a shout from the street, where the sounds of battle could be heard. Ayami's eyes widened and she realized what had just happened. Because she had completely given in to her emotions, she had involuntarily cancelled her seal technique, causing all the shinobi who were under her control to come out of it. And noticing each other, they hurried to start a fight. The girl panicked, because she didn't know what to do now, where to run. She wouldn't be able to take control of them again in such a situation. Turning to the brunette, she didn't find him. She had no choice but to go towards the sound of the fight, no matter how much she didn't want to. Naruto flew out of the building almost immediately after the sound was emitted. In front of him was a large group of shinobi fighting each other, and to all the guys' screams, they did not react in any way, but on the contrary, tried to kill the Uchiha, because of which they instantly lost their lives. Naruto could not stand it when several guys hooked several children who ran to the house in fear. The bodies of 2 boys and 3 girls fell to the ground from a kunai that flew from behind, and they were only a few meters away from shelter. This was the starting point for the brunette's breakdown. He was unable to hide his anger, which is why he himself entered the battle, mercilessly killing everyone in his path, painting the ground and himself scarlet. He finished only when the last of the bandits had lost his life. His hands were all bloody, his cloak was soaked with the enemy's blood, the smell of blood hung in the air, and there were puddles of it on the ground. A woman standing behind a tree was watching all this. A grimace of fear was frozen on her face, and when Uchiha decided to approach her and extended his hand to help, she waved her hands. Don't touch me, murderer. Murderer, please, don't touch me. I beg you. She started crying, squatting down and pressing her head with her hands. And when the brunette turned around, he heard a phrase that completely knocked him down. I'll tell everyone about you. I'll tell how many people you've killed. Your name will become famous as the name of a ruthless killer. No one will help you. No one will patch up your wounds. No one will give you water. You're a criminal, get out of here. But this phrase did not come from the woman, but from the village elder, as well as the father of the girl, who immediately took a few steps back when the brunette began to approach. Don't come near, or you'll regret it, the bald man shouted in panic. Do you have enough strength? Please don't touch him, came a cry he hadn't expected to hear from her. She was able to run out of the building only when the brunette killed the last bandit. This whole picture put her in a state of shock, because of which she seemed to lose the power of speech. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't, she was too scared. What if he decided to switch to her? But when Naruto began to approach her father, something in her chest hurt and she still couldn't stay away, so she screamed with all her might. Why are you protecting him? Naruto asked, confused, as she ran up and stood in front of him, spreading her arms out to block his path. It seems like he was making fun of you. Isn't it better for such trash to die? Didn't you say that you wouldn't feel sorry for me? I don't need your pity and I don't need to kill him for me. Yes, no matter what he is still her father. And who said it was because of you? I'll finish him off for his big mouth. The guy was clearly not himself. The girl just fearfully pulled out a kunai from her back pouch and held it forward. It looked really clumsy, though. Her hands were shaking out of fear, making it seem like she was about to drop her weapon. And you're going to stop me with that? He looked at her trembling hands. You're just like him. This voice came unexpectedly, and he found himself in his subconscious. Like who? Naruto asked coldly, clearly not interested in their conversation. Like Madara. No, you even surpassed him. Madara may have been a real bastard, but he didn't let his emotions completely take over. So what? Where did that determination of yours go? You wanted to change the world, but you couldn't even restrain yourself. It's unclear why, but Kurama decided to start acting. The girl just continued to stand there silently, still afraid of him. Although he suddenly fell silent and showed no signs of life. It seemed as if he had completely passed out, but even so, she was afraid to come even one step closer to him. She stood there and did not move, concentrating tightly on the brunette. When he suddenly began to be covered in some kind of red chakra, and his hair began to stand on end, she became even more afraid. Claws began to stick out, and a tail appeared from his back. "Don't be afraid," came a voice she had never heard before. It wasn't Uchiha's voice, and she shuddered violently. "My Jinchuriki is a little out of it, so I took control of the situation. I don't have much time, so listen," the girl nodded. "He originally came to meet you. But why? You must join his organization called Akatsuki. That was his assignment," Kurama said. "Then I guess I have no choice," Ayami sighed, resigned to this outcome. "You're right about that," Biju chuckled. "When he wakes up, he won't be the same as he is now, so calm down. Just tell him that you agree and you'll leave here. Got it?" The girl nodded. "Bye," Kyubi said at last, and then his chakra cover disappeared and the boy fell unconscious. People started coming out of the house and quickly approaching the lying guy, but the blonde quickly realized what was going on, and taking the guy, she hurried away from there. Fortunately, getting away from them was not a problem. When he woke up, he found himself tied up, with his eyes closed. After fidgeting a bit, he realized he wouldn't be able to get out. "Are you awake yet?" The blonde's voice was heard when she noticed him fidgeting. "Why did you knit it? You still ask? You almost killed me, and if it weren't for your friend," she poked her finger into his chest, "I would probably be dead." Only at that moment did it dawn on him. He completely remembered what happened before he lost consciousness. "But," she said, cutting the ropes, and he, feeling relieved, pulled his blindfold off and looked at the girl in surprise. "I know why you came, and therefore I agree to join your organization. But why didn't you run away while you had the chance?" She turned away, looking towards the exit of the cave. "I don't know," she finally answered, turning around. "Maybe I was lazy, or maybe I listened to your words. Who knows?" She smiled, but then became serious again. "However, once we arrive," she paused, waiting. "Promise me you won't come near me, okay?" She looked at the seated Uchiha. "Okay," the brunette agreed, after which they set off. Exactly to the place that Obito had told him about in the message. About a week passed and they were suddenly called to a meeting. They had to hurry, because the Akatsuki leader said it was important. As Uchiha understood, the organization was accepting more newcomers and there would be a distribution. However, she was not very interested in this. So what if they accepted some more scumbags? Was that a sufficient reason to stop searching for Naruto? But an order is an order. They arrived at the meeting place almost immediately. Almost everyone was present. The only one missing was Hidden, who showed up a little later with the words, "Sorry, sort of." He sacrificed to Jashin. She had never liked that clown. When everyone was assembled, Pain finally began his speech. "We have some new ones joining us today," Pain said briefly, after which the new ones came out. And Itachi wouldn't have batted an eyelid if she hadn't seen a familiar face there, albeit changed, but she would always recognize it. "Isn't this the guy who recently slaughtered 5 children and then killed almost the entire village?" Hidden asked with a grin. "Yes, it's him," he immediately confirmed his words. "I saw exactly what happened there. Let me be on his team." Jashin's follower did not calm down. "Actually, you're on my team," Kakazu interjected, who at that time was mentally calculating how much they would give for this guy. "I don't give a shit. He's perfect for sacrificing to Jashin." Hidden laughed. Suddenly Toby came running and stood in front of Naruto in a thoughtful pose, putting his hand to his chin, and blurted out. "Senpai, it's him. This guy really did kill an entire village recently. You're strong, aren't you?" Toby fell silent, not knowing his name. "Naruto," the brunette introduced himself. "Naruto? Aren't you by any chance that Naruto who's a Jinchuriki?" Everyone was surprised by what they heard. To be honest, even Naruto himself tensed up, because the last thing he needed was for all the Akatsuki members to pounce on him at once. "No, you must be his namesake," laughed Toby, hitting his palm with his fist. "He's shorter than you, and he doesn't have such a pretty face." "Damn Toby, stop joking," Deidara blurted out. "Why would the Kyubi's Jinchuriki come to us himself? Do you ever even think about what you're saying, you idiot?" "I'm sorry, Deidara-senpai," the mask wearer whined pitifully. "Enough," Pain, who had been silent until then, interrupted everyone. Of course, he knew that there was a Jinchuriki in front of him, since it would not have been hidden from him in any case. But he had an agreement with Madara that his grandson would be here, even if the Jinchuriki would only give up his beast at the very end, when everyone else was gathered. "You've already been given everything, but there's one more," he pointed at the bandage with his gaze. You must reject your village, thereby showing that your intentions are serious, said Pain, holding out a kunai. Uchiha had no choice but to accept it. To Itachi's surprise, he drew a line across the village's sign, quite calmly. His hands did not waver, and there was no doubt in his soul. You're officially one of us now, Pain said. Wait, does that mean we now have 2 people with Sharingan? Toby blurted out. That's right, Kakazu confirmed, still looking closely at the new guy until it finally dawned on him who he looked so much like. Why do you look so much like him? He asked, and although he didn't say his exact name, Naruto understood everything perfectly, and apparently everyone else did too, since they were looking at him with interested glances. Because I'm his grandson, Naruto says without any enthusiasm, causing Kisame to whistle. You're lucky Orochimaru isn't here. He would have taken an interest in you in a heartbeat, the shark-like man grins. Is he in Akatsuki too? Naruto had heard of the legendary Sannin, although he had never met him in person. He's already gone, Pain interjected. He's too low for the ideals of our organization. If you find out where he is, or meet him, know that he's our enemy. In fact, he tried to steal the beautiful eyes of our beauty, Itachi-chan. The girl's face twisted. How many times she asked him to address her normally, like everyone else, but Toby always forgot. Oh, sorry, I forgot again, he scratched his head. Itachi-san, he suddenly approached Naruto, then covered his mouth with his hand, whispering, never call her that. Otherwise it will be a total disaster. Toby laughed, which is why he immediately got hit on the head by Deidara. Now it's time to assign you to teams. After these words there was suddenly silence. What did Itachi feel at that moment? She had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she didn't like the fact that Naruto was now in this organization. On the other hand, inside she was glad that she was able to see him after such a long time. The guy had noticeably changed. He had become more mature, grown up, matured. He no longer looked like that simple, good-natured boy, and to be honest, it scared her. He began to look a lot like his grandfather, and the recent rumors that he had slaughtered the entire village, and even the children, were confirmed. What could have happened that he decided to stain his hands with blood? This question tormented him the most. But she couldn't go up to him and ask him. Not because she was afraid of the answer, although that too, but also because it could attract unnecessary attention. Although what was strange about it if those who used to live in the same village know each other and communicate. Besides, it would probably save her from Deidara's still ongoing advances, and he would forget her refusal almost immediately. If the opportunity presented itself, she would definitely find a moment to talk. After all, he had changed so much since they had last seen each other, and she had secretly hoped that they would be put on the same team. Yes, of course, she was on a team with Kisame, but still. What did the guy himself feel at that moment? Almost the same as Itachi, and he didn't show it either, keeping a calm face, although in his soul he had an exciting feeling. He hadn't seen the girl for so long that even the first minute of being here was hard for him. He wanted with all his heart to approach her, talk, find out how she had lived all these years. Of course, he guessed, but still. But he restrained himself with all his might, because he hoped that they would have another opportunity to talk. Ideally, if they were put on the same team. Although this was unlikely, because she already had a partner, but still, hope dies last. Naruto, you will be on a team with Hiden. Awesome, Hiden exclaimed happily while Kakazu just sighed. But at that moment the 2 Uchiha literally lost the ground. Their hope died, as it usually happens, at the last moment. Chapter 8. The smell of tobacco smoke, like a snake, flew through the air, enveloping each visitor, and at the same time the room was filled with the smell of alcohol, of which there was a decent amount in this place. Despite the fact that this bar was closed to ordinary people, and what's more, it operated in secret from all the great villages, it was quite noisy here. Ha ha, I won again, exclaimed the bearded middle-aged man, pulling all the winnings towards himself. You must have cheated, the other one says, offended. Yes, let's replay the round, the other one agrees, looking discontentedly at the winner of the game, to which he burst into wild laughter. If you have any complaints or suspicions, tell them. He pointed his thumb behind him, where a group of shinobi who were definitely at the level of Junin was sitting at the next table. The ones who had been causing trouble before had gone quiet. What had scared them was as clear as day. This group was famous throughout the criminal world for its skills and cruelty. They had definitely carried out the tasks of those who hired them down to the last detail, so the desire to continue the argument had vanished from all 3 of them. They stood up silently and walked away from the table. The bearded man remained with a wide smile. Away from this group, almost at the very end of the hall, sat women whose figures and forms, perhaps, attracted all the inhabitants of this establishment. But few people were attracted to them. Being here from early morning, they looked with the keen eyes for those who could bring them profit. These were, although very attractive women, also no less dangerous. If someone did manage to spend the night with them, the next morning he could wake up with nothing, and in the worst case scenario, not wake up at all. There were also other visitors, who were more of a grey mass than something special. Many of them were engaged in dialogues, some were simply relaxing alone, and some were simply sitting and observing their surroundings. But the whole buzz stopped when two people entered the room, a brunette with rather long, spiky hair and a blonde man with a braid visible on his back. But everyone was attracted by their cloak, the designs of which were widely known in the criminal world. Everyone knew this organization and no one tried to stand in their way, since it had long been rumored that those who dared to do so disappeared without a trace. The previously joyful bearded man suddenly became more serious, hiding all his winnings in his bosom. Each of the visitors felt internal tension because of them. The face of the guy with jet black hair expressed complete composure towards everything, while the face of the blonde guy, on the contrary, was shining with satisfaction. If the brunette, almost without looking around, walked towards the bartender, then the blonde ran his gaze over everyone present. "Hey, let's play," suddenly escapes the lips of the white-haired man, who points his finger at the bearded player, who flinched. "Do you really want to waste time on such nonsense?" The brunette grimaced, slightly turning his head and looking towards the man who did not present any interest to him at all, as did this entire establishment. "What do you want?" the bartender muttered as the Uchiha approached him. He didn't like their presence here just like everyone else. But even he had to accept it. They didn't come here often, and if they did, there was a reason. He could only hope that the reason didn't have to do with their tavern. "They say that you can buy any kind of information from you." The brunette sat down on a stool, crossing his fingers. The bartender just thought, looking around, and then said in an uncertain voice, "Follow me." He nodded towards the doorway, covered with a small grey curtain. Following the bartender, the guy found himself in rather narrow corridors, where it was even darker than in the main hall. The maroon, long walls went somewhere into the darkness. Surprisingly, this place was completely quiet. Turning his head, he realized that Hidden was not nearby. Apparently, he remained in the hall. It remains only to hope that he does not get into another trouble, as it happened many times while they were getting to this place. For several minutes they meandered through this semblance of a labyrinth, and Naruto memorized the entire path they walked in his head. He mentally sketched every meter, every turn in his head, trying to remember every detail. Maybe it was unnecessary, and he was just too cautious, but he had lived in the dark side of the world long enough to understand that you shouldn't trust anyone here, that a former friend and comrade could easily turn you over to the authorities, betray you, deceive you. Soon, they found themselves in a small room with a minimum of furniture. A table standing in the middle of the room, a few candles on it, and a couple of chairs. Without further ado, they sat down at the table, and the bartender, lighting a cigarette, began to evaluate the guy with his eyes. There was something about him that did not give him peace. "What kind of information are you interested in?" he asked slowly, placing his hands on the table. "We need to know more about one person," Uchiha answers as briefly as possible. He doesn't expect to stay here for long. Places like this never appealed to the young man. The bartender, whether on purpose or not, spoke slowly, in no hurry, clearly analyzing his new interlocutor. That's quite possible," he nodded. "The price depends on the person you need information about. But I don't think you came here unprepared for the financial part of our deal." He smiled with the corners of his mouth, while looking questioningly at the brunette. "I understand," he responded calmly. "We need information regarding the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed one from the Cloud Village." To be honest, the bartender's eyes widened at what he heard. He clearly hadn't expected Akatsuki to be interested in the Jinchuriki. "We need to know everything," Naruto continued without waiting for an answer. "Where does he live? Where and how does he go? Approximate daily routine. In general, everything." He emphasized the last word with a special intonation. "But," the bartender mumbled uncertainly, clearly having serious doubts about this. "Of course, villages are very protective of their Jinchuriki, so this order will be very difficult, and without a 100% guarantee of success. As for the money, I understand that it will be difficult, so the reward will be appropriate. Don't worry about it." He held out a small piece of paper with the amount for completing the order written on it. The bartender only swallowed. "Even if it is so, you must understand that there is no guarantee of success." The bartender sighed in despair. Under other circumstances, he would have refused such a request, but the reward was so high that he simply could not refuse. Besides, there was this feeling of anticipation, a slight tremor in his hands. But the brunette's words forced him to return to reality. In case of failure of the order, the villagers must never know who the customer is, otherwise, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he looked at the bartender through the sharingan. In the gloomy room they looked much brighter, and much more frightening. You understand, he finished, deactivating his eyes. I'll send the best scouts. Only, he suddenly hesitated, tapping his fingers on the table. You'll have to wait a few days. Maybe a few weeks. Depending on the circumstances, he said, preparing himself for the worst. You never know, his new client wasn't the patient type, and it would be stupid to let that kind of money go. Okay, from these words, it was as if a whole cobblestone fell from the bartender's shoulders, and he himself expressed a completely satisfied smile, even giggling when Naruto left the room. When he returned to the main hall again, he found Hidden playing games with the bearded man, which was not at all strange. If the bearded man was in a sour mood, then his partner was almost beaming with joy. Uchiha approached him, patting him on the shoulder and nodding towards the exit. Fortunately, he understood him and obediently followed him. When they were a long distance from the bar, he still couldn't stand it. Why did you interrupt me? I almost beat this dick, Hidden muttered discontentedly, looking back towards the establishment. And you will beat, because we need money to conclude the deal, Uchiha grinned. That's exactly why I'm saying this. You have to earn us money. Why the hell should I be the one taking the rap? Go and win too. The religious man was indignant. If you can get us some money, then after we finish with the two-tailed, as you wanted, we'll move on. Hidden smiled noticeably at these words, and then, without thinking for long, he finally agreed. You gave your word, so don't back away from the fight, he laughed before leaving. The days began to flow, during which his partner dealt with the problem of finances while information was obtained about the Jinchuriki. Naruto, unlike his partner, spent all his time outside the bar, being in the forest in the trees, he sat or lay for days on end. Watching the many shinobi coming and going every day, he thought about Itachi, his sworn brother, but most of the time, of course, his thoughts were occupied by Itachi, who was in the lair before they left, but according to rumors, was also supposed to be heading out soon, to catch the four tails. He may not have shown any signs of concern on the outside, but inside he was still worried about her. Maybe in vain, considering her skills, which in his opinion were definitely above his own. But Naruto was even more worried about the question regarding what Itachi thought, knowing that he was now in this organization too. These thoughts did not give him peace, and all attempts to switch to something else ended in failure. The more days he spent, the faster they began to go for him. Soon Hidden returned, reporting that the necessary amount had been collected, and once again reminding him of his promise. A little later, a response came from the bartender, which completely satisfied the guy. Having paid, he and his partner left this place, heading deep into the country of Cloud. They found her only the next morning. As the report said, the girl often comes to this particular training ground, which is relatively far from the village. Every day at a certain time she does self-development here. The rest of the time she spends in the village, on rare missions. In both cases, an attack would be unwise. In both cases she would not be alone. Now the Kunoiki of Cloud Village was acting quite calmly. She was just lying in the middle of the clearing, watching the dense formation of long and thick trees. There was a small smile on her face, which disappeared when she saw a silhouette appear from the trees, approaching her, and a little later a second one with something on his back. She did not really believe that these were allies, and therefore her hand automatically reached for the back bag on her belt. Get out, but slowly and carefully, she barked in the direction of the stopped silhouettes. Look at this chick we have here. A rough voice came from the other side. Fuck, I already want to sacrifice her. Now the doubts completely evaporated, and she already openly pulled out a kunai. The numerical advantage of the enemy did not frighten her at all. It was not the first time she faced a large number of enemies, so there was not a drop of fear in her soul before them. She was surprised when these two came out of the shadows, appearing in the light. Especially surprised by their clothes, on which red clouds flaunted, as well as their appearance. She watched every movement of both. Any change in them in anything did not go unnoticed by her. Silence arose between them, only the whistling of the wind reached the ears of the three. As it is not surprising, but Hidden was the first to get tired of all this, and with a wide smile on his face he headed towards the enemy. Naruto remained standing in place while Yugito also rushed towards the enemy, and honestly, the Uchiha was surprised at how fast the girl was in her movements, deftly avoiding each attack of his partner, while catching him on counterattacks. And that's all. The kunoiki grinned, dodging another attack from the religious man, after which she made a deep cut in his neck with her kunai. No less quickly, she went around the opponent standing with the kunai, rushed to the second one, whom she planned to defeat just as quickly as the first. You underestimated me, guys, the Jinchuriki smiled, closing the distance between her and her opponent in seconds. Really? The brunette responded too calmly, which alerted her, allowing her to dodge the scythe attack from behind, bending backwards in her back, and then jerking to the side, trying to recover from the shock. A little more and the white-haired one's weapon would have hit her, but how? He should have died with such a wound, but now there are not even a scratch on him. Even if it was a medical jutsu, it could not heal so quickly, besides, she would have noticed. It seems to me that you are underestimating the enemy. The brunette's index finger looked at her. What? She wanted to ask, but was interrupted by Hidden's attack, which tore the ground where she had been standing a second ago with a downward blow. A small patch of dust rose up, which did nothing to stop the enemy, but on the contrary, he began to attack even more furiously and quickly, swinging his scythe. To Yugito's surprise, despite the size of this scythe, he wielded it quite skillfully and quickly, which made it difficult even for her with her speed to dodge the enemy's heavy blows. Bending, jumping, tumbling to the side, she dodged his attacks, and when she found herself with her feet on his scythe, when he held it pointed forward, she hit him in the head with a sharp and powerful kick, simultaneously jumping onto his shoulders, clasping his torso with her legs while her hands twisted his neck. She jumped back again as the blonde's limp body fell to the ground. This time she wouldn't fall into the same trap and wouldn't attack the second one until she was sure the first one was dead, which she thought should have been dead by now. About a minute passed, during which the white-haired one didn't get up. This gave her confidence and she slowly started to approach the second opponent, but stopped halfway when she heard a familiar, boorish voice. "It hurts, bitch, your mother," the white-haired man hissed, standing up and returning his turned head to its original position. There was already an angry grimace on his face. She had clearly angered him with her last action. However, this time Yugito did not go into shock, and therefore a small flock of bluish mice was already heading towards Hidden, who had come to his senses. "What the hell is this?" Hidden muttered, jumping to the side and seemingly completely forgetting about the rear, otherwise he would have seen that the mice had changed the direction towards him. "What?" was all Jashin's follower managed to say when an explosion thundered, which again did not lead to the desired result. He got off with only minor burns, without even receiving any serious injuries. "Who are you guys?" Yugito asked, not even expecting an answer. "Your death, fuck," Hidden laughed, starting to attack the girl again. Meanwhile, Uchiha covered his face with his hand, realizing that they were here for a long time. But no matter how long the fight lasted, Hidden still had the advantage of immortality, and no matter how many times the Jinchuriki hit him, he still remained unharmed, which did not play into the girl's hands. The longer their fight went on, the more and more often the Jinchuriki was in danger. With each passing minute, Hidden seemed to be getting more and more agile, finding more and more holes in her defenses, and now it was only a matter of time before he would inflict his first wound on her. And as expected, this time came and after another blocked attack of the Jinchuriki, he closed the distance between them. The blade of the scythe was already in deadly proximity for her, when a rather large man appeared between them, sending Hidden flying with an elbow strike, thereby greatly frightening Naruto, who could not even follow this jerk. Maybe because he did not have the Sharingan activated, but even so, the speed of the man was impressive just as much as his strength. Yugito was no less surprised than the brunette. "Why are you here?" she asked. "I'm here because she sensed your chakra, as well as the chakra of two unknown people," a rough voice cut through the air. "I came because you had problems. That guy started pushing you around." Yugito just lowered her head guiltily. "It's all because of his immortality," the girl whispered barely audibly. "Immortality, you say?" Hei smiled. "Now we will check what is better. His immortality or my Archon." He looked at his ward. "At least try not to die." This was already addressed to Yugito. "At least hold out until I return. That guy," he turned his gaze to the brunette, whose face was gloomy. "He's not simple, but neither am I," the Jinchuriki smiled. "If he's not immortal like that one, then I'll have problems." The man just nodded and disappeared from the battlefield in an instant. Naruto himself, although he looked calm on the outside, felt great danger inside. Therefore, it is worthwhile to solve the problem with the Jinchuriki as soon as possible before he returns. Underestimating the enemy again, huh? The question was addressed to Yugito, to which she shook her head seriously. "I want to ask you a question." Her words made him surprised. Why are you attacking me when you are a Jinchuriki yourself? Haven't you been through the same thing as me? Past, but besides being a Jinchuriki, I am also a shinobi, and a shinobi carries out the work assigned to him until the end, he sighed. Indeed, for him, attacking a Jinchuriki did not bring pleasure and he would have preferred to avoid it, but now he simply cannot do otherwise. But this is wrong. Enough, he interrupted her, pulling out his katana and pointing its tip towards the Jinchuriki. Now I will do my job, he said shortly, breaking away from his place and rushing towards the girl. He was closing the distance, raising his katana to strike. Now they were already colliding. The guy was attacking, but the girl was defending herself. There was a sound of steel touching and he expected to see a kunai there, or something else, but not long claws. He jumped back with a grin. What did he expect, going against the two-tailed cat? Do you think I'm the same as my partner? He smiled, simultaneously making seals, directing a fireball towards the swarm of mice rushing towards him. The fire stream headed towards the girl, creating explosions on its way from contact with Yugito's mice. Because of this, the fire stream became smaller, but still reached the girl. After this attack, he found Yugito leaning against a large rock. About half of her body was covered in burns. What kind of powerful fire technique is that? She hissed, writhing and hissing in pain, pressing her hand against the burnt areas of her skin. This is a technique that was passed down to me by inheritance, Naruto answered calmly. Of course it's not at full power, but it's not bad, right? Uchiha grinned, making the girl surprised and scared at the same time. If it wasn't as powerful as it should be, but it had already caused her such trouble, then what would happen if he used it at full power? Her fears were unnecessary, though. Naruto wasn't as skilled in fire techniques as his grandfather, so he couldn't use this technique as well as his grandfather. And in this situation, it wasn't necessary, since he didn't need to kill the Jinchuriki ahead of time. You left me no choice. I didn't want to use it, but... Her body began to be covered in scarlet chakra, which was very familiar to the guy. It was just a pity that Kurama refused to help him, because he shouldn't even count on something like that. The girl's wounds began to heal with each passing second, and soon there was no trace of the burns left, and the girl herself began to look more like a cat than a human. She no longer stood on two legs, her claws seemed to have become even sharper and larger, and her eyes acquired a cat-like appearance. PSHSHSH, the girl hissed, appearing next to Naruto in one jerk, forming 5 stripes on his side, from which blood began to ooze. The girl did not slow down, continuing to press on the enemy, constraining him. True, this did not last long and soon Naruto was able to read any of her attacks. The activated Sharingan does its job, which made her job more difficult. Not only did it become harder for her to hit him, but she also couldn't look him in the eyes. She had heard about these eyes, and therefore knew what to do in a fight against them, but it turned out to be more difficult than it was at first glance. Especially considering that she had not encountered Sharingan users before, and therefore she had no experience fighting against them, which was a pity. It would have come in handy in this fight. You're not the only one with secrets, the brunette smiled, dodging another attack and instead of jumping to the side as before, he manages to grab her by the throat, and then punching her in the stomach, throws her down. She, cutting through trees, and then shaking up a long stretch of land, tries to get up. As expected, the other tailed beast's chakra burned his hand, but it was bearable. He just shook his hand, and then began to watch the Jinchuriki. Yugito didn't anticipate anything good. From using the Bayu chakra, every hair on her head stood on end, and she began to smell all kinds of foreign smells more and more often, which only confused the girl. In addition, the blow, as well as the enemy's throw, were quite strong and did not pass without a trace. Use my form, Matatabi's female voice sounded in his head. I don't want to, continued the tailed one's indignation, most of which she ignored. She herself was wondering why she didn't want to use this technique against him and what she could hope for without resorting to her strongest techniques in a tough fight. She stood up, leaning her hands on her knees and coughing up blood. Many pessimistic thoughts were spinning in her head. I'm already tired of this fight, Naruto sighed. I'll show you that resisting is completely useless. The guy began to change. The aura around him also changed to a more frightening one. A black haze appeared, after which his entire body was enveloped in something similar to ribs, only black. Susanoo, Yugito visibly staggered when she noticed that the enemy's eye pattern had changed. Maybe she should hide, but fleeing the battlefield was the last step in her plan. At least she had to try to win. Not everything was lost to panic. She still had to use the partial transformation into the two-tailed. The large, right paw was aimed at the brunette, but it could not penetrate the protection of these ribs. She wanted to retreat, but Suzunu's hand suddenly appeared, pierced the tailed one's cover, squeezing the girl's body in its embrace. Damn, the girl croaked, writhing from the crushing pain. Well, now you're going to kill me. She tried to make a smile, although it looked rather crooked. You won't die, Uchiha answered shortly. It's natural, a male voice was heard from behind, to which he didn't even have time to react. He came to his senses only when he was already in the crater that had appeared because of his blow. All of Sasano's front ribs were broken and fractured, so there was no doubt that the man's blow had reached him. It took him a lot of effort to get up, but not for long. Again, one sharp jump from the new opponent, after which he lost consciousness. He woke up with a headache and ringing in his ears. He felt neither his body nor anything else. Several dozen minutes passed before his condition returned to more or less normal, and he was able to feel that his body was tied up, and his eyes could not be opened, since some kind of bandage was put on him. It was damp, the sound of drops falling on the floor reached the ears. Sometimes some screams and other incomprehensible sounds were heard. His thoughts were also gradually coming into order, and there was nothing but disappointment in his soul. He had already considered himself a strong shinobi, but he had encountered someone he couldn't even answer, losing in the first seconds of the fight. He hadn't even noticed how he had approached him and made him lose consciousness with one blow. He didn't have the best thoughts about his partner either. Since he had returned, it meant that the immortal partner couldn't defeat his opponent. Even immortality couldn't defeat this man. The strength of this man was truly astounding. To break through Suzuno, one of the best, if not the best, defensive technique with such ease. It was scary to imagine what would have happened if he had hit not the defense, but directly into his body. He was distracted from his thoughts by the creak of the door opening, then he heard the quiet sounds of footsteps approaching him. Some object was placed in front of him. Are you awake? That's good. A voice was heard, the owner of which was a woman, and at the same time this voice seemed familiar to him. Yugito ni? Naruto asked. Well, if you were able to understand who I am, that means that everything is okay with you, it seemed to him, or she spoke through a smile. You're quite strong, the Jinchuriki continued. You know, not everyone can withstand the Raikage's blows. Raikage. Now everything fell into place. They were very unlucky to run into the head of a large village himself. So what? Are you going to torture me? The brunette smiled, slightly bowing his head. Perhaps we will, if you don't decide to tell us yourself, Yugito answered more seriously. What makes you think I'd want to talk to you? The only answer was silence, but Naruto was sure that the Jinchuriki was still here. If you want to talk, untie my eyes. I'm not used to communicating without seeing the face of the person I'm talking to. His smile again. A smile that had already begun to irritate the girl. Can't you be a little more serious, especially in such a disadvantageous situation? A pathetic attempt, Yugito whispered barely audibly. As soon as I untie your eyes, you'll run away, she added more loudly. What are you doing here? You would have probably caught me. If he could, he would have spread his arms to the sides, but the straitjacket, secured with straps on top, prevented him from making any movements. We both know that it is not so. The Jinchuriki had a high level of intelligence since childhood, was calm and reasonable, she clearly knew her strength, and if her opponent's strength was greater than hers, she always acknowledged it, but simply agreed with it, and instead of lying to herself that the enemy simply had an advantage, she was engaged in self-development, trying to become stronger, thereby breaking the gap of strength between her and her opponent. This was also the case with Killer Bee, with whom she often sparred, but never won even once since childhood. A simple, and seemingly frivolous person, as if there were no weak points that she could use, his defense was perfect. You didn't use all your power in our fight, right? Yugito asked, distracted from her own thoughts, to which he smiled. Again. Just like you, he grinned, which surprised her greatly. How did you understand? She asked simply and briefly, instead of trying once again to understand this strange youth. Everyone has their own secrets, the boy said slowly. There was no point in asking him about anything else. So it was clear that the guy would not tell anything, but she was very worried about another question. However, can you answer just one question? The Jinchuriki sighed. It won't concern your organization or anything like that, she added, wanting to relax him a little. I'm listening. Why did you fight like you didn't want to defeat me? The question caught Naruto off guard, causing him to almost fall over on his side. What? He asked again, to which Yugito only frowned, although there was no point in it, since he couldn't see her face because of the mask. I've fought many opponents and I can tell when an opponent intends to defeat you or kill you. And you, she paused, trying to find the right words. You, as if you didn't want to defeat me, She didn't finish, because the room was filled with loud laughter from the prisoner, who was already on his back, rolling from side to side, and only responded after he sat up again. You must have imagined it, he smiled, hearing the girl suddenly stand up and move towards the exit. The door closed again and she probably didn't notice the smile that was on his face. In this dungeon, he lost all track of time. He didn't know if it was day or night, or how many days had passed. Time passed quickly and it had been about a month since he had been captured by them. He learned about this from Yugito, who for some reason often visited him, bringing food on a tray, trying to talk to him, and then, because of his mockery, in most cases, leaving in anger, slamming the door. He didn't see all this, but hearing it was pure pleasure. As for torture, to his surprise, they didn't torture him or even try to get into his head. They just kept him in this place. This time promised to be ordinary, as always. The door creaked, after which familiar steps were heard. Not a word was said, but Naruto already knew who had come to him. This time went beyond his understanding in general. Surprise froze on his face when he suddenly felt a weakening in his body, and very soon, as the mask that seemed to have become native to him left his face. He was completely freed from all shackles and he squinted at the silhouette of the girl, barely visible in the darkness. She was holding out her hand to him. What happened? The guy asked, not too trustingly, but he still extended his hand. The Jinchuriki helped him up, and then turned away, heading for the exit. Let's go for a walk. These words surprised Uchiha even more, who nevertheless followed the blonde. And you're not afraid that I'll escape? Came a hail of questions. After all, I'm still a prisoner. It's true, you're a prisoner, she agreed. But the Raikage herself gave me permission to take you out for a walk. But why? Uchiha asked again. If you run away, you'll set me up, the girl said, as if she hadn't noticed the brunette's question. However, she was quickly moving through the labyrinths of the dungeon, which is why Naruto had to speed up to catch up with the girl. He still couldn't understand what was happening now. But for some reason, thoughts about running away didn't occur to him. Very soon they were back on the street. The light, which he had already managed to get out of the habit of, hit his eyes painfully, so he covered his eyes with his hand and walked right behind the girl, who walked without turning around at all to look at the one who had been her enemy just a month ago. Why would she trust someone like him so much? But only now, walking behind her back, he was able to take a good look at her slender figure. Small shoulders, from which there is a narrowing to the waist, then a neat roundness turning into legs. Thanks to her light and relaxed gait, it looked even better. Naruto shook his head, catching himself thinking unnecessary thoughts. He was thinking about the wrong thing, that was for sure. During their journey, they met many villagers, each of whom smiled and greeted the girl, but looked at him with distrust. Aunt Yugito, a girl with light hair braided into two pigtails, dangling cheerfully behind her back, shouted. The girl ran up and hugged Yugito, who had crouched down by that moment. Asia, the Jinchuriki smiled in response, hugging the girl, who looked at the guy standing behind Yugito and, frightened by his appearance, hid in the girl's chest. Yugito, he's scary, Naruto heard the girl whisper. Have you really found yourself one? Uchiha didn't understand the question, but for some reason it confused Yugito, who suddenly moved away from the girl and began to deny something. However, Naruto didn't listen to their further conversation, more observing the village, which seemed to live its own life. Most of the residents no longer paid attention to him, going about their own business. It must be admitted that it is very quiet here. Soon, they resumed their movement through the streets of the village, although his sudden liberation was a mystery to him. And how do you like our village? Yugito's question came as suddenly as all of this. It's quite calm here. But still, what's going on? The girl doesn't answer again. The wind picked up as they climbed a mountain near the village. The mountain overlooked the entire village. Every street, every square, the Raikage's residence was visible. The wind blew her hair through the air, and she looked at the village with a calm gaze, as if nothing was bothering her. And I still don't understand why we're here, the guy says, not even looking towards the settlement. I already said earlier that this is an ordinary walk. I've never heard of prisoners being taken out for walks, Uchiha muttered, still sensing a catch in all this, so he was already thinking that it would be better to escape now, while he had such an opportunity. But still, what's wrong with this girl? To be honest, there is a reason for this action. She suddenly turned to him, coming so close that the boy involuntarily jerked to the side. However, the girl's hand, which grabbed his hand, did not let him do this. Her gaze was lowered to the side, which made the brunette even more nervous. I don't even know how to say this, but, she fell silent. But maybe you should stay in our village. With me, With the 8 tails. I'm sure we'll all get along. Naruto just rolled his eyes. It was worth guessing what she was trying to achieve. But that wasn't part of his plans. I don't need it, he refused her briefly and simply, to which she only looked back sadly. It's a pity. In our village, we treat Jinchuriki with great respect. Of course, it wasn't like that before, but now people treat us well. You saw it yourself, she mentioned the incident with the little girl. I'm afraid it's not for me, he turned away, because for some reason he felt uncomfortable refusing her. Maybe if such an offer had come to him 2 or 3 years ago, he would have taken advantage of it, but now he simply couldn't give up everything. Let's go, she said briefly, heading down the mountain. They walked the rest of the way in complete silence. Neither she nor he made a sound. He was locked back in the dungeon, and the girl left. For the next few days, Yugito did not appear in the prison. However, after she came again, they had a conversation again, she took him for a walk again, but she did not ask him any more questions like the previous one. She realized that he would not agree now. But she did not give up, but on the contrary, she was filled with the desire to convince him to stay and live in the village. Without knowing why, she was drawn to the guy. It was interesting to talk to him. Over time, he told her about his childhood, which, as she expected, was different from hers, although not much. That is why she definitely had to convince him to stay. However, she ran as fast as she could. She rushed towards the prison like the wind, jumping from roof to roof. As fast as possible, as soon as possible to get to the dungeon. Although it was a dark night, the village was on its ears. Residents were ordered not to leave their homes, and there were reinforced patrols on the streets of the village. The group also combed the nearby forests. The news that Naruto had disappeared from the dungeon had struck her like thunder, and so she had immediately dropped everything she was doing and rushed to the crime scene. At first, she didn't want to believe it, but the increased patrols around the village convinced her otherwise. And it had already seemed to her that Naruto was ready to stay here. He was already behaving more casually, sometimes even exchanging a few phrases with the residents, who had also gotten used to him and no longer treated him with such distrust as at first. She felt that his escape was her mistake. She hadn't been able to understand it before. If she had caught anything suspicious from him, she would certainly not have allowed him to escape. She didn't know all the details, but she hoped with all her heart that he would be found. Only now did she realize that she was hurting inside. It couldn't really be that No, she shook her head. It just couldn't be, even though Killer Bee often teased her about it. When she approached the dungeon, she was shocked. Almost all of the guards, of whom there were quite a few and all were at the level of Junin, but nevertheless, they were all incapacitated. Report the situation, she said in a commanding tone, picking out one of the shinobi running past. According to the wounded, someone helped the prisoner escape from outside. But someone very strong. None of the guards even had time to do anything. As they were knocked out, the man answered hastily, running towards the wounded. She instantly rushed into the dungeon towards his cells. Entering the cell, she actually found a cut straitjacket, belts and a bandage. A great insult washed over the girl, and she leaned against the wall, slowly slid down it to her haunches, clutching her head with her hands. A little earlier, after another walk, he settled down in the far corner as best he could, leaning his back against the walls. After another conversation, which wasn't exactly unpleasant for the guy, he calmly waited for the next day. If her plan was for Naruto to get used to it himself, to love this place, then she succeeded. Although he didn't want to admit it, all his past thoughts seemed to evaporate. He no longer thought about the organization or anything else. He really started to like his current life, although somewhere in the corners of his mind he understood that it wasn't quite right, that it shouldn't be like this. A sharp cry of some man made him turn his head in the direction of the cry. Although he still couldn't see, it was just more convenient this way. In his soul, of course, some concern about Yugito appeared, who, although she may have pursued some goal, perhaps carried out a task for the village's top brass, was still kind to him. Thanks to her, he didn't spend all these several months in a dark cell, which is not usually done with prisoners. Then a crash reached his ears, and very soon someone knocked down his door, with a long familiar creak. How pathetic you are. You've gotten used to being a prisoner, and yet you treat them like your friends, said a rough voice, the owner of which approached him. What business is it of yours? He muttered incredulously, certain that it wasn't Obito. Not his voice. I can't believe you and I are tied up, he sighed next, cutting his bonds and pulling off his mask. What? The only answer was a strong blow to the stomach, and then to the head. Again his body went limp, and he began to lose himself in his own consciousness. Then he could only feel at moments as if someone was carrying him. Commentary on Chapter 8. In the next chapter, a new character will appear for this fanfic, but familiar to all of you. Please leave your guesses in the comments. I will somehow mention everyone who was close or even guessed correctly in the next chapter. That's all from me, people. And yes, I apologize for the delay. It's hard to find the right rhythm for a new chapter. I've redone this chapter 3 times. There may be mistakes. Chapter 9. Commentary on Chapter 9. Wow, did I really finish writing this chapter, which turned out to be the largest chapter among all my fanfics. I spent a lot of time and effort on this chapter, because I was in a hurry, because most likely my work will stop soon, as sad as it may sound. 9 days left until the moment when I will most likely go to the army, and then you know. Perhaps, if I succeed, I will be able to write something during this year. Now I need to try to write another chapter of my new fanfic before leaving, and then come what may. Enjoy reading, everyone. I tried for you. She woke up in complete darkness, remembering almost nothing about the last few days. She raised her hand with difficulty, which she could barely make out. Everything was double in her vision, and there was a ringing in her ears. From the slightest movement, her whole body seemed to turn inside out from pain. It seemed that several ribs were broken, and it was also possible that her right arm was not in the best condition either. When she came to her senses a little, she realized that she was lying on something soft, shaped like a sofa. Some time passed before she was able to remember everything and at least a little, but recover. The last thing she remembered was how a blurry sword blade flew over her head. A few more seconds and this blade would have been painted the color of her blood, but then why was she alive? She should have died. She wanted to die at the hands of her younger brother, but again she could not. She could not prevent Naruto's death then, she could not even die now. Unfortunately, she doesn't remember what happened at the very end, because at the very last moment she switched off, hoping that this time it would be forever. She would have met her parents, she would have met Naruto. She would have left this world full of pain and only disappointment. She went to where she should have gone a long time ago. But alas, Itachi seriously thought about who could save her and, most importantly, why. But no matter how much she thought, only a few options came to mind. The first one that came to her mind was Madara himself, but why would he need her? She had completely reached her limit as a shinobi. She was of no use now, because she was no different from an ordinary person. No, now she was even more helpless. But if we discard the thought of Madara, then the next in line was Danzo, who could come for her just as he once came for Shisui. And the last, but most unlikely option was Sasuke, who for some reason decided not to kill her, but again, there was no logic in this. It is unlikely that he knows the whole truth. Finally, she decided to stop thinking about all this. Something told her that if she continued to sit still, someone would definitely come. However, she did not want to be used again as a simple tool. As soon as she stood up, she immediately felt how heavy her own legs were, which continued to tremble without stopping. She had little time, otherwise she would simply fall to the floor. Each step was accompanied by a burning pain that smoothly spread throughout her body. Another stream of pain and dizziness came to her mind, a lump came to her throat, her eyes darkened a little. Then she felt some kind of table with her hands and, it seemed, some kind of bag. After feeling it a little, she recognized her own equipment. Every seam, every abrasion was very familiar to her. Pulling out a cold, metallic, sharp object from there, she squeezed it as hard as she could. Falling to her knees, she placed the sharp end against her chest to make sure she wouldn't miss. Slowly moving her hand with the weapon away from her heart, she looked up at the ceiling. Forgive me, Mom and Dad, Naruto and Shisui, for coming to you in this way, but I can't anymore. I can't be in this world alone. Gathering her determination and courage, she finally pulled the hand with the kunai towards her. Warm blood slowly dripped onto the girl's snow-white knees. Her hand went completely limp, releasing the kunai, which for some reason remained in the air. Am I dead? Is this really what a near-death experience is? It took her a few seconds to realize that she was still alive, that her heart was still beating. Finding the strength in herself, she finally opened her eyes and a vague silhouette appeared before her, which was familiar to her, but it did not make it any easier. On the contrary, her whole chest was squeezed with pain that could not be expressed in words. It was stronger than physical. She wanted to believe, but she could not, because she herself saw his corpse, his charred corpse with the remains of clothes and with all the equipment. There's no need to rush to them, said a very familiar voice, surprising the Uchiha even more. You are still needed here. I need you. Her tears began to flow down her hot cheeks on their own, and her hands, trembling, reached out to the silhouette's face, but his palm intercepted it, his fingers intertwining with hers. But how? The girl whispers in a trembling voice. Am I dead? She felt his forehead touch hers, and his fingers still clutched her hand, pressing it to his chest. She felt his heartbeat, which only grew stronger. You're not dead. But, why? Naruto did not answer this question, placing his finger on her lips. Instead of words, he decided to show her everything, putting her in genjutsu with his eyes. Fortunately, Itachi was not completely blind, so this was not a problem. There he showed her all the moments, starting from the battle with the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed, captivity, then how he got out. He decided to keep silent about who freed him to avoid unnecessary questions. He finished by showing the moment when he took her away from the blow at the very last moment. Luckily, Sasuke was on the verge of losing consciousness, so he hardly noticed how Naruto took Itachi away. Most likely, he passed out almost immediately when he spent the last of his chakra. I should have died, the girl whispered in a drooping voice, clutching her friend's collar with her hands, shaking him a little. I had to die, do you hear? The voice was already turning into a roar, which is why the young man simply pressed Itachi's trembling body to himself, feeling her every sob and how his clothes were getting wet from tears. He felt that she needed to be calmed down somehow, that in the future they might not have such conversations, that this was the only time Itachi would sit in front of him like this, but no matter how much he tried to find the right words, they simply escaped him, getting lost somewhere in the dark corners of his mind. Instead, he simply stroked her black hair with his hand. And the fact that he was useless at such a moment only made it worse. Moreover, the girl did not calm down. Every image of her crimes flashed before her, every murder of her clansmen, for which she should have paid with her life, but now she could not. She would no longer be able to try to lay hands on herself knowing that Naruto was alive. She simply doesn't have the courage to leave him, but on the other hand, she will only be a burden, because she can't even see clearly. She is trapped, there is no way out, and trying only makes it worse. I don't know what to say in situations like this, Naruto whispered back, searching for words on the fly. But I know for sure that without you, this world would be alien to me. A world in which there is no girl like you is alien to me, and whoever accuses you of all possible sins, I will always take your side, always stand up for you and follow you everywhere. He spoke while feeling his face burning, becoming more like a tomato. It was difficult for him to say such words, because he had not even prepared for this conversation. No, of course, he imagined their conversation, but in his thoughts it was significantly different from what happened. But no matter how embarrassed he was by his own words, thanks to them, it seemed, he managed to calm the girl, who continued to lie on his body, only occasionally sobbing and sniffling. Looking at Itachi from this side, you would not say that she was one of the strongest shinobi of this time. Now she looked more like a tearful child than an adult. Where are we going now? Itachi asked, finally calming down and moving away from Naruto. Perhaps moving away too far, but for now it was necessary. She felt embarrassed in front of him for seeing her so weak and defenseless. She needed time to digest everything that had happened before them. I don't know, Uchiha sighed. I don't know. He left the girl right after she started snoring. Having moved her to the sofa, he left two of his clones there, and he himself hurried to meet with one person. However, the whole way he thought exclusively about Itachi. She did not leave the guy's head for a second. So much so that he didn't even immediately notice that he had already arrived at the place he needed and even missed the first question from the man in red armor. You seem a bit thoughtful today, he noted, coming closer. Sorry, he tried to smile guiltily, but it came out rather poorly. He was still thinking about Itachi. Will you answer the question? Which? Is there any way to cure the blindness that results from excessive use of mangekyo? The interlocutor merely sighed. You still didn't listen to me, did you? He asked resignedly, already knowing the answer. Unfortunately, no. Uchiha won't be able to get his eyes back if he overdid it with mangekyo. Only a transplant will help, but you're not at risk of that, but she is, he thought. She'll probably be blind for life if she survives. These words sent shock through the young man. He didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to accept that Itachi would be blind for the rest of her life. Why? Why should she suffer because of the damned circumstances that simply forced her to act that day? Because if she hadn't, much more blood would have been spilled. In any case, there are more important topics to talk about now. These words made the young man filled with anger. What could be more important to him than Itachi's life? Power, money, fame, or authority? None of this could replace even a girl's smile. And yet, this phrase still touches Naruto. But this anger subsided just as suddenly as it appeared. His grandfather is not to blame for this bitter fate of all the Uchiha who received this power, which will eventually force its bearer to go through hellish torment. After all, it was their power that put the clan under destruction. It was because of this power that Itachi was forced to act on that fateful night. But first, show me what you've achieved after a year of our training together. Seeing his grandson's misunderstanding, the elder Uchiha decided to clarify. Let's have a little sparring. You can use anything you want against me. These words became the start of their duel. This was not their first fight, but it was different from the previous ones in that Madara attacked more furiously and assertively. Sometimes Naruto even thought that his grandfather was attacking as if he wanted to kill him. His speed, movements, attacks, literally everything was different from what he was before. And at first, Naruto successfully parried almost every attack, but he himself could not go on the offensive because of the intensity of the blows. But with each second, Madara became faster and stronger, due to which the young man found it difficult to cope with that speed and he had to miss more and more blows. If this continues, then he is unlikely to last long. Something had to be done, but what? What can you come up with against an opponent who has many times more combat experience? Against someone who is called a legend on par with Hashirama. He tries to overwhelm him with a large fiery destruction, but he responds with the same, interrupting his technique, and now he has to save himself. Another blow from Madara, but this time it goes through Naruto. He of course did not expect this, but he did not lose his head and turned around with a kunai to block the attack of the youth, clashing with those gazes, which in a normal fight with another opponent would have led to him being caught in genjutsu, but now it would be useless. Especially if you use genjutsu on just a clone. However, this was not a simple clone. A few seconds later, the clone was torn apart, releasing a large volume of fire, which is unlikely to hit the Uchiha, but should at least distract him. Madara jumped back and immediately with one triple throw of kunai destroyed 3 clones approaching him from behind. It's useless, the elder Uchiha says without any interest, destroying every clone attacking him without any problems. If clones are the maximum of your skills, then I am very sorry that I spent so much time on you. The only answer was laughter, echoing around the area. You know yourself that I rarely use clones, only now the clones appeared. They were everywhere, on the ground, on every tree branch. The hands of each clone were folded in a sign. In just a few moments, a multitude of fireballs, shaped like small meteorites, were sent towards Madara. They were all small in size, as if they had been compressed, but despite this, they were flying very fast. There was one explosion, then a second, a third, and so on in a chain, causing the ground to continue shaking. The hail of fireballs continued for about 40 seconds, after which they began to noticeably weaken and slow down, as clone after clone began to periodically disappear, deprived of all the chakra that their original had previously given them. Only when the volley began to stop, a blue color began to flash among the smoke. Madara's Susanoo dispersed almost all the smoke with just one wave of its hand. Naruto was very upset that this technique at least did not scratch his ancestor. Not bad, although it still could have been better, Madara summed up, deactivating Susanoo and shaking the dust off his armor. Now that I have taught you a lot, I have something to talk to you about. Itachi spent all the time Naruto was away in thought. She didn't know what would happen next, where they would go, what they would do, and this uncertainty scared her. She had imagined many times a quiet life somewhere in the wilderness, far from the villages. The thought of a quiet life warmed her soul, but on the other hand, she didn't know if she would be able to live quietly after everything that had happened, because in all fairness she should have died. But that wasn't the only thing that troubled her soul. She understood perfectly well that Naruto would not leave her just like that, and even if they settled somewhere, this boy would have to take care of a nearly blind man for the rest of his life. She did not want to be a burden to him, but she could not do anything about it either. She would prefer to remain alone forever than to cause Naruto inconvenience by forcing him to take care of her. But alas, the young man would not let her go just like that, and she would not leave. She would not be able to leave. Although she could barely see anything, she could still notice the chakra fluctuations. The clone Naruto had left behind, silent all this time, suddenly began to wheeze, fell to the floor in convulsions, and then disappeared altogether. Her heart immediately sank with fear. If the clone had disappeared, then Naruto was in trouble, or... No, she wouldn't even think about that. Naruto had promised that he would be there. He wouldn't die. She heard the door open slowly and creaking, and then someone slowly walked towards her. Trying to peer into the dark silhouette, she still realized that it was Naruto, but still, something was wrong. She clearly heard the guy's intermittent breathing, his heavy steps, and heard something dripping on the floor without stopping. When the silhouette came closer, she clearly heard his groans and heavy breathing. When there was only a moment between them, the silhouette suddenly fell almost on her. Now she knew for sure that it was Naruto. When it dawned on her, she frantically turned the body over, feeling for the wet spot and finding the hilt of a blade there, the blade of which was inside it. Naruto! Itachi screamed, shaking the guy by the shoulders a little. Don't die. Please, don't die. Uchiha screamed, feeling how his heart was beating quieter and quieter, and his breathing was almost disappearing. The feeling of her own helplessness burned her from the inside. There was nothing worse than feeling how someone dear to you dies and dies in your arms. She once looked at the bodies of her dead parents and promised herself that she would not allow the deaths of her loved ones to happen again. However, once again she could not keep her own promise. She completely lowered her head in tears onto the chest of the already not breathing guy, clutching the remains of his clothes. Giving in to the emotions seething in her, she could not stop the tears that hotly burned her cheeks. Why? Why didn't you keep the promise you made to me? The girl whispered, as if hoping that Naruto would hear her, would hug her by the back of her head, press her to himself and tell her that he was there. There was a dead silence in the air. There were no words that could help in this situation. Even though they were not close, the loss of their former comrade could not pass without a trace for them. Sakura and Ino walked ahead, observing the area. Behind them were Choji, Neji, Rock Lee and Sai, who were carrying Naruto's lifeless body. Itachi walked behind them, silent the whole way and looking at her feet while Kakashi, her former comrade from the Anbu days, helped her walk, thinking the whole way about what had happened to them. By the time they found Itachi screaming, it was already too late and even Sakura's medical techniques would not have helped. He tried to ask the girl about it, but she did not answer, had not uttered a word since they found her. It was only a short distance to their hideout, which is why they only quickened their pace. The chance of running into a detachment from Konoha was too high. She has been sitting next to the bed with the dead body of her beloved for about an hour now. During this time, she has not left him for a minute, not wanting to contact anyone, although there were attempts on their part. She just wanted to be with him until the very last minute, until the moment when Naruto's body is buried in his mother's homeland, because there are already talks, which means that they will be separated again and this time, forever. Maybe we should get her out of there. She hasn't had food or water for an hour now, Haruno asked worriedly, approaching the teacher and looking at the tent. It was also hard for her to look at her dead comrade, towards whom she was very guilty, because when he needed support, she didn't give it and didn't even try to understand the boy. Who knows, maybe this wouldn't have happened if she had treated him differently. The kunoichi was about to go towards the tent, but the teacher's hand stopped her. It's not worth it, the sensei tells her in an almost quiet voice. The death of a loved one is always very hard to bear. She needs to be alone, the white-haired man said, involuntarily remembering himself in the past, when he also grieved over the loss of friends, whom, as usually happens, he began to value only when it was too late. I wonder who she is. And what happened between them. The pink-haired girl initially thought that their teacher was familiar with the girl they found, but personally she was unfamiliar, although she vaguely reminded her, but who exactly, Sakura could not understand. Well, Naruto lived with her for a while. Kakashi briefly told her that Naruto lived with her under the same roof, also told her about who she was and what she was. Sakura was surprised that this black-haired girl, it turns out, was the sister of her beloved Sasuke. Maybe she would have had time to digest all the information received, if one of their people had not arrived in time. They found us, the middle-aged man tried to catch his breath. The enemy has quietly made its way into our camp and has already killed several of our people. Shikamaru and the guys have stood up to defend us, but we won't last long like this. The enemy is using unusual power, was the last thing the man managed to say before he lost consciousness. Apparently, their man had been poisoned. Kakashi looked around with displeasure. They had been found much earlier than he had expected. Sakura, stay here, he commanded. But why? Haruno wanted to object, but she saw the teacher's gaze and fell silent for a moment. Heal this poor guy and look after Itachi. That's an order. Kakashi insistently placed his hand on the kunoichi's shoulder before disappearing into the shunshin. The situation turned out to be much worse than expected. Not only were there many more people from the special squad created by the new Hokage than in previous times, but each of them used the Sharingan. Hitaki understood that Shikamaru and the others, although they were strong enough, would not last long against specially trained people ready to kill. And he himself would not be able to help with all the enemies at once. The clearing was already littered with the bodies of their comrades who decided to follow them. Some were still writhing, some were caught in genjutsu, and some were already lying there without showing any sign of life. Although Sai tried to get rid of the opponents by attacking them from the air, this brought little effect. Most managed to escape the bombardment. Neji was busy with a group of shinobi who surrounded him. The others were in a similar situation. More or less free were Kakashi and Shikamaru, holding two Anbu in the shadows. Everyone retreat, Kakashi commanded, neutralizing two enemies who tried to attack from behind. You're not going anywhere. Along with these words, the son of the White Fang realized that he was paralyzed. Seeing Shikamaru standing next to two enemy shinobi, Kakashi did not want to believe his own eyes. Of course, he admitted that there could be traitors among the entire group, but for it to be Shikamaru. All this time he thought that if there was a traitor, then this traitor would be Sai, but he did not even think that it would be Shikamaru. What the? Choji was indignant, so caught up in the fight that he didn't notice the shadow approaching him. It was too late for the others. Everyone was bound by the Nara clan's technique. What does this all mean? The words belong to Neji. That's what it means, Shikamaru smiled. That you should return to the village, and Danzo herself will decide what to do with the traitors. Shikamaru smiled, licking the blade of his kunai and looking at Kakashi with malice. What about you, Kakashi-sensei? He stepped closer and brought the kunai closer to Hataki's eye. You were ordered to be killed on the spot and have your eye removed. Forgive me, but you are too uncontrollable. He walked away from Kakashi, who was already being forced to surrender by Roots' men. To be honest, I thought that this moment would come a little later. However, because we found that misunderstanding under the name Naruto, it forced us to act immediately. But why do you need a dead Naruto? Kakashi's question made Shikamaru laugh. We personally don't need this trash. Only his eyes are valuable. It's a pity that the nine-tailed will be reborn again, but still. And when did you take Danzo's side? Chuji butted into the conversation, seething with anger. From the very beginning, a satisfied smile never ceased to shine on his face. Why? You ask me. Because Danzo understands what the village needs, what kind of leader it needs. If he had been chosen as Hokage from the very beginning, then that attack might not have happened. Danzo would have stopped it, not allowing his father. Shikamaru took a deep breath, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm himself down. Just the memory of it made him angry. Opening his eyes, he continued, I only regret that I wasn't the one who finished Naruto off. His mere existence defiled our village. The one who contains the nine-tailed monster shouldn't have been able to roam freely around the village. If everyone had listened to Danzo-sama's opinion from the start, he wouldn't have fled the village, wouldn't have joined the criminal organization. That's what the third's decisions led to, chaos in the village, complete disorder. No one understood, didn't want to understand that Danzo-sama would have been able to take Naruto under her control, making him a personal weapon for the village. But okay, that's all in the past. He turned away from Kakashi, turning to his former comrades. I have an offer for you. A very generous offer, which I advise you to listen to in order to avoid unnecessary deaths. Join us, become loyal defenders of the village. There is no point in you dying here. Your death is of no use to anyone, believe me. If you accept my offer, I promise that I will make sure that everyone forgets about your desertion. You will return home again, where your parents are so worried about you. Ugh, if only they knew what they are going through now because of your betrayal. Bastard, Chuji hissed. If even a hair fell from their heads, I will never forgive you, do you hear? Akamaki screamed, trying to get out, but the technique, and even the ANBU, held him so tightly that it was impossible to do so. So that's how you reacted to my generous offer. Shikamaru sighed, approaching his former teammate. However, you were never the brightest in the world. Forgive me, but this will serve as an argument for others. Shikamaru leaned sharply against Chuji, holding out a kunai. The Akamaki coughed up blood, after which he slowly fell to the ground, trying to hold on to his fading consciousness. I'm going to kill you, he croaked before his eyes closed. And so it will be with everyone who goes against us, Shikamaru smiled, turning away from Choji's body. Now I will approach each of you and you will have to answer whether you are with us or against us. Please take this seriously, because your life depends on it. The first in line was Neji, who had been trying to get out all this time, but so far everything was unsuccessful. Shikamaru pretended not to notice this, hoping that he would not have to be killed. Neji, you've always been smarter than the rest. I hope you're smart enough to choose the right side, and look. Shikamaru lifted Neji's head, grabbed his hair, and pressed a kunai to his throat. We'll become comrades and loyal shinobi for Danzo. Do you really think that a shinobi who was lured away in this way would be loyal to his new patron to the end? Contrary to all of Shikamaru's expectations, Neji said this without any fear, even though he felt the sharp blade slightly cutting the skin on his throat. Too bad, he muttered. I'm truly sorry you disappointed me. Would you rather die with these weak, short-sighted people? How stupid, he said, pressing down on the kunai. It looked like he'd have to cut his throat. Everything happened too fast for him not to have time to react. He didn't even have time to defend himself, as an unknown force threw him back about 15 meters, cutting through trees along the way. He stood up with difficulty, trying to understand what had happened and who it was, since neither he nor the rude people could react to this monstrously fast attack. But it was too early to be surprised. He was truly surprised when he saw the one who should be dead. How? He asks in anger. I personally made sure that you are dead. How is this possible? Your mother. Why are you alive? Surprise turned into hysterical laughter, prolonged laughter. I understand, he covered his eyes with his hands, trying to calm down. God apparently exists, since he sent you to me so that I could personally finish you off. Shikamaru laughed again, starting to get annoyed by Naruto's overly calm face, which did not react to his words. You dare to ignore me? Shikamaru shouted, watching Naruto approach one of the corpses and take his sword in his hands, then calmly walk towards him. Hey, you, kill him now, Nara commanded, after which all the Anbu present here simultaneously attacked the new enemy, whose strength turned out to be much higher than expected. He took the life of everyone who attacked him without much difficulty, getting closer and closer to Shikamaru, whose confidence had long since gone to zero. He tried to capture him with a shadow, but he jumped into the air, folding seals there and sending a large fireball at him, from which he goes up, but here he does not avoid the attack. In just an instant, his former comrade approaches him, forming a diagonal cut on his body, starting on the left shoulder and ending on the right side. Blood gushed out like a stream, and he felt his light body fall down. Did he really lose so early? And even lose to the one he swore to kill? No, he will never accept such a defeat. Especially from him. He managed to fall to his feet, but his body was still quite heavy. In the current situation, he would be an easy target. Something had to be done, but what? All thoughts disappeared from his mind, replaced by fear, when he saw Naruto approaching him, still silently raising his blade above him. Save. Shikamaru squeezed his eyes shut, even though it didn't help. Naruto with his blade pointed up was firmly imprinted in his mind and always appeared when he tried to forget about it. Please, someone, save me. It seemed his thoughts were heard and a whole volley of many kunai and shurikens occurred in Naruto, the number of which was so great that soon there was not a single empty space on the ground, due to which Naruto stood on the hilt of the sword, which he himself stuck into the ground. Maybe he would have gone down if he had not found a tightly stretched fishing line between the kunai. But that was far from all, since many of the kunai had explosive seals on them, which would have exploded if he had gone down and touched the fishing line. You're just in time, Ten, Shikamaru croaked, clutching his wound with his hand and vomiting up the remaining blood in his mouth. We need to go, the girl said, taking smoke bombs out of her bag and looking at her teammates one last time. White smoke covered the area, after which the two, like all the surviving Anbu agents, were gone. An hour after these events, all three camps gathered together. Everyone was shocked by such a brutal attack, during which so many of their people died. Many had a lot of questions, most of all about Naruto, of course, who was somehow able to return to life, but everyone understood that this was not important now, because if it were not for Naruto, no one knew what would happen to them now. Those who refused to cooperate with them were killed, and the rest would be taken, but they would hardly count on a good life. In any case, they needed to think. It was much more important to decide what to do next and where to go. They remained alive, but they were still in great danger, because today's battle would only anger Danzo even more. Everyone who could still stand on their feet was now posted along the perimeter to guard. Sakura was treating the wounded, including Choji, to whom she, fortunately, arrived in time. If she had been 5 or 10 minutes late, they would have lost one more friend. Can you explain what's going on here? Naruto asked, supporting Itachi who was standing next to him, but for some reason refused to sit. He himself had heard about the appointment of a new Hokage, but he never thought that everything would be so bad. That the village he had long been accustomed to would change so much in such a seemingly short period of time. There's nothing to explain, Tsunade said discontentedly, still biting her nail. Then Tsunade told him about the whole situation in the village. About how Danzo was holding all the residents in fear and, one could say, hostage, about his new harsh rules, about the new special squad, each member of which had Sharingans transplanted, about how Danzo was preparing for war, deciding to seize all the nearby small countries, thereby expanding his own territories, and about how if everything was left to chance, then the seizure of small countries could become the beginning of a new Fourth World War with the rest of the large countries. From everything that was said, Naruto understood that he would not find a safe haven for Itachi now. However, they had a plan to return the village, for which they needed Naruto's help, in connection with which they pulled him out for a personal conversation. And how do you plan to do this? Naruto asked when he and Itachi were alone with Kakashi and Tsunade. By fighting, of course, Senju answered confidently. And for this we need your help. Kakashi told me about how you fought those people. Before, we weren't enough for a full-fledged battle with them, but now the scales may shift to our side. To be honest, the always unperturbed Senju was now more worried than ever, because their success depended on his decision. For some reason, she was sure that with his help, everything would definitely work out. I don't care how or in what way you decide to take back the village. But I have conditions. I am ready to throw myself into the thick of things if you cure her. Itachi's eyes widened when he spoke about her. The feeling of her own helplessness grew even stronger inside her. She already considered herself a burden, and now that she had become his condition for saving the village, she considered herself even more helpless. I'm sorry, but she can't be cured without transplanting her relative's eyes, Senju sighed, shaking her head. What if I can find eyes for transplantation? Then everything might work out, if of course it's not too late. But that's after we recapture the village. This won't do. What? Either you help me right away, or I don't help you. Itachi slumped even more at these words, looking down at her feet and clutching the guy's clothes with her hand. She wanted to say that she didn't need to do this, that she could live like this, but for some reason she couldn't. As if she had lost the power of speech. And how long do we have to wait while you look for Sasuke? Tsunade grumbles discontentedly, apparently having resigned herself to the fact that she will have to agree after all. I don't think it will be long. Fortunately, I have an idea of its location. Good. Then you set out tomorrow, and now you can finally rest, but keep in mind that we can't wait too long. The camp was quite noisy. Everyone was busy with their own business. Some were checking the remaining provisions, some were bandaging the wounded under Sakura's supervision, some were deciding what to do next, and some were just hanging around doing nothing. Only 2 of them were now arriving in peace, having moved away from all the fuss. Naruto sat with his back against a tree, Itachi sat next to him, resting her head on his shoulder. She didn't think about anything next to him, she felt calm and good. It was that pleasant feeling that she had forgotten long ago. The feeling that arose deep in her chest when you are next to the person you love, when you feel his warmth. She was pleased to feel the guy's hand on her shoulders. He hugged her, pressing her body to himself, due to which she lay with a smile on her face and her eyes closed. You know, I dream of looking at the beautiful night sky with you, Itachi whispered to him a little too sadly, to which he only patted her on the shoulder in response. I promise we'll see a beautiful sunset together, Uchiha smiled back, feeling no worse. He was enjoying every minute spent like this. The thought that they would soon have to part, even for a short time, made him uneasy, but he knew it would be for Itachi's good. He simply had to try to heal her beautiful eyes, so that she could see the light again, so that she could enjoy these beautiful views with him. Do you think we're doing everything right? Itachi asked, pressing herself even closer to the boy. Well, you're my little brother's friend, and in theory, we shouldn't do this. You don't like it. I like it, Uchiha smiled. But still. The main thing is that we feel good, and everything else is unimportant. The warmth that arose from the kiss on her forehead spread pleasantly throughout her body, forcing her to close her eyes in pleasure. Do you think Sasuke will agree? Do you think he will forgive me for what I did? He will forgive me. I think he will understand everything if he knows the whole truth. You know, she suddenly stood up and turned to face him. There were red tints on her cheeks. She was silent for a few more seconds, thinking, trying to decide on these words. Even if nothing works out, it's not scary. The main thing is that you're near, and the rest really doesn't matter, because she suddenly broke off. Her voice trembled treacherously at the most inopportune moment. She was afraid to say these words, but when, if not now? So she closed her eyes and shouted out loudly. Because I love you. Now her face was even more flushed with a scarlet hue, and her eyes were closed, which made this picture very cute. Naruto himself could not hold back and was already covered in blush. For the first time, he was confessed to something like this, and none other than Itachi. The one to whom he himself felt the same, but was afraid to say, afraid to ruin their relationship, because he always thought that someone like him was unworthy of her. Who is he? An ordinary strange guy, whom many despised since childhood, and who is she? The most beautiful girl in the world, the daughter of the head of the great Uchiha clan, Strong and proud with an equally beautiful name, Itachi, being the first girl who did not see a monster in him, who treated him with kindness from the very beginning, who made him what he has become now. It is hard for him to imagine what would have happened to him if he had not made it in time at that moment, if Sasuke's blade had still reached its target. He shook his head to get rid of unnecessary thoughts, because the most important thing is that she is near. Here and now. Only now he stopped hovering in the clouds, fully realizing everything that had just happened. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Tears of happiness. Are you crying? Itachi was surprised, putting her hand on the guy's wet cheek. Why? The girl asked with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Naruto couldn't hold back his emotions. He shouldn't cry in this situation, but the tears just kept coming and he couldn't hold them back. For what? Itachi blinked her eyes, which were already damp, in surprise. For not saying it first. Sorry, the brunette's words made the girl laugh. It means that I've surpassed you in this. A sweet smile made the guy's cheeks blush again, but now he won't screw up, he won't give up his position. Maybe pose. Itachi trailed off as Naruto's fingers brushed her chin, lifting her head slightly. Their lips melted together, the heat became one, and their eyes closed of their own accord. Itachi leaned forward a little, wrapping his arms around Naruto's head, feeling his hand on her back. She didn't want their kiss to end, but all good things had to come to an end. Itachi looked away as they pulled away with difficulty. She needed to catch her breath after that, or she wouldn't be able to look at him without color on her face. But in this I managed to get ahead of you. Naruto smiled, but Itachi didn't answer, laying her head on his shoulder. How come Naruto suddenly came back to life? Itachi asked when they were finally alone. Sakura was sitting on the couch after a hard day, during which she did nothing but heal the others. Now that everything was finally done and when she didn't have much chakra left, she finally wanted to rest, but she was distracted by her teacher's sudden question. I don't know, she had to admit, this question was bothering her too. There had never been any cases when a dead person suddenly came back to life after lying dead for several hours. There were too many of them and I couldn't fight them off. They tied me up, and those bastards. The words came hard to her. It was as if she was reliving those moments when the guys she didn't know wanted to rape her and Itachi. As soon as they approached Itachi while she was sleeping and started feeling her body, she shuddered at the mere thought. The first one lost his life so quickly that I didn't even have time to notice how his head came off his shoulders. The others couldn't do anything either. I never knew that a person trapped in an illusion could convulse like that and then just stop moving forever. So Naruto was really angry. Sakura nodded at Kakashi's question. He looked quite ordinary on the outside, but even in the air, you could feel the sinister aura that emanated from him. He killed everyone without any hesitation. It's really scary. The morning dawned foggy. The guards had already changed when Kakashi emerged from his room, finding Itachi sitting in the center of the fire, her black eyes looking far out to the horizon. He left. Itachi nodded silently. Even though he wasn't here, she was still with him with all her heart, worried about him every second and had already missed this restless boy. Although, does the word, boy, still suit Naruto? He hasn't been the same child she knew him before for a long time. Let's hope he'll be okay. Itachi's words made the girl smile slightly, which he couldn't help but smile at himself before leaving her alone. Throughout the entire journey, he ran as fast as he could. If he remembered Obito's plan correctly, after he killed Itachi, he was supposed to take him to one of his hideouts. Of course, the fact that Itachi remained alive could change his mentor's plans, but the guy wanted to believe otherwise with all his heart. On the way, he met several detachments from Konoha, each of which he successfully exterminated, because he was afraid that they could find the camp and report his location to Danzo, and then a second wave of attacks would follow. All the way he tried to think through all the options, even the worst ones, although he tried to think about those the least. What would happen if he didn't make it in time? If Itachi lost his eyes completely? All this did not give him peace. I didn't expect to see you here, Naruto. A familiar voice reached his ears, after which Obito came out of the funnel in front of him. Sorry, but I can't let you through. But why? You want to prevent my plan from taking effect. I don't give a shit about your plan, Naruto shouted, waving his hand. I need Sasuke to cure Itachi's eyes. Obito finished the sentence for him. You've already messed me up by saving her. I won't let you mess up my plan anymore. You should go back to Akatsuki and continue doing what you've been doing. Sorry, but I can't, Uchiha smiled. Even if we have to fight, I will never back down from my goal. I have no way to give it up. As you wish, Obito sighed, being completely disappointed in his student, whom, apparently, he would still have to kill, no matter how hard it was. no matter how much he had not had time to get used to the one who essentially became his friend over the entire time. Naruto suddenly disappeared, and so quickly that Obito did not immediately react. A sharp blow to the right, which he blocked at the last moment, but still the force of the blow was great, because of which he flew a fairly decent distance, crashing into a tree. What the fuck was that? He said, looking at the guy, and only now did he notice one significant change in the guy. What happened to you? Obito asked incredulously, not wanting to believe his own eyes. How could this kid have a Rinnegan in one eye? This wasn't going as he had originally expected. After all, he hadn't planned on messing around with this guy for too long if he suddenly decided to turn against him, but now that Naruto had those eyes. Even if you kill me, your plans will still fail, Naruto said, dodging Obito's fire technique. Why is that? The mentor is indignant, getting closer to his former student in taijutsu, where they fight equally, which was rather strange, because before he was inferior to him in literally everything, and now he is like another Naruto. His speed, reaction, the strength of his blow, everything is on a different level than before. What a pity that Kamui is useless here. Madara has been resurrected. This shocked Uchiha, because it was still too early. Having found a gap in his defense, Obito managed to kick him on the head, and then jumping back, folded the seals and sent a large fireball towards the guy. The fire reached its addressee, but as it turned out later, unsuccessfully. In front of the brunette's body appeared a hand formed from Susanoo, which protected him from the fire. You're lying. Obito didn't want to believe the young man's words until the end, because if Madara was here, then it would ruin all his plans. Where do you think I've been all this time? Naruto yelled, forming a chidori in his hand, and then using his ability again, he disappeared from his opponent's sight and appeared behind him. His hand was a meter away from Obito's back when it was intercepted by Rin, who suddenly jumped out of the ground, turning around and hitting him in the jaw with her foot, kicking him from below upwards, sending him flying into the air and wasting no time, turning around and kicking Obito in the back, causing him to follow Naruto's example. Both of you. Rin was angry. Angry at both of them. Both of you are complete idiots. Two guys look at her in surprise. So, Nohara suddenly exclaimed, looking at Naruto. You take Sasuke with you and leave. We'll catch up with you a little later, and you, she looked at Obito, who shuddered from just one look. I'll talk to you later. Naruto smirked, looking at how even a person like Obito, there is someone who can pacify him with just words, although he is clearly unhappy. But Naruto is not stupid to waste such a moment, so he quickly hides and heads further towards the shelter. Finally, it's over and he can catch his breath. After all, throughout the entire fight he did not know how it would end, and with the last attack he was sure that he would dodge. He was too calm. If Rin had not appeared in time, who knows? Maybe this battle would have ended in death for him. He clearly understood that for some reason he did not fight at full strength. It was already the third hour of their conversation with Sasuke, during which Naruto, despite all of his friend's indignation, continued to tell the whole truth about his sister. No, you're lying, Sasuke shouted, not even wanting to believe Naruto's words and trying to get up, but he was too weak after the fight with Itachi. This fight affected him more than his sister, and when Naruto entered the cave, he found his old friend sleeping, and when he woke up, he was genuinely surprised by his presence. I can prove it if you help me with something. What is this? You have to help me heal Itachi's eyes. What was said shocked Sasuke. Is Itachi alive? He asked again, hoping that he had just heard it, but Naruto's nod said otherwise. Then I'll finish what I started and kill her, Uchiha said with all his malice. I won't let you, Naruto spoke calmly, unlike his friend. In his heart, he was glad to see his old comrade, but he was still saddened by how vicious he had become after their separation. If my mother and my father meant something to you, you should understand me. And I understand, but I also understand Itachi, who day after day repeats the same thing. That she should die, pay for everything she did, that I shouldn't have saved her, that she should have stayed there. She thinks about the past no less than we do, and rather the opposite, but she was forced to do exactly that, and do you know what she asked in return for slaughtering the entire clan? She asked to save our lives. She wanted to suffer punishment at the hands of the Uchiha, at your hands, in order to pass on her power to you. But she never expected that you would awaken the Mangekyo, so not everything went according to her plan, but as I see, you still got Amaterasu. Apparently, this is fate. Sasuke only remained silent, leaving Naruto without an answer. Initially, he tried to understand the reason why Naruto was so protective of his sister, and then he himself involuntarily began to remember some moments from their battle, when Itachi could have mortally wounded him, but for some reason did not attack, or did it less effectively. He also remembered their entire conversation, which for some reason made him feel pain, and only now did the moment flash before him when Itachi had already completely weakened, opening herself up to him. Her face was imprinted before him when he delivered his blow. That gentle smile of hers and the words, "I love you, little brother. And I'm sorry I put you through this." How could he forget that? How could he forget what his older sister had said, fully prepared to die by his hand? Only now did all the pieces of the puzzle fit together, everything finally dawned on him. He looked at Naruto in fear, who only smiled, realizing that his words had not been in vain after all. Sasuke hurried to stand up, but losing his balance and gritting his teeth in pain, he began to fall down, when he suddenly landed on his friend's back. "Let's hurry," Sasuke said more confidently, which the Uchiha was happy to get down to. "And yes," Sasuke's voice rang out again. "Thank you for everything." Naruto said nothing, and instead of words, he set off on his way. With each day that Naruto was absent, the camp literally went crazy. They had to wait for him, but on the other hand, Danzo was probably already gathering a new detachment, stronger and larger than the previous one. Soon it couldn't stand waiting either, giving the order that if the boy didn't come within the next 3 days, they would be forced to start without him. But fortunately, they didn't have to resort to this, and Naruto arrived together with Sasuke the next morning. If the shinobi greeted their savior more or less well, then they treated Sasuke's arrival with caution, not taking their eyes off him. True, Uchiha cared little about this. More than anyone, he was eager to meet his sister, to talk about everything, so he literally ran through the camp so fast that Naruto couldn't keep up with him, sometimes shouting for him the way. He managed to catch up with his friend only in front of the tent. For some reason, Sasuke stood rooted to the spot and looked at where Itachi was lying. Only now did he think about what he would tell her. Although he believed Naruto's words, in his soul there were still doubts that this might not be true, that Naruto had simply deceived him to lure him here. He feared this outcome more than anything. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and when he turned around, he saw his friend smiling there, who simply nodded without a word. Sasuke swallowed, but still took the first steps, and then more and more, until he was finally inside. "You're not going with him." Sakura's voice distracted Naruto. "I think I'm superfluous there now. They have a lot to discuss and tell each other, and I'll only get in their way," Uchiha replied, not turning around and continuing to look at the ward. "And does he know about you?" "Well, together." Naruto nodded negatively and looked at her in such a way that she immediately understood that it was better for Sasuke not to know. "Ah, secret love, how romantic," sighed Yamanaka, who came up from behind. Sakura shuddered at her first appearance. She threw an angry look at her, to which she responded in kind. A few more seconds, and it seemed that they were about to grab each other by the throat, thereby making Danzo's job easier. But it seemed that this time everything went without fights. Ino called Chuji, and judging by their faces, they were going to have a serious conversation, and Naruto even imagined what kind of conversation it was, but he was not one of those who would meddle in other people's business. He glanced at Sakura, who for some reason did not leave and stood next to him, holding her hands behind her back and directing her gaze in the direction where Sasuke had gone. Times go by, but this girl apparently does not change at all. Still the same rivalry with Ino, all the same love for Sasuke, but unlike the past, this time her gaze was somehow different. And yet, he had the feeling that she wanted to say something, but couldn't bring herself to do so. This was signaled by her periodically twitching lips and the occasional glance that flashed in his direction. Eventually, the guy got tired of it and decided to be the first to break the silence. "Did you want something?" Sakura hesitated, but turned around anyway. I wanted to apologize for the bad treatment I had given you earlier," the kunoichi exclaimed, bowing her head down and closing her eyes. She doubted that he would forgive her, but even so, she would feel a little better. Frankly speaking, Naruto himself was surprised by this, because he had long ago decided to forget about the past. He no longer cared about all those who had previously hated him. He was here only because Itachi wanted it and because they had saved her, finding her in that hut in time. But Sakura was the first to apologize to him for all the past grievances, to which he waved his hand. "It doesn't matter," he sighed, turning around and looking at the tent, from which loud words could sometimes be heard. "They're probably going to be there for a long time," Naruto finished, walking away from the ward. He moved to a tree and began looking towards Konoha. It was pretty quiet and calm, which was alarming. Usually, the calm comes before the storm, which meant they needed to start as soon as possible. "You're here," he hears the familiar voice of his former teacher, who is standing next to him. "What are you going to do next?" "Well, when we get Itachi's side back and deal with Danzo." I don't know, Naruto answered honestly, looking into the distance. Danzo isn't the only problem. If you want, you can stay in the village. We'll find a place for you and Itachi. We'll see, Uchiha answered briefly, not wanting to make plans for the future while Madara was alive. And yes, try not to tell Sasuke about Itachi and me, please. He shouldn't know. Hatake was surprised by these words, although he didn't ask any questions. Naruto, feeling the familiar chakra, smiled slightly. What's wrong with you? Asked a surprised Kakashi, watching the brunette smile, to which he looked at him strangely and advised him not to be too surprised. But what was that? The alarm was raised unexpectedly. The bulk of the shinobi began to run towards the center, where a potential enemy had inexplicably appeared. Kakashi also hurried in that direction, still not forgetting the strange words of his student. When he got there, he saw a guy in the center of everything, dressed in all black and with a spiral mask on his head. Next to him stood a smaller person, judging by the shape, a woman. We are not your enemies, the man in the mask said calmly, in response to which he received a kunai that flew a meter from his head. Silence, shouted some unknown guy, probably another spy sent to us by Danzo. We've had enough of one Shikamaru. Shut up, Akaru, Chuji and Ino shouted at him in unison. He wanted to object, but this time Kakashi intervened in the conversation. Enough, he said, picking up a kunai. Answer who you are and what you want from us. Any sudden movement on your part will be considered an attack. Kakashi opened his eye, fully concentrating on the pair. Something told him that these two were not simple guys. Could they really be Danzo's new charges? Is this how you greet old friends? Said the one in the mask, touching his mask with his hand and slowly moving it to the side. Everyone fell silent, waiting for something unknown. Kakashi nearly lost his balance, his legs and arms began to tremble, and he refused to believe his own eyes. When the mask finally left the face of the stranger, the face of his old friend appeared before him, and under the hood of the second, the face of Rin was revealed. He bit his lip, hoping that this was just a monstrous genjutsu, but no, it had no effect. This isn't genjutsu, Nohara said calmly, watching her old comrade's actions, and then she smiled, and that smile finally drove the copy ninja crazy. He fell to his knees, trying to believe it all, but it was damn hard. Everyone was surprised by everything that was happening, from the younger generation to all the jonin, including Guy, Asuma, Kurenai. Perhaps Naruto was the only one who still remained calm, although a pleasant feeling played in his soul. He was glad that these three managed to reunite. It reminded him of the moment when he would finally reunite with Itachi, feeling approximately the same as Kakashi was experiencing now, and something told him that Rin and Obito felt the same, although the latter tried to hide it. He spent enough time with him to understand what he was feeling now. It is unknown how long they would have stood like this if Rin had not been able to withstand it. Maybe we should change the scenery. It's kind of awkward being the center of everyone's attention. Rin smiled weakly, but everyone was still surprised. Some looked at the couple with distrust. Kakashi had been through too much shock lately, so after they listened to Obito and Rin, he almost immediately left everyone, going south of the camp, where he had noticed an empty cave earlier. Perhaps it was the best option for being alone. Grieving for so many years for lost comrades, and then finding out that they were alive was hard. He had a lot of questions, but unfortunately there were no answers. From their conversation, Kakashi realized that Obito was still hiding a lot and avoiding sensitive topics. How Rin, whose chest he had accurately pierced with his technique, managed to survive was anyone's guess. He closed his eyes, resting his head on his knees. He didn't want to think about it, but he still couldn't stop doing it. A bunch of questions kept popping into his head, a bunch of crazy theories and assumptions, a bunch of resentments for the fact that they didn't even give a hint that they were alive. Then he might have lived differently. Even if separately from them, he would have known for sure that they were alive and everything was fine with them. When will all this end? He asked tiredly into the air, as if expecting an answer from him. He realized that he was tired of all this, that he had enough of all these puzzles and he had made the only correct decision in his opinion, which he would announce when they recaptured the village. Fortunately, they had increased their ranks and their refugee assembly had now become much stronger. They had acquired 4 new strong shinobi, which could not but please, because there was only a little bit left to go home. The operation had been going on for 5 hours. For 5 hours Naruto was pacing around the tent where Tsunade was, along with Sakura and Rin, who had volunteered to help because she had a lot of experience with eyes. The situation was a little worse than expected. As it turned out, Itachi was almost at the last stage before going completely blind, and the chances of recovery here were slim. There was a high probability that she would lose her sight ahead of time. That was why a whole storm was raging inside Naruto. He wanted to be there at that time, but he was forbidden. He himself understood that he was of no use there, but this realization only made it worse. It was hard to understand that you couldn't help your loved one at the very moment when he really needed it, and it was just crazy. Obito was in one of the tents, because he still needed to check something. What exactly, he did not say, but it seemed important. Even though he told everything about Akatsuki, about their real plan, Tsunade could not trust him completely and ordered several people to keep an eye on him. However, he understood everything and did not object. Ino wanted to approach him a couple of times, but she changed her mind immediately, seeing the state the guy was in. It was for the best. The last thing Naruto wanted was for someone to try to calm him down. He wouldn't be able to calm down until everything was over anyway. I haven't seen you like this for a long time. Kurama's voice suddenly appears in my head. I haven't heard from you in a long time, Uchiha retorted, continuing to walk around the room. He was surprised that Kurama suddenly decided to talk to him after such a long silence, which made him forget that there was a Bayu living inside him. You know, I've been thinking about all this for a long time, Kurama says too thoughtfully, which is not like him at all. And about what? About many things, not so important. In general, if you want, you cannot follow our agreement and use my power as you wish. Why are you so kind? Kurama growled, and his gaze showed him all his displeasure from the guy's too many questions. I told you that you can use my power. Why are you pestering me with these questions? Sorry, but I'm not interested in that yet. The Nine-Tails was surprised by such words, which made him stare even more at his Jinchuriki. No offense, but I want to become stronger myself, to reach my maximum without the power of others. But still, thank you for the offer. Kurama only closed his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. He was convinced that his current Jinchuriki was not like the others. Unlike the past, Naruto does not ask for his strength, does not try to get it by force, does not try to take control. Naruto left his own subconscious when he heard some sounds from the front. Opening his eyes, Naruto saw Sakura coming out of the room, and immediately hurried to her. The operation was a success. These words became a relief for him, albeit a short one. But we were too late, Haruno added sadly. Sasuke restored his vision, but Itachi. She hardly did. There is no sign that Itachi succeeded. At that moment his whole body became heavy, something stabbed painfully in his chest, and tears appeared in his eyes. He wanted to rush to the ward, but Nohara stopped him. Enough. She needs to rest. Rin turned away and went inside, and Naruto, not knowing what to do with himself, simply went to the outskirts of the camp, where he sat for several hours before Kakashi came for him. Naruto sighed, briefly giving his consent. They fulfilled their part of the deal and transplanted Itachi's eyes, and now the matter will remain his, regardless of the result of the transplant. Besides, if they manage to return the village to the right hands, then it can serve as a safe place for his beloved. He was given 20 minutes to get ready, and since he had nothing special to pack, he decided to finally visit Itachi. Fortunately, the upset Sasuke left the ward and he could come to her without fear that her brother would find out about it. Naruto does not really like to hide it, but this was Itachi's request herself. He approached the lying girl and gently took her hand, squeezing it. He felt hurt for her and very hurt that she would now remain blind forever. Darling, the guy says in a shaky voice, sitting down on the edge of the couch and looking at her face. For Itachi, this operation was much more difficult, because she was still unconscious. Forgive me for not being able to stay with you longer, but I promised that I would help them if they performed the operation. I will come back to you as soon as I can, he said, stroking her hand. He did not want to part with the girl again, but he had to. Finally finding the strength, he moved away from the couch, and then, looking at her again, went to the meeting place. They entered the village late at night, when all the ordinary people were in their houses. There was no doubt that Danzo's senses had detected them, so the first group had to go as far as possible before the enemy units stood in their way. Choji and Ino volunteered to go in this group along with a small part of the Chunin, several Junin and a small detachment from the Nara clan. The second and third groups were to enter the village from the flanks. The battle of all three groups with the enemies should help Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade and Kakashi get to the center without being distracted by other enemies. The goal was the enemy command headquarters, that is, the cage residence. The first group was discovered much faster than planned. They were confronted by a large group led by Shikamaru, whose face showed nothing but anger. It was clear that this time he would not stand on ceremony. Last time I gave you a choice and you rejected it. But you were so stupid that, miraculously surviving, you still ran straight into the hands of the enemy. Please do not blame me for the fact that you will die today, he finished with a creepy smile, after which all the opponents rushed into battle. In the first minutes of the battle, the enemy gained the advantage. When the two forces clashed in close combat, Shikamaru, who stood behind his men, paralyzed enemy after enemy with his shadows while the Anbu were delivering their blows. Thus, Danzo's squad defeated the first group without suffering heavy losses in their ranks. And it was impossible for Yamanaka and Akamaiki to reach Shikamaru, because he was surrounded by comrades who constantly blocked almost any attacks. Everyone froze when a huge black body appeared in the air in the distance. Ino and everyone else immediately decided to retreat when Susanoo, activated by Naruto, had already recreated a huge bow in his hand, in which 3 large arrows were prepared. Danzo's men hurried to pursue the retreating enemy, but it was too late. 3 arrows flew into the sky, where each one split into many smaller ones. A huge rain of many arrows began to bombard the village street. Forming a seal with his hands, Naruto controlled each arrow and did not allow him to hit the buildings where the frightened villagers were. The massive attack on the area had borne fruit and only a handful remained of the former large detachment, some of whom were seriously wounded. At that moment, Ino and Chuji, who had taken cover before, rushed into battle with the rest of the detachment, exterminating the remnants of the enemy. Naruto's Susanoo, with Tsunade, Kakashi, and Sasuke inside, flew further into the center of the village. They flew to the residence. Ha! Shikamaru croaked, wiping away the blood and not paying attention to Naruto flying above him, whose last attack managed to hit him, albeit not very hard. He only laughed in anticipation of the fact that Naruto's eyes would soon be his. He spent more than 1 hour watching Danzo's new squads, and their progress in development along with the Sharingan was obvious. But unlike ordinary pawns, he did not want to use the eyes of some simple Uchiha, instead he wished to get the eyes of someone truly strong. Who knew that his gaze would fall on Naruto. It doesn't matter. In any case, he'll die soon. He won't be able to handle the next opponent. Naru laughed, using his shadows, which, as he expected, didn't help. Ino went to the side at a sufficient distance. Chuji, using the enlargement of his limb, destroyed the ground under his feet, thereby spoiling his plan a little, and later flew away himself. Shikamaru spat discontentedly. Their fight will most likely drag on, because they know almost everything about each other, all the weaknesses and strengths. He deactivated Susanoo when they were a little away from the main battlefield. Using such a technique would tell the enemy his location, and this way he could get lost in the streets and later get close to the residence. There's not much left, Senju said, jumping down onto the roof with the others and looking at the night residence. There's not much left until she can avenge her mentor. She never liked this Danzo, and now even more so. He was, perhaps, the only person she hated with all her heart. The main thing is that the second and third groups cope, Naruto answered, looking in the direction from which the sound of the battle could be heard. Don't underestimate them. The words were already Kakashi's. They have Guy with them, as well as many other good Chunin and Jonin. They were about to split up when they noticed a vague silhouette in the distance, which suddenly disappeared from view. Behind, an unfamiliar voice rang out behind Uchiha. He wouldn't have time to turn around, because once again, with the help of his new technique, he disappeared and appeared a little further away. A blow with a kunai whistled right in the place where he had been standing before. At this time, the other 3 had already managed to jump to the side, but when they looked at that place, they again found no one there. Just a second and the unknown person appears next to Naruto, who appeared. This time he did not disappear, blocking his kunai with his own, and only now everyone managed to see the attacker, which brought him even more shock. A blue suit, over which he wore a vest, which was usually worn by Chunin, over which he wore a white cloak with a large collar and with an image of fire at the end of the cloak. This outfit was familiar to everyone, especially Kakashi. Master, he asked, not believing his own eyes. Although, was it worth being surprised after everything that had just happened to them? Maybe not. This was already the second meeting with someone who should be dead. Although Minato's appearance was different. His eyes were black, and his skin was cracked. He's been resurrected, Tsunade shouted, having heard of this technique, since it was her grandfather's younger brother who created it. The only way to defeat such an opponent is to seal him, or force the one who resurrected him to cancel the technique. I'll stay, you go. Kakashi recovered from the shock, fully concentrating his attention on the teacher. To be honest, he hoped to at least give them time to recognize the user of this technique and deal with the new Hokage. No, Uchiha objected. I will fight my father. This surprised everyone, especially Minato, who opened his eyes. How could he not recognize his own son? Although what is surprising, considering how he looks. This appearance, which began to remind him of someone, the Sharingan and the most unusual, the Rinnegan in one eye. Having weighed everything in his head, he came to the conclusion that this is him. Amaterasu, Naruto said, trying to catch him with black flames, which predictably failed. He disappeared exactly a second before the moment the black flames appeared in that place. After several unsuccessful attempts, Naruto finally stopped wasting chakra. You're still here. Naruto was indignant, dodging the attack of the fourth, who was again nearby. Yeah, his thunder flight could cause trouble. Naruto couldn't relax for a second. To be honest, even his Sharingan could barely catch his movement speed, and therefore each of his attacks could cost him his life if he hit. Let's go, Sasuke said, eager to face Danzo, who was the one responsible for forcing Itachi to massacre his clan. In addition, the Uchiha was incredibly angry that all of Danzo's men were using the Sharingans they had received that night, thereby defiling their name. The group left, and Naruto was left alone with his father. He was pleased that they left without any resistance. The brunette believed that now only he could more or less cope with the fourth and his movement technique, and only thanks to his eye. As soon as Minato disappeared, Naruto again went into his technique and also moved, thus neither Minato nor Naruto could attack, which could not continue further. So Naruto was just wasting chakra while the resurrected one has infinite chakra. Use my power, he heard in his head. You won't be able to hold out for long, but he can. Without me, you won't win. Uchiha smiled. Shut up and watch, Kurama growled in displeasure, but didn't say anything. If this fool was going to die here, he wouldn't help him in any way. Minato disappeared again, appearing in front of him with the rasengan in his hand, but this time Naruto didn't disappear like the previous times, instead he just stood there. What are you doing? Minato shouted, trying to resist the technique, but it was no use. His body continued to rush towards the standing Naruto against his will. In just a second, he would kill his own son, albeit too confident in himself. But his hand went right through, as he himself found himself behind the guy. In an instant, the familiar sound of the technique invented by his own student was heard from behind Minato. With a turn, Chidori knocks off his left shoulder, causing his arm to fall as well. Without wasting time, Naruto kicks the remaining body of his opponent with all his might. The body without a top flies into the distance, but it was still too early for victory. Jumping back a little, the Uchiha created a large fireball that flew straight at the enemy, incinerating the lower part of the body. An explosion occurs, in front of which Naruto stands in the hope that if the body of the resurrected is completely destroyed, then he will have nothing to resurrect from, but imagine his surprise when Minato's body gradually began to form from many small pieces. Naruto bit his lip in displeasure, preparing for another fight, which will certainly be even tougher, judging by Minato's white eyes, which were not there before. Apparently, something is controlling him, since the fourth's gaze now did not radiate anything except the desire to kill. Naruto was seriously confused, because he didn't know what techniques would help. Last time he managed to hit him only because of the element of surprise, but now, when his father was under the control of who knows who. In order for them to work, he needs to immobilize the enemy, otherwise, most of his techniques will be useless against the enemy. But that's easier said than done when you're up against an enemy of such a level. Minato rushes towards him and it doesn't look like he's going to teleport again, instead closing in on him in taijutsu, but that was also a trick. The guy, although he recognized the enemy standing in front of him, just a clone, was too late. The original was already behind him and hit him in the back with a rasengan. He was far behind when his clone exploded, creating a smoke screen around itself. He put his hand to his right eye, involuntarily smiling. The technique that he got with the new eye helped him very well, thanks to which he can probably resist a shinobi like the fourth. His thunder flight would have caused him a lot of problems if he did not have this power, but it was too early to relax, since he still needed to figure out a way to stop it. And since he did not know any sealing techniques, it was almost impossible to do so. Only one technique came to mind, which his grandfather told him about, but even then, it was too dangerous to use it in the village, because then a large number of people nearby would suffer. The smoke had cleared completely and he saw Minato's battered body, which had already begun to recover. Naruto himself was in a battered state. At least for a moment, but the rasengan managed to touch him before he replaced his body with the body of an explosive clone, which he had prepared before the campaign, placing it in a special dimension that only he could control. Fortunately, this clone was still useful to him. Who knows, he would have been able to withstand if he had completely taken the blow of his father's rasengan. Minato disappeared again, after which a kunai with an explosive seal on a leash flew at him from one of the sides, which Naruto dodged, but such attacks happen almost simultaneously from different sides. A series of explosions are heard, from which Naruto barely manages to escape. Out of the corner of his eye, he managed to notice that many special kunai were scattered around this area, and only now did it dawn on him what his father was actually doing. But he had to decide something, because with every movement he feels his strength slowly leaving his body, he gets short of breath and becomes slower. A kunai flies at him, which he simply won't be able to dodge, so the guy is forced to use the only way to defend himself from all these attacks. The mass attack of seals stopped when a black Susanoo in armor appeared among the streets of the village, which immediately disappeared when Naruto hunched over, trying to catch his breath. Every breath gave him pain in his chest. He knew that he was using up a lot of chakra, so he could lose if he did not come up with a way to stop the resurrected one. For him, every minute was worth its weight in gold now, every extra minute could cost him his life. Think, Naruto, think. The boy repeated to himself in his head, feeling how his chakra was leaving him, and his body was gradually becoming heavier. Susanoo wouldn't last forever, and if it disappeared before he could think of anything, he would be finished. I promised Itachi that I would come back, that I would not leave her here alone. I can't. I simply have no right to die here. At that moment one theory crept into his head, the only one that came to his mind and on which his life depended. There was no guarantee that it would work, but he simply did not see any other way out. If he did not do at least something, then they would simply kill him. He deactivated Susanoo so as not to waste such precious chakra now in vain. Minato was in no hurry to attack, which was very good. It was necessary to concentrate and collect his thoughts, because he would have only one single chance for success. It was necessary to think exactly to Minato when he would not be able to teleport, and then he would try, and the only way to catch the fourth was to let him hurt himself, which he did, without dodging in any way when he once again disappeared, suddenly appearing in front of him and thrusting a kunai into his stomach. Wheezing in pain and coughing up blood, Uchiha grabbed Minato's hand holding the kunai with all his might, and used his technique, relying only on luck, which apparently was on his side that day, and Minato disappeared, leaving only the kunai in his stomach. Naruto smiled at his hard-won victory while simultaneously feeling how he was losing consciousness. Biting his lip, thereby trying to hold on to the consciousness that was escaping from him, he walked along the destroyed wall, putting a lot of strength into each step and trying to stay on his feet. Ahead, he heard stomping, and there he saw 4 people with sharingans, who were slowly approaching the exhausted Uchiha. Was this really the end for him? The situation was slowly but surely slipping out of his control. He was constantly being told that another of his groups had fallen in battle, which was not good news. Only all his affairs were going uphill, and it seemed that they would have continued to do so, if not for this sudden attack from those whom he did not even consider a threat, but simply a small gang of pathetic traitors who would sooner or later meet their end. Who would have known that they would cause such colossal problems, which probably began because their regiment had been joined. Danzo sincerely regretted not taking Naruto when he still had the chance. He would not have allowed him to become so strong, if his loyal assistant from the Nara clan was to be believed. However, this gave him an even greater desire to get his hands on this guy, which is why he would close his eyes to everything bad if he ended up in his hands, which in his opinion should happen very soon, because it was not for nothing that they sent their main trump card to catch him. The masked man entered through the window almost silently, throwing off his cloak. Danzo-sama, you have a message from him. These words did not please him at all, because according to the plan it was agreed that they would meet in person at the agreed place when Naruto would finally be with them, and since he sent a message to him, it meant that something serious had happened. Speak. We have lost control over the fourth. The words shocked the Hokage. His face began to turn purple with anger. What do you mean, lost? Shimura barked, not wanting to believe it, because the plan was too perfect to fail. I don't know. We just stopped feeling Minato-san. It was like he was gone, but he wasn't sealed, otherwise we would have definitely realized it. Danzo was getting angry with every word he said. According to the latest information, the fourth was last seen fighting Naruto with a kuni, Danzo thought. Could Minato himself have gone out of control? He asked the protege of the person using the resurrection technique, to which he received a negative nod. Tell him to prepare a new plan. About him, the man in the white mask fell silent. He said that he would quickly leave the village due to unforeseen circumstances and advises you to do the same. Now Danzo finally turned red with rage. When things went downhill, he decided to abandon him. No, he would get him before he ran away with his cowardly tail between his legs. Shimura closed his eyes, then walked up to the masked man and placed his hand on his shoulders. Get up, the Hokage said shortly. There is work for you. What? The boy only managed to ask, obeying the Hokage's order, but instead of an answer he received a cut on his throat, from which blood gushed out, spilling onto the floor. Maybe this guy was not guilty, but Danzo was too angry and he needed to do at least something, and this poor guy just happened to be in the way, and besides, he was a ward of a traitor. He snapped his finger, which was the signal to call his own agents, but no one came, which was strange. He repeated the same thing several times, but still to no avail. Something was wrong here. An unpleasant feeling arose when you were being watched. Danzo jumped back in time. Otherwise he would have been engulfed by the black flames of Amaterasu that appeared in the place where he was standing. And in the window stood Uchiha Sasuke, in whose eyes there was Mangekyo. Interesting. I didn't know that he had awakened those eyes too, Danzo thought as he took the shurikens and equipped them with futon, sending them towards Sasuke. Sasuke jumped into the air, flew between the two shurikens, and landing on his feet, he jumped away from the others. Having made all the necessary seals, the Uchiha created Chidori in his hand, and then dashed towards Danzo. He's too impatient. Danzo had no trouble reading this move, so he moved to the side, grabbing the hand with Chidori, and then grabbed his throat with his other hand. Ah! Uchiha wheezed, looking at Shimura's serious face. A brat like you can't defeat me, Dasno said, starting to press on the brunette's throat. His eyes widened slightly, after which the old man's body was completely covered in Amaterasu's flames, causing him to walk away holding onto his own burning body. Sasuke just smiled. It was much faster and easier than he expected. Don't think that such a pathetic attack will stop me, he heard from behind him. He turned around just as Danzo was already attacking him. How was it possible that he was still alive and behind him? He didn't know how to dodge his attack. The ceiling cracked and then fell to the ground with a loud thud. When the dust settled, Senju was standing next to the Uchiha. I guess I came just in time, huh? Tsunade smiled, glancing briefly at Sasuke standing behind her. Don't interfere, Sasuke muttered discontentedly. It's none of your business, the Uchiha shouted, barely able to restrain himself from attacking. He wanted no one to interfere with him. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead already, Senju countered. And no, it's not just your business, it's mine too. This man deprived me of a close friend and teacher. I have exactly the same right to revenge. Are you done talking? Danzo asked, who had been standing in front the entire time. His bandages were now gone from his arm, revealing many Uchiha eyes. Both Tsunade and Sasuke were shocked by what they saw. Where did you get those eyes? Uchiha asked, closing his eyes. And surprisingly, he said it too emotionlessly. His anger had reached its limit, so he did not want to waste time on emotions. Instead he simply wanted to give him the most terrible and painful death imaginable. How stupid it was to come here yourself. He couldn't finish. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and looking down, he saw a hand with Chidori sticking out of his chest. Turning his head, he saw Kakashi. Danzo smiled, and later disappeared again, appearing far behind him. 3 against 1. Not very fair, don't you think? Danzo said, walking away from the Uchiha's fire. His eye is on his hand. Senju noted. It's closed. Tsunade pondered the unknown technique her enemy was using. If she had guessed correctly, then, will you stop avoiding death if all eyes are closed? Hataki finished her sentence. So we just have to wait for it. Ha, Uchiha smiled, activating his Susanoo. I'm afraid that it will be too easy to do, he laughed at the end, while Danzo was already thinking of a plan to escape. He knew that unfortunately, he would lose if he stayed here. But the first attempt to escape was unsuccessful. At the first attempt, his chest was pierced by Sasuke's arrow, and when he appeared again, Tsunade's monstrous blow reached its target, then again Kakashi and so on in a circle. He was not given a chance to escape from the battlefield. Attacking was very difficult, since each of them skillfully covered each other, although they had disagreements at the beginning of the fight. Time was running out, and each eye was gradually closing. Each attack of the 3 was even stronger than the last, so it was not surprising that he eventually lost when another arrow of Sasuke pierced him just after the last eye was closed. He underestimated the Uchiha too much, and that's why he was so stupid to fall into his genjutsu. He tried to attack without fear of them attacking him because he saw that the last eye was still open when it was the other way around. Sorry, Hiruzen, but I will still be the first to leave this world, Shimura wheezed, falling to his knees, feeling the light gradually leave him and feeling cold. Shimura's last words struck Tsunade, giving her hope that her teacher was still alive, but they would have to deal with all of this later, when they dealt with all of this. All 3 were quite exhausted from the battle. Uchiha's Susanoo had already disappeared, and he himself was trying to catch his breath. He apparently had very little chakra left. Things were a little better with Kakashi, but he was still battered, and she herself. Thanks to Katsuki, she was able to maintain the amount of her chakra, so she was fine. She looked at the village, in which the sounds of battle were still heard, albeit more muffled. I'll heal you now. Senju jumped up to Sasuke, who was getting worse. Of course, of the three, he didn't spare using his most powerful techniques. Tsunade began treating the Uchiha while Kakashi was standing by Shimura's corpse, having discovered another eye in his eye, which he apparently didn't have time to use or didn't. All he remembered was Ino and Chuji running up to him. Ino started using her medical techniques that she had once learned from Sakura. Of course, she doubted that her skills would be enough, but at least this would ease his pain. At least his heavy breathing began to calm down. The last thing he remembered was a dark silhouette leaning over him, and then someone's hands touching his cheeks. Then he simply fell into darkness. He woke up in a small room. Opening his eyes, he looked at the gray, monochromatic ceiling, then his gaze slowly began to wander around the room, which turned out to be empty. Almost. Raising himself up a little on his elbows, simultaneously relieving the approaching pain, he noticed the sleeping Itachi, whose head was lying on his thigh. Naruto was immediately tormented by the question of how long he had slept, but all these thoughts were driven away as soon as he looked at the carefree sleeping girl. It was worth the effort for such a sight. Naruto adjusted the girl's hanging black hair, tucking it behind her ear. Itachi slightly opened her eyes, which immediately became wet. She immediately threw herself into the guy's arms, burying her nose in his chest. Why? Itachi asked, her voice shaking slightly. Why are you taking such a risk? What if you? Itachi was scared to even say what could have happened to him. As soon as she arrived at the scene and helped get rid of the remaining enemies in the village, as soon as she learned about who the boy had encountered, she rushed towards his battlefield without a second thought. She wanted to be with him, to help him in the battle, but she was too late. When she arrived at the scene, the girl from the Yamanaka clan was already treating the boy who had been injured in the battle with the resurrected fourth Hokage. She immediately helped carry Naruto's body to a safe place. She sensed the chakra of another battle, in which Danzo and Sasuke had participated, but since Kakashi and Tsunade were also near her younger brother, she decided not to go there, although she certainly would not have minded dealing with the new Hokage. At least to see you. All that danger was worth the prize I got afterwards. Itachi didn't understand right away, but when she did, her face turned red. Seeing you sleeping on my legs is worth a lot. Naruto smiled, trying to get up, but getting a portion of pain. On the contrary, he pulled the girl's head to himself and kissed her on the forehead. It was a surprise for her, but she did not resist at all, but this was not enough for her. She went through a lot and received only a kiss on the forehead, and instead she wanted to get a little more, so she raised her head, finding herself on the same level with his face. Their lips slightly touched, they felt each other's warm breath, felt how their hearts beat synchronously, ready to jump out of their chests. Almost immediately, a simple touch of lips turned into a real kiss, in which they seemed to be fenced off from the rest of the world. For them, no one existed except themselves. After a long and hot kiss, they still had to break away from each other again, trying to catch their breath. It was incredibly worth all the effort. Uchiha laughed, stroking her cheek. He wanted to merge with the girl again, kissed him, but they still had time to do all this, and now they needed to know when to stop. I can finally see your face clearly. It's even more beautiful than I expected. Itachi bit her lower lip, looking into her beloved's eyes. I'm sad to say this, but I have to go. Sasuke asked me to talk. Itachi shrugged sadly. Naruto didn't want to let the girl go either, but they both understand that it is necessary. Neither of them knows what her younger brother will come up with next, because he is too impulsive. Itachi was about to go to the exit, when Naruto grabbed her hand. After standing for a few seconds, she turns around and with a sharp movement again touches the guy in a short kiss, after which she finally leaves, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts. Several days passed in this way, during which Naruto calmly healed his wounds. Itachi dropped by a couple of times and they spent all their time talking. For the first time in a long time, they had a chance to talk normally and discuss everything, even though the girl had to leave. The restoration of the village after the destruction and the rules of Danzo was in full swing, where even Itachi found something to do to her liking. Naruto liked to watch this carefree life and it was even a pity that it would not last long. They behaved like this only because they did not know about Madara and he did not want to disturb this peace, but he felt that soon he would have to tell everyone. Important information. Hello, dear readers or just guests of this fanfic. Almost a year has passed since my very first fanfic began. Since then, I have understood a lot for myself. I was able to learn a lot, and my texts have changed. However, the periods when there are no ideas for continuing fanfics have not changed, which is why so few chapters have been published this year, for which I sincerely apologize. I tried as hard as I could and planned to finish the fanfics, bringing them to the final, but unfortunately I was never able to achieve this. You probably already realized that this text is far from joyful for me. This evening I am leaving the city for military service. In simple terms, I am rushing off to the army, where I will hardly be able to release chapters. The fanfic is not frozen, it will definitely be continued immediately after I return. I want to say a big thank you to all those people who followed my works, even if they were not of good quality. I am very grateful to you for the time spent on fanfics. I hope that you will not forget this work and continue to read it in the future. Once again, I want to say a big thank you. I promise that after my return I will try to source only good stuff. Interesting info. All in all, a year has passed, probably the longest, most boring and tedious year of my life, but fortunately it is over. As I said, I have not forgotten about the fic book and even more so about my fanfics, but the question arises. Do readers need these fanfics? If so, then I will boldly continue them, but not right away, because before the release of new parts, I will subject the existing chapters to colossal changes. Not in terms of the plot, but in terms of the text, so that it is more pleasing to the eye, that is, more readable. Chapter 10. Commentary on Chapter 10. There is no action or other important plot points in this part, except for the beginning of one special one for Naru and Itachi. For the most part, this chapter was made only to enter the Collegium on this fanfic. All the action and events will begin in the next chapter, and you will also find out why a new character was added here at one point. Several weeks had passed since the village's liberation, and the village was actively continuing to rebuild, eradicating everything that remained of Danzo, including Root. Initially, it was decided that all remaining agents would be imprisoned, but this did not suit Naruto and, contrary to the decision, he killed each of them. They had done too much, defiled the memory of the Uchiha clan too much to remain alive. He took their lives quickly, without suffering, even though he felt disgust for them. Yes, some of them may have used the Sharingan only because such was the order, but most of them with wild pleasure used a power that did not belong to them. Now the whole gang, or to be more precise, Naruto, Tsunade, Itachi, Sasuke, Hatake and Rin with Obito were in the Hokage's room, whose post was empty for now, since they couldn't find a candidate. The post was offered to Kakashi, but for some reason he refused, just like Tsunade, and there was no one else. The internal affairs of the village were handled by the other two elders, and external problems were left to those who freed the village from Shimura's rule, since there was no one stronger than them in the village at the moment. Naruto, I haven't touched you all this time, but I still have to ask the questions that I think are on everyone's minds here. She looked intently at the boy, whom she had recently remembered as a very small street urchin. What happened to you? The natural question that Uchiha had been waiting for all along, but alas, he himself understands little about it. He is much more worried that he was never able to tell them about the new, powerful enemy. I've been trying to tell you this for a long time, Naruto answered a little discontentedly, crossing his arms and leaning on the table. He sighed, already imagining how they wouldn't believe him, wouldn't want to believe him, but he would still have to tell them that the balance of power had noticeably changed. We'll be happy to hear from you, Itachi said with a smile, looking closely at Naruto and every change in his face, which couldn't be avoided. Apparently, what he was going to tell them was extremely important. I'm afraid you won't be so happy if I tell you that Madara is alive, as he expected. Everyone immediately tensed up, someone nervously moved away, pressing themselves against the wall. No one could believe that the most powerful shinobi was alive. The only one who didn't react was Obito, who only grimaced at the mention of his former mentor. What did you say? Senju asked. Madara is alive. How is that possible? He's been dead for a long time. After the fight with my grandfather, back in the Valley of the End. You're wrong, Obito intervened. He was still alive when I was a young boy. It was he who saved me from death when I was about to be buried under rocks. Kakashi, you remember that day very well. It was he who implanted half of the Wide Zetsu's body into me and he allowed me to see Kakashi pierce Rin's chest. However, at that moment he was already dead, that's for sure. How he appeared now, I don't know. He thought, trying to cling to at least something. Naruto, maybe you're wrong. How could I be wrong? Uchiha answered in a raised voice, dissatisfied with the stupid questions. If I personally fought him and almost died at his hands. His strength is simply amazing. We had sparring sessions last year, but those battles were nothing compared to the last one. I don't want to admit it, but we have catastrophically little chance against him, especially in a one-on-one fight. Practically none, to be more precise. What should we do, and what is more important, what will he do? He will most likely join Akatsuki and lead them, continuing to carry out the plan to gather the tailed beasts. The brunette's words continued to surprise those gathered here. But why do they need the tailed ones? And I don't have any more questions about that. He looked closely into Obito's eyes. Someone clearly knows more and better than me, Obito just sighed, going to the center of the room. Of course, this should have been told earlier, but there was no convenient moment, and now the conversation had already gone in this direction. It can't be. It's impossible to force everyone into one genjutsu. There is no such power. Tsunade, as usual, is too hot-tempered. It is possible with the help of the sacred tree, but for all this it is necessary to collect all the tailed beasts in order to fill the Gedo statue with them. What is this Gedo statue? The question followed about Kakashi, who had been silent all this time, trying to think it all through in his head. The Gedo statue is the shell of the 10 tails. Accordingly, if you fill it with all its parts again, you can recreate the 10 tails again. This is too much, Senju recoiled, covering her face with her hand. So much terrible information at once was too much even for her. She looked closely at Naruto's calm face and envied him with surprise. To be so calm at such a moment. So that you have a better idea of this, I will tell you everything from the very beginning, from the time of the Sage of the Six Paths. Their meeting ended almost immediately after Uchiha finished the whole story, perhaps finally dispelling all doubts of those around him. Everyone quickly dispersed. Everyone needed to independently think over the whole situation, what to decide for themselves. Obito had some of his own business and was going to leave, but Kakashi expressed a desire to go with him. He in turn stood, thought about something, but still agreed to his company. Well, let it be. These two needed to talk a long time ago. Sasuke left to train before this, calling Naruto, but he waved him off, promising that he would come a little later. Instead, he waited for the moment when Itachi was alone and pulled her along with him. They walked for a long time along the evening streets of Konoha and at first were completely silent, but there were smiles on both of their faces. They could do without words, because just the fact that they were walking next to each other now made them both happy. They had already walked around more than half of the village and only then Itachi broke this pleasant silence. How wonderful, she whispered with a smile, but her face suddenly became sad. What's wrong with you? Uchiha didn't understand, noticing her sad look. It's a pity that this peace won't last long. Too many strong enemies are still alive. But we have also become stronger, the brunette smiled, looking closely into the girl's eyes. And to be honest, when you are near, I feel invulnerable. As expected, these words had their effect, which was reflected in the kunoichi's face. As if an unknown thread had tightened around them, they both simultaneously felt the heat on their faces as they were getting closer and closer to each other, and their eyes involuntarily began to close, like. The children walking nearby suddenly screamed, causing them to jerk away sharply, moving away from the dangerous proximity, but their faces were still burning, and if you look in the mirror, you can probably see the color red. Both walked silently, slightly turning away from each other. Both were embarrassed. How funny it must look. Those who show no mercy in battles with the enemy, who are not afraid of fighting the strongest opponents, are so embarrassed by one single situation. They didn't notice how they suddenly came to the edge of the village and accidentally entered the Uchiha district. Itachi instantly perked up and suddenly became gloomy. And Naruto mentally cursed himself. He had to come here knowing that it could bring injury to his beloved. Let's go, he said, already turning around, but felt the girl's hand squeeze his shoulder. Let's move on. He had no choice but to turn around and go further into the area. They walked for quite a long time until they entered a house that both of them had many memories associated with it. They passed several rooms and suddenly Uchiha staggered, but was caught by her companion and they slid down the wall to the floor in an embrace. She sat with her arms around him and her nose buried in his chest, periodically shuddering. Apparently this place was too painful for her in the soul, which is why the guy's mood began to deteriorate. No, he should not allow her to reproach and blame herself. She did everything right and should understand this. You know, I can't let you be sad, he said, putting the girl on the floor and finding himself on top. Maybe we'll be ashamed after this, huh? His action still had an effect and Itachi looked at him with surprised eyes, but this made her even more beautiful. Naruto, was all she managed to say, feeling his lips on hers before the most stormy and most pleasant night of her life began. The question about the future of the fanfic. Dear friends, Readers, if there are any left. The development of this fanfic, like my others, unfortunately, has reached a dead end, which is my fault, I repent for it. And I would really like to bring this fanfic out of hibernation, coma. You can call it whatever you like. Answer, sitting on my usual evening, the idea came to me, why not revive the dead? But its implementation depends entirely on you. I want to hear from those who are still here. Is it worth continuing this story or is it no longer of interest to anyone? If I do revive it, then most likely as a separate fanfic, something like a remake or whatever they call it. A full analysis of the fanfic will be conducted, errors, holes in the plot, illogical actions of the characters will be found. In general, this will be work on the errors. P.S. If you still want to see the corrected work of Flash, I will be very glad if you write comments on the moments that you consider unreasonable or erroneous in my work. This will show whether this work is necessary or can be forgotten, and also make a huge contribution to the creation of the updated work, if of course it is decided to revive the story of Madara's grandson. The text was thought out in my head with the help of complete improvisation in the hope of finding those who care. Yours, Lismore.